British civil servant. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 351. Baron is secretly happy. Alan Wilson also held a wine glass. Inspired by Governor General Mountbatten's thriftiness, he walked to Ali Jinnah with an attitude of sharing weal and woe with ordinary Indians, expressing his gratitude for Ali Jinnah's coming from Karachi to New Delhi. In fact, even if Mr. Jinnah didn't come, I would have absolutely no complaints. In fact, Karachi is a little safer. Alan Wilson took the initiative to thank him. The ideal of the Muslim League lies in Mr. Jinnah. Don't do this kind of risky behavior if it is not necessary. You seem to have suddenly become kind. This is not the British in my eyes. Ali Jinnah clinked his wine glass with Alan Wilson and still spoke with a sarcasm as before. After comforting Pamela Mountbatten, who looked unhappy, Alan Wilson explained, Mr. Jinnah has always been like this. It may be because he has been used to fighting with the enemy who has the upper hand for so many years. I believe Mr. Jinnah has no ill intentions. As an honest person, Alan Wilson decided to take advantage of such a good day today to talk to Ali Jinnah about the princely state. He was born to be a hard worker. Even when he was engaged, he had to do some trivial work. Actually, there is nothing much to say. He just said hello to Ali Jinnah on behalf of Ali Khan. Alan Wilson and Ali Jinnah were facing Nehru and the Mountbattens on the other side. I don't know if it was a coincidence or a symbolic meaning to some extent. That's about it. Alan Wilson finished his words briefly and waited for Ali Jinnah's result. In fact, it was not the first time he talked with Ali Jinnah about whether a war would break out in Kashmir. The wording had never changed. He hoped that Ali Jinnah would be prepared for war. Why can't it be directly assigned to Pakistan according to the proportion of the local population? Ali Jinnah asked back with a burning look. If he could treat Alan Wilson's words as a joke in the previous few times, now it has come to this time, and the issue of Kashmir must be considered. He was dissatisfied with why the British did not take any action on this matter. Did they deliberately provoke conflicts between Pakistan and India? This is of course the correct answer, but Alan Wilson would never admit it. He just said with difficulty, there are a group of people in London who support Maharaja Ali Khan. I believe Mr. Jinnah also knows the relationship between Hyderabad and the British Empire for hundreds of years. If we speak for Hyderabad, the Congress Party will think that we are hostile to India. Then again, don't you Muslim League also oppose the independence of princely states? The cost of ruling India is the key to your independence. Under the current situation, the mainland can no longer mobilize 500,000 expeditionary forces to come here to fight. Alan Wilson paused slightly. In fact, what I mean is very simple. I have no ability to interfere in the problems between you and the Congress Party. You will have to solve your problems by yourself in the end. It is never a bad thing to prepare for the worst. If the not so bright future I mentioned really comes true, I hope Mr. Jinnah can consider the status of Hyderabad and maybe strive for a relatively favorable result. After all, you are all ethnic groups of the same faith. If the Kashmir issue triggers a war in the future, I hope Ali Jinnah can remember his words. Not only can he remember the role of Hyderabad, but also the role of Portuguese Goa. After independence, the situation in South Asia is different from what it is now. The rulers of Pakistan should also be more pragmatic. Don't always think about the ugly faces of the colonists. Besides, Portugal did not rule Pakistan's land. India and Pakistan are both enemies. What's wrong with supporting Portuguese Goa? Seeing Ali Jinnah nodding thoughtfully, Alan Wilson sighed. At this point, Mr. Jinnah thinks who we can favor? After all, the Hindu population is the majority, and normally they will favor the Congress Party. If the problem of British India is easy to solve, the Governor General will not remain silent all the time. But Mr. Jinnah can rest assured that the independence bill for the partition of India and Pakistan should be announced later, and you will not be disappointed. The Indian Independence Bill is actually the official name of the Mountbatten Plan. It is now a tacit understanding in the Adli cabinet. The cabinet ministers who know the fact of the partition of India and Pakistan are mentally prepared. It depends on when it will be officially announced. At this moment, Nehru, the Deputy Prime Minister of British India, who was chatting and laughing with the Mountbattens, could never have imagined that the young couple he had come to congratulate were making the biggest opponent of the Congress party prepare early and prepare for war. Gandhi didn't come. Ali Jinnah could also see Nehru and suddenly mentioned the real spiritual leader of the Congress party to Alan Wilson. It's better that he didn't come. I, a mortal, can't understand the thoughts of a saint. Alan Wilson shook his head instinctively. I don't understand a lot of what he said. Alan Wilson mentioned a recent public speech by Gandhi, proposing that the future head of India should be a cleaning lady from a pariah family. She is kind-hearted, honest, and incorruptible. If he was not in British India, Alan Wilson would have doubted whether Gandhi was possessed by another body, and the person who possessed it was a member of the Communist Party of India. When did people start to decide the head of state by birth? If Gandhi really wanted to do this, he should have come to him for advice. Alan Wilson could even help Gandhi come up with a slogan, the poorer, the more glorious. That's right. I can't understand it either. Ali Jinnah and Alan Wilson were here to choreograph the spiritual leader of the Congress party and to laugh at his speeches that made international jokes. The air was filled with joy. In the end, it was Pamela Mountbatten who pulled Alan Wilson away. Seeing that her fiancé was already addicted to the joy of politics, she had to play the role of the hostess. Mr. Jinnah, see you later. Alan Wilson did not forget to turn around and wave his hand. He knew that the two of them might not have many opportunities to meet. Ali Jinnah had already set up the headquarters of the Muslim League in Karachi and would hardly set foot in the area where Hindus gathered. Then he came back and took a photo with Pamela Mountbatten standing next to Ali Jinnah. Of course, there is a role. Maybe in the future, he can pretend to be Ali Jinnah's old friend and become an old friend of the Pakistani people. The two came back to accept the blessings of the 3,000 guests at the governor's mansion. As the Governor General of British India, Mountbatten also gave a speech to express his happiness, starting from the ancient culture and going all the way to the brilliant history. Alan Wilson was too familiar with this stage. The central idea was that our India was too powerful, and he often did this. The second half was a little more normal, expressing good wishes for his daughter's future, just as optimistic about the upcoming independent India. Alan Wilson, who had been listening, had a smile on his face that froze. Was this a blessing or a curse? As optimistic as he was about India after independence? We are God's people, and we have nothing to do with Shiva. Pamela Mountbatten knew too well how Alan Wilson viewed India, and she directly corrected her father's words and deeds. Alan Wilson nodded solemnly. Yes, today is a big day, and we don't talk about buts. After the speech of Governor General Mountbatten, it directly attracted a lot of cheers, most of which were from Indians. The few Indians who did not speak were representatives of the major princely states. The British were obviously much calmer, wishing India after independence. Wishful thinking. The next day, Alan Wilson returned to work and sent a telegram to Andrew, the chief executive of Bengal province, mentioning the rumor of spreading the conspiracy of the Muslim League and the Congress to split Bengal. In fact, this kind of thing is very simple. Just arrest a group of people, label them as anti-British element, and give them heavy sentences, and then sternly refute the rumor, saying that the conspiracy of the Congress and the Muslim League to split Bengal is a fabrication. In fact, it is indeed a fabrication, and it is also a complete injustice. Later, when the partition of India and Pakistan officially begins, and the Bengalis are divided into two, they will be remembered. Originally, Alan Wilson thought that this was just a routine supplement for his shortcomings in work. He never thought that this would be the last time to express his love for British India. Until Sir Baron called him to the office and took out the telegram from London. The cabinet secretary transferred you back to Europe to work. Sir Baron, my work here is not perfect yet. Alan Wilson tactfully said that he might still have some omissions in his work, and maybe he could make up for it if he stayed for a few more days. Refusing the transfer order from the cabinet secretary will make Whitehall doubt your reliability. Sir Baron said calmly, then I will call back. The governor's son-in-law refuses to return to Europe to work. I have no such intention. Alan Wilson stretched out his hand and took the telegram with a respectful tone. From the moment I entered your office, I have made up my mind to serve the empire, no matter what position I work in. HMM. Sir Baron made a nasal sound and changed his attitude. The job here is to wait. It's no big deal. And for you, you may be able to become Deputy Secretary General when you go back this time. It's a good thing after all. Considering your age, it's very eye-catching. It's just a little sudden. After all, you just got engaged. I need to talk to the governor and his wife. Alan Wilson was telling the truth. He would never have thought yesterday that he would receive a transfer order from London in less than 24 hours after he got engaged. Sir Baron nodded solemnly, indicating that all this was as it should be. It was not until Alan Wilson left the office that the solemn expression on his face relaxed. In fact, he did not feel reluctant at all. It must be said that he even felt a little happy. Chapter 352, Instructions. Actually, when I think about it carefully, I still miss my work experience in British India. Holding a pile of US dollars, Alan Wilson motioned Pamela Mountbatten to open the box. He walked to the open iron box and let go. Bang! The heavy US dollars fell down, just like Alan Wilson's heavy mood now. What an internationalist move. He even exchanged pounds for gold, but kept the US dollars. Alan Wilson was still thinking about the things and looking at the apartment, as if thinking about the place where he had lived and fought. He muttered, "Many British communities in New Delhi have been sold. I really want to wait until this property is sold before leaving. Look at you, Grandad." Pamela Mountbatten couldn't stand it. Everything should have a limit. Too much is not good. Shouldn't she be the one who is hesitating? Her parents were still standing their last shift in British India, but her fiancé was going back to their country. The most important thing is that the two had just got engaged and hadn't enjoyed the joy of a new life. This man was called back like this? I know you feel uncomfortable, but we have a great responsibility for the country, so we can't refuse. Besides, we are not in a hurry. Alan Wilson comforted her softly and took the initiative to say, "I have asked Alisa to come over. There are still some work to be explained. After all, I have to return to Europe, and there may be some things that I can't do in person." Alan Wilson still has two regrets about his work experience in British India. There are 2 points. The first is that he did not see Gandhi being assassinated, and the second is that he may have to give up the opportunity to personally order the printing press to smoke. Although he thought he worked hard in British India, he still did not do it perfectly in the end. It is better to hand over the next work to someone he can trust. Gandhi's affairs are a big deal, and even Pamela Mountbatten cannot reveal it, but the matter of starting the printing press can actually be revealed. In order to celebrate the independence of British India, the British decided to give money before leaving, which is a benefit for the Indians to stay. The amount was not large, the first batch of 50 billion rupees. If he was still here, he could wait and see the effect before deciding to make subsequent investments. However, since he had received the transfer order, he could only ask Alisa to help keep an eye on it. Although I don't quite understand, it seems that such a large amount of investment will cause problems. After hearing this, Pamela Mountbatten instinctively felt that there was something wrong after seeing and hearing about her mother's stock market operations. You don't understand, and most Indians don't understand even more. They only know that they have to give money and no one will refuse it. As for causing inflation, it must be done. Alan Wilson pointed out the consequences of printing a large amount of money and putting it into the market, but emphasized that it must be done, explaining, "We have sold a large number of assets in British India to the Tata and Birla families. Printing money to give money is essentially to cover up the previous resale of industries. When the time comes, we will say that all the money from the sale of assets will be distributed to Indians as welfare." But in fact, this money was printed out of thin air, and only some oil and paper were used. Pamela Mountbatten frowned and said, "You can use this printed money to distribute it as the proceeds from the previous asset resale. Use one problem to cover up another problem." In fact, after Alan Wilson sold his assets, the funds had already been given to London, so he could do nothing. However, after working in British India, he still wanted to leave something for hundreds of millions of people, so that Indians could thank him. But what if he has no money? Then print money. Is there any other way? This is also a way. That is not a way. Sir Baron has agreed to this matter, and the action must be carried out before the formal transfer of power. Nehru was informed of this matter, but he could not stop it. Once the formal transfer is made, the governor's words will not count. Pamela Mountbatten, the daughter of the governor who always touches the stock market, has only a vague understanding of it. How can Indians understand? They only know that the British are going to give money, and that's enough to know this. Haven't you seen that every time India has an election, it promises to give money to improve welfare? Indians in the 21st century are fooled by this, not to mention the Indians now. Alan Wilson has been very kind to India. According to the later Indian saying that Britain plundered more than 50 trillion US dollars, he should have given hundreds of trillions of rupees. Now that the 10,000 has been removed, it is already the greatest kindness to British India. Will there be any problems? Pamela Mountbatten was a little doubtful. Her father was still the governor. There will be problems in the future, but not in the short term, and it also has an economic boost. That's what chicken blood injection is like. Alan Wilson has always been so honest in front of Pamela Mountbatten. Pamela Mountbatten skipped the main question when she heard it and asked, "What is chicken blood injection?" It's a Chinese treatment method. You just need to know it. There's no need to delve into it. Alan Wilson really wanted to slap himself. Chicken blood injection therapy doesn't seem to have appeared in China yet. In the 1980s, there was a healthcare method called chicken blood therapy, which is to extract the blood of a 1-year-old rooster and inject it into people. It was once popular among the crowd. People who were injected with chicken blood had red faces and were said to be excited. In essence, blood clots are formed through agglutination reactions. That is, this effect is actually a stress response of the body, not that chicken blood really has any effect. The disadvantages of chicken blood injection are obvious. Animals also have blood types. Injecting too much blood of different blood types is a dead end, and there may be various viruses in chicken blood. He is leaving now, and can only hope that Elisa will help him to be perfect. Before Elisa arrived in New Delhi, Alan Wilson spent most of his time packing his luggage, and would never take a single needle or thread from India. At the same time, he also took the time to send a telegram to Malaya, asking about the survival of his crocodiles and baby dolphins. If there was any problem, the Tamil community would be buried with them. As for the Andaman Islands, there was no need to ask about it. The islands had been taken over by the Malayan garrison. After returning to London, he could just write a report and there shouldn't be any problems. 5 days later, Elisa arrived in New Delhi. When she saw the two, she first congratulated them. Alan and Pamela's engagement has caused a sensation throughout British India. I just didn't come because of work. I hope you don't mind. We are all so familiar with each other, right? It depends on what you said, Elisa. We don't mind problems with work. Pamela Mountbatten greeted with a smile. Besides, it's really not very convenient to get here from Hyderabad. They were all family members, so Alan Wilson didn't hide anything and gave instructions directly in front of Pamela Mountbatten. The printing of money can be seen as a cover-up for the previous asset sales, and it is also a gesture of goodwill. Through some unofficial channels, the news will spread among the people. When the time comes, we will sell the printed money into the market, as if we are forced by public opinion, and no one can blame us. This is the initiative of the Indians. Elisa drank a glass of lemon juice and said in deep agreement, "I have never seen such an excessive request in my life." Then the two laughed tacitly. Elisa said that everything would be on her shoulders, and she must make sure that her boss's work in British India has a perfect ending. As time passed, the two did not feel tired at all. Instead, they talked more and more excitedly and laughed from time to time. Risks and opportunities coexist. It is not time to remove the Hyderabad Commissioner yet. In your future work, keep in touch with Portugal. I have already planned everything. You just have to execute it. Alan Wilson said, a government like Salazar's actually has no room for retreat. It is not like an electoral country like ours where we can just bow and apologize. A centralized system has much less room for maneuver. Once a colony is lost, those who are responsible for the loss of land will be held accountable. If it were a few decades ago, they might have been shot. In other words, countries like Spain and Portugal are more reliable when it comes to colonies. Elisa nodded in understanding. Use Portuguese Goa as a base and try to make India less powerful. That's it. We must never let the Indians have an easy time. We must delay it for as long as we can. That is the purpose of our work. After dinner, Alan Wilson sent Pamela Mountbatten back and took Elisa with him. After Elisa entered the other apartments, he sent his fiancée to the governor's mansion. Of course, Pamela Mountbatten also had to return to London. It was precisely because of the separation from her parents that she had recently expressed her reluctance to leave and wanted to spend more time with her parents. After sending Pamela Mountbatten back to the governor's mansion, Alan Wilson returned and was intercepted by Elisa. I still have some work problems that need guidance. Elisa glanced and said meaningfully, guidance work is a physical job, and the atmosphere is quite warm. It is very normal to take off clothes. Elisa took the initiative to open her arms and whispered in her boss's ear, Andy has always dreamed of this day. Alan Wilson worked even harder, determined to make the subordinates who took the initiative to come to him shed tears of happiness. I will definitely remember this precious gift. In the midst of the post-war relationship reconstruction period, Alan Wilson expressed his feelings. He is an ethical boss. 2 chapters today. Chapter 353 Arrival in London. As a beloved boss, you must avoid the mistakes that have happened in the past, such as not paying the mistakes of your subordinates in the past. So after Alan Wilson accepted the precious gift from the Hyderabad commissioner, his first reaction was to give money. There is no traditional TV drama where women get very excited when they hear about giving money, saying what do you think of me? Then they scold men for being shameless. British women don't have so many rules, so Elisa happily took the money and made it clear. What if I get married in the future and my boss still has this request? Elisa was a little annoyed, probably teasing Alan Wilson who was wearing clothes. Then Alan Wilson took off his clothes again. He felt that this subordinate still needed some guidance, and he had to help him get on the horse and send him off so that he would not make mistakes in the future. Returning to his homeland has become a foregone conclusion. After thinking about this, Alan Wilson had no regrets. After all, that is the real paradise for keyboard politicians, and there are more opportunities to serve the country. To be fair, although British India is a good place to make a fortune, it is not a big stage. At this time, Alan Wilson still thought that he would just go back to Europe for a tour and then return to British Malaya. But he did not expect that he would return to British Malaya later, but a little later than expected. The Mountbattens agreed that their daughter would go back with Alan Wilson. They were already engaged, and Governor Mountbatten no longer rejected Alan Wilson. Instead, he gave him some encouragement and gave Alan Wilson a 3-page list of friends that Mountbatten himself thought were good. The cabinet has given a time of 1948 to solve the problem of British India. I plan to go back early. Mountbatten said, next June is my birthday, and I hope to celebrate my birthday in my own country. Although Mountbatten has been pretending that he will leave only after the problem of British India is solved, he already knows it in his heart. The problem of British India cannot be solved. When the power is officially transferred in February, he will return home. Father, mother, don't worry. Alan will take good care of me. Pamela Mountbatten also said goodbye to her parents and prepared to return home with her fiancé. Your mother and I have made a plan to travel around this subcontinent. Mountbatten glanced at his wife, then said to his daughter, don't worry about us. We will return home in a few months. After saying goodbye to the governor and his wife, the two took the train with their heavy harvest. After arriving in Aden by boat, they would take a plane to Egypt and return home via Italy. After all, the northern Mediterranean was not particularly peaceful. The civil war in Greece was still going on, and Marshall had officially released a speech mentioning the importance of aiding Europe, although because the situation in Britain was much better than the same period in history, it had more capital to negotiate. But the first batch of substantial aid had been sent out before the countries had officially discussed the results, and the destination was Greece and Turkey. This was not only because it was regarded as the front line to resist the expansion of the Soviet Union, but also because the two countries had benefited from the Truman Doctrine and received a considerable amount of preliminary aid. At first, it was Britain that provided assistance to the anti-Soviet forces in these two countries. However, since its own economic situation was already quite bad at this time, it was difficult to hold on, so Britain asked the United States to continue to bear this responsibility. This is a historical fact, but Alan Wilson mentioned it at the time and thought of a way to deal with Turkey. The Turkish army entered Greece to help the Greek government forces fight, which made the Greek Liberation Army more appealing. After all, the hatred between Greece and Turkey can be used, and the Greek Communist Party upholds national justice. The United States is now assisting both ends of the Asian continent, but this is no longer Britain's business. At present, the US Military Advisory Group is planning a joint command of the United States, Turkey and Greece to completely eliminate this pro-Soviet armed force in the eyes of Americans. The Greek Liberation Army is a pro-Soviet armed force in the eyes of Americans, and it is not wrong to put it at this time. Unlike the original history, Yugoslavia later fell out with the Soviet Union, which led to the split of the Greek Communist Party. Although the Soviet Union was the most powerful backing, Stalin did not want to fall out with the West so quickly, and wanted to maintain peaceful coexistence in a short period of time. Tito was the most enthusiastic supporter of the Greek Liberation Army. The Soviet Union and Yugoslavia fell out, which directly caused Greece to lose foreign aid. The question is, the current situation is that the Soviet Union and Yugoslavia have not fallen out at all, although Britain has explained to Yugoslavia many times that those anti-Tito people in the border crossing incident were heading for the United States. The reason why Northern Rhodesia accepted those anti-Tito people was because of pressure from the United States, not because London wanted to do so. Belgrade accepted the argument that London was under pressure and then turned around and threw itself into the arms of the Soviet Union. Now that Yugoslavia and the Soviet Union have a good relationship, the external environment of the Greek Liberation Army will naturally be very good, and it will become much more difficult to deal with than in history. There are disadvantages, but there are also advantages. The Turkish army entered Greece and stood on the side of the monarchy and the government army. Although it caused the Greeks to arouse the hatred of the Greeks, and many people stood on the side of the Greek Liberation Army. Greece has a population of less than 8 million after all, and does not have the ability to tap its potential and fight to the death with a government army supported by the United States and the Turkish army. Alan Wilson does not think that the Greeks can drive the anti-Greek armed forces supported by the United States into the sea, just because the government army and the Turks stand together. As long as the Americans are willing to take risks, at most Greece will become a country similar to the Latin American military government or the South Korean military government. Most Greeks don't like the current government, but the reactionary forces are too strong, so they can only be angry, but not speak out. Alan Wilson thinks this is good, as long as the current rule can be maintained. It doesn't matter whether the government is popular or not. Besides, as long as the Greek royal family exists, there is a chance to muddy the waters. After all, the future Queen Sphionke is a Greek prince, and the two are about to enter the palace of New Lights. Mountbatten, who has been a vice king in British India for a long time, has always been Philip's mentor. Mountbatten is the younger brother of Princess Alice, Prince Philip's mother, and his nickname is Dicky. Because Prince Philip's father, Prince Andreas of Greece, has been separated from his wife for a long time and left them to live a life of debauchery in France, Mountbatten plays the role of Philip's father in spirit, and his son Prince Charles also calls Mountbatten my honorary grandfather. On the way back home, Alan Wilson also mentioned the current situation in Greece, as well as the relationship between the Queen Sphionke and the Mountbatten family. If the crown prince gets married, will the vice prince have to come back from British India? It should be. Philip respects my father very much. After all, my father is his uncle. Pamela Mountbatten briefly mentioned the relationship between Mountbatten and the Queen's fiancé, and saw her fiancé in a trance. What's wrong with you? I'm wondering what the aristocratic circle is like. Do you all use golden hose when you farm? If I have the opportunity to meet, how should I behave, so that I can pretend that I have seen the world? Just follow me when the time comes. I know them all. Pamela Mountbatten, as if she would not be sleepy if you said this, was full of vigor and talked about her father's connections in the aristocratic circle. She finally got such an opportunity. Usually she was in a position of being taught. This man knew almost everything. Now she finally encountered a field that Alan Wilson did not understand. At this time, Alan Wilson was seriously considering whether to go to the luggage area and take out the diary to write it down. After thinking about it, he decided to forget it. who would write a diary if they were serious. Although the civil war in Greece might become more intense in the future, Alan Wilson was very satisfied. That was the problem of the United States. The obligations of the British Empire in the Near East have been replaced by the United States. All the expenses are the expenses of the United States. After getting on the military plane from Aden, Alan Wilson still had some regrets. If there was enough time, he actually wanted to go to the Indian community to see what the second master of the British Empire was like in other colonies. Transferring again in Alexandria, arriving in Rome can be regarded as officially returning to Europe. Although it was quite hard along the way, Alan Wilson was quite excited when he thought of the heavy suitcase. There was a lot to do in the vast world. Before November, he had landed in London with his fiancée. He took out the prepared mask directly after getting off the plane and brought it to Pamela Mountbatten. The two hired a truck to take the suitcase out of the airport. There was no obstruction during the period. The daughter of the Indian Vice King was still very face-saving. I don't know if Indians will miss me in the future. Alan Wilson was still reminiscing about the place where he had lived and fought. The nostalgia was not just in words. The first person Alan Wilson met when he returned to London was not a British person at all. It was Ali Khan's Indian housekeeper Alim, who took the initiative to greet the other party, which was also a way to report Ali Khan's safety. Although the Hyderabad commissioner was only a short working experience, it was worth Alan Wilson's lifetime memory. If there was any good investment project, he would not forget Ali Khan. He was so grateful. Alim took Alan Wilson's instructions and often told him the news of the subcontinent after he left. Alan Wilson accompanied Pamela Mountbatten to meet the second guest, General Mountbatten's eldest daughter, Pamela Mountbatten's sister Patricia. Pamela Mountbatten was about to go to her sister, but Alan Wilson felt that the housekeeper of the former world's richest man was more important. He is such a real person in the world. Chapter 354. He should be a minister. Let me make it clear first. After visiting your sister, I will report to the Indian Affairs Department. Alan Wilson had a business-like look, ready to devote his life to the British Empire. He said that his children's personal feelings could not be an obstacle to his reporting. He completely ignored the fact that he had no time to chat with Ali Khan's housekeeper. He even wanted to keep Alim for dinner. I know, don't always look busier than the Prime Minister. Pamela Mountbatten pouted. I finally returned to the country. Why do you still seem to be wound up? Aren't you tired? The future of the British Empire inspires me. You are a woman and you don't understand. Alan Wilson righteously stated his lifelong pursuit. First, girls. Second, politics. Everything else is fleeting. In his eyes, money is just a byproduct of power, which is completely opposite to the views of most civil servants. Most officials in Western countries believe that the ultimate ownership of power is to have power, but not to use it, and it will not be invalid after expiration. After retirement, he can become an honorary consultant or shareholder, or at least publish a memoir to exchange for money. But he is an Oriental, and in his mind, money can never be compared with power. This idea is deeply rooted and cannot be changed. Besides, he was financially free in British India. So Alan Wilson could give away the money he got by all means. Whether it was given to the dragoons or the British treasures, he never felt sorry. Pamela Mountbatten's mother, who conquered Mountbatten with a big lorry, would never happen to him. On the contrary, he used the same method to take down Pamela. I really don't understand why you are so greedy in British India when you don't value money at all. Pamela Mountbatten was very surprised. She had seen her fiancé's corruption methods, but she really didn't value money. I was looking for the feeling of being in power, not the money. And corruption is to give you enough material foundation, not because I need money myself. Alan Wilson said this and added, I didn't spend even a penny more of that money. Although Alan Wilson looked serious, Pamela Mountbatten was happy in her heart and pretended to be serious and said, you can't do that in China. I don't care much about money. Oh. Alan Wilson looked at the girl's eyes that were almost filled with gold coins and temporarily believed this lie. Since she said she didn't care much about money, then she didn't care about money very much. Pamela's sister Patricia is the eldest daughter of the Mountbattens, 5 years older than Pamela Mountbatten. She is the same age as Alan Wilson in the file. Because of their father's social status and their mother's wealth, the two sisters have no worries about food and clothing since childhood. In this environment, the relationship between the two sisters is also quite good. As soon as Pamela, who just came back from New Delhi, came to the door, the two sisters kept chatting. Patricia listened to her sister's story about the British India experience and also took the time to entertain Alan Wilson. Alan, Pamela always mentioned you when she was in London, and this time you two finally came back together. There's no such thing as always mentioning you. It's mainly because he always sticks to me. Pamela Mountbatten corrected with a blush on her face. Compared with the two sisters who were warm and enthusiastic, Alan Wilson and Patricia's husband John Brabourne looked at each other very awkwardly. There is no doubt that Alan Wilson is best at keyboard politics, but the side effects of keyboard politics are very obvious, often equated with bragging. He can't brag when they meet for the first time. In fact, I have always been interested in being a producer. After several rounds of conversation, John Brabourne talked about his hobbies and has always been interested in the film industry. Finally, the two broke away from the perfunctory conversation. Alan Wilson had at least hosted a group of Hollywood actresses in British India. Although he didn't fully understand, it was enough to understand it vaguely. What he didn't know was that John Brabourne was not really an amateur. He was supposed to adapt Murder on the Orient Express 20 years later and win an Oscar. In early 1973, Agatha, who was already the queen of detective fiction, suddenly received a strange phone call. "My name is John Brabourne, and I want to adapt Murder on the Orient Express into a movie." This is what the person on the other end of the phone said. Agatha was a little surprised. She was 83 years old and lived in Wallingford most of the time, 40 miles away from London. The adaptation matters were handled by her agent. John Brabourne personally called to promote the appearance of this movie. Murder on the Orient Express was adapted into a movie for the first time. This film was regarded by Agatha, who was still alive at the time, as an adaptation that she was very satisfied with. Ingrid Bergman, who was almost 60 years old, also appeared in this movie, but Alan Wilson didn't know about it. Alan Wilson could only be called a professional in politics. He said that the growth of the film industry still depends on the market. The simple formation of the market is simply a large population and a large area. This point cannot be surpassed by the United States in a short period of time, unless the market can be integrated within Europe. This is not entirely bragging, so John Brabourne did not refute it, but rather agreed with Alan Wilson's view, but also pointed out that movies also need the support of cultural heritage, and European countries still have advantages. This is temporary, and we still have to find a way to integrate the European market. Alan Wilson still reserved his opinion. Just like during the Cold War, the largest market for movie box office was the United States, but the second largest market was the Soviet Union. Although the market cannot determine everything, it can also determine a lot of things. John Brabourne's statement is actually just like Hong Kong filmmakers are not afraid of The Godfather, but Jurassic Park directly wiped out Hong Kong movies. The Godfather is certainly a very classic movie, but as long as The Godfather's movie is calm and carefully polished, filmmakers from other countries will not be too bad. But with the appearance of Jurassic Park and Titanic, filmmakers from other countries really can't resist. Since the appearance of Jurassic Park and Terminator, Hollywood movies' overseas revenue has officially exceeded its revenue in North America and began to conquer the world and kill movies from other countries. Japanese films in the 21st century are not actually on the same level as those in their heyday. After all, the American film market is the largest, so it is naturally the most willing to use new technologies with huge costs. This cost is unaffordable for filmmakers in other countries. Once the new technology is successfully used, films from other countries that can compete with The Godfather will naturally not be the opponents of Hollywood with special effects. However, new technologies will also bring consequences. The number of classics produced by Hollywood, which is full of marvel, is obviously not as good as those carefully polished films in the era without new technologies. However, it is not a problem of a certain country. Alan Wilson thinks that China's low-cost films in the new century are not as good as old films such as The Mission Strange Case and The 405 Murder Case in the 1960s and 1970s. Although the two did not reach a consensus, they got rid of the previous embarrassment and had something to talk about. However, John Brabourne believes that Hollywood is just like this, just with a larger batch. A larger batch also means more inferior products. British films can completely compete with American films with fine films. That's right. Seeing that John Brabourne was Pamela's brother-in-law, Alan Wilson expressed his approval on the surface, but just silently said a word of throwing money in his heart, and completed the friendly meeting. Overall, although there was no consensus in this meeting, it was still very successful from the perspective of family affection. Pamela and Patricia saw that their husbands were very speculative in chatting, and they were also happy from the bottom of their hearts, happy that their sisters found their life partners. It was not until dinner that Alan Wilson and his wife said goodbye to each other and completed this gathering. "What do you think of my brother-in-law?" After the two people's car started and left, Patricia asked her husband what he thought of Alan Wilson. "I think he should be a minister." John Brabourne thought for a while and said, "Look at the way he talks endlessly, just like those politicians in the election." Pamela Mountbatten, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, looked at Alan Wilson and asked what impression he had of Patricia and John Brabourne and how they got along. "I have met your sister. When I was transferred back to Europe, I went to your house and met your mother and sister." Alan Wilson paused for a moment before continuing, "As for John Brabourne, he should consider becoming a minister." "Can a man like him be a minister?" Pamela Mountbatten was a little shocked. Why didn't she realize that John Brabourne had the talent to lead the British Empire? "Excuse me, I really can't think of a job more suitable for him than a minister." Alan Wilson looked at Pamela Mountbatten deeply and said solemnly, "Only by being a minister can you benefit society. If he can be a minister, you are at least a prime minister." Pamela Mountbatten turned and began to comfort her fiancé. "Who are you scolding?" If he wasn't driving, Alan Wilson would definitely reach out and slap Pamela Mountbatten's buttocks twice. After meeting Patricia and her husband, Alan Wilson and the others finished their vacation and started to get busy with some things. The matter of registering an exploration company is obviously more suitable for Pamela Mountbatten, the daughter of the British Dragon Aocean. As for Alan Wilson, a loyal and honest imperial civil servant, he naturally packed up and prepared to report to the Indian Affairs Department. He should go quickly, as he didn't know when it would be revoked. Chapter 355 The higher-ups value you very much. Every country has a privileged department, and as the largest colonial country, the privileged department of the British Empire is the Indian Office. Since the emergence of British India, the Indian Office has been an unshakable member of the cabinet. There are many ministers, but not so many cabinet ministers. The Indian Office was established in 1858 as a British government agency in response to the provisions of the Indian Government Bill. The bill restricted some of the rights of the British East India Company, so that India was under the direct rule of the British King before independence in 1947. Until the implementation of the new Indian Government Bill in 1935, it had been able to fully control the huge fiscal revenue of the Indian government. After 1935, part of the fiscal revenue of British India was retained in British India for local construction, which does not mean that the Indian Office lost this power. The current Secretary of State for India is the Earl of Listowel. It is not Alan Wilson's boasting. The respected Earl should thank him for his hard work in British India. If it were not for him, India would have been independent for 2 months. The Earl of Listowel has long been the Secretary of State for Burma. The credit for the extra 2 months as the Secretary of State for India goes to Alan Wilson. Haven't you heard the saying that time is money? These 2 months alone can explain so many problems, not to mention that it seems that it is not just a matter of 2 months. After prosperity, there are vicissitudes. Everyone knows that the existence of the Indian Affairs Department is numbered. The once prosperous Indian Affairs Department building is still busy, but the busy work is parallel work. Busy with anxiety, this is the first instinctive reaction of Alan Wilson after arriving at the headquarters building of the former privileged department. In fact, it is easy to understand that the abolition of the Indian Affairs Department will definitely cause problems for some people. The current news is that there will be a new department called the Commonwealth Relations Department, and the Commonwealth refers to the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth Department is similar to the French Federation of France, but it is obvious that the similar department in France is more powerful. In the 21st century, the colonial cultural ties, similar to the French internal trade preferential policies, and the countries that are too determined to break away from French colonization have not even left pencils, and the economy is in a state of collapse. And within the same framework, similar to the French-speaking region of West Africa, the West African franc, the death of the son of the African president participating in the French military training, was declared a normal accident, and France was asked to be responsible for the security of various countries in the Paris-Dakar car rally. In these aspects, France is far superior to the Commonwealth, which is also the confidence of France, to call for European independence. In terms of the attitude towards colonies, the British Empire obviously sucks blood when it is useful, and lets go and fend for itself when it cannot suck blood. It has never felt that a large territory is a good thing. France is different. No matter whether the development is good or bad, it will never let go. Before World War I, both Canada and Australia called for a one-step merger with the United Kingdom, and the British mainland ignored such voices. Today, Alan Wilson is sure that the British have realized their mistakes, and now even if they take the initiative to stick to it, Canada and Australia will not agree to merge. But the Commonwealth is still useful. Many Canadians on the internet and later generations regard the Commonwealth as the last line of defense against the United States annexing Canada. If Britain can maintain a certain strength instead of kneeling to the end, countries like Canada and Australia are actually willing to help Britain. History has proven that when only one country has the final say in a group, the leading country will treat its allies like dogs. This is also true within the Five Eyes alliance. The problem is that Britain really knelt down after World War II, just like at the end of the Cold War. Mrs. Thatcher told Gottmap that Britain was willing to pay to help the Soviet Union through the difficulties, as long as it did not withdraw its troops from Germany, but Gottmap still could not understand the deep meaning. The disintegration of the Soviet Union was just another decline in status for Britain. Perhaps Mrs. Thatcher at that time saw the history of Britain's decline in status repeating itself from the trajectory of Britain's decline after World War II. Reporting to the Indian Affairs Department was just a report on my work, and soon someone came to find Alan Wilson. It's not wartime. Why are you here again? Alan Wilson looked at Phil B., one of the Cambridge Five, and after chatting with him for a few words, he heard that Phil B. had been promoted, so he congratulated him. Your progress is really impressive. Same with you. The same goes for you. Phil B. showed off his well-informedness and revealed that Alan Wilson might also be promoted to a higher level. By the way, how are Maclean and Burgess? Yes, they are the commissioners for Ceylon and Burma. What's wrong with managing such a large area? Alan Wilson replied, so where should I go now? This stumps me. It could be the Ministry of Foreign Affairs or the Commonwealth Relations Department. Based on your job, it should be the latter, but according to some information that cannot be verified by the source, it seems to be the former. Philby paused here. This question can only be answered by you. I think I should go to the Commonwealth Relations Department. Alan Wilson thought about it and felt that his job was more related to the colonies, so he should naturally enter the Commonwealth Relations Department. Then Alan Wilson, who had been running around for a day, went to the Foreign Office building the next day to report. In fact, it was not far away. The Foreign Office, the Indian Office, the Colonial Office and the Home Office were all in one block. Alan Wilson just wandered around the headquarters of the Indian Office all day yesterday. Diplomacy is an invisible art that determines how a country gets along with the world. Similarly, art exists in every corner of the Foreign Office. Exquisite murals, gilded ceilings, lifelike sculptures, and luxurious marble. Art knows no borders and does not require language, and has become one of the most effective ways of cultural communication. The artistic decoration in the Foreign Office is a reflection of the British diplomatic image, and also a carrier of its historical status. A building more gorgeous than a stage, carrying a history more exciting than a drama, is the magnificent headquarters hall of the British Foreign Office, which is completely different from the decorative style of the Indian Office. The Indian Office is a representative of Mediterranean-style decoration. Alan Wilson doesn't know why the Indian Office is decorated in Mediterranean style. Welcome back to London, Alan. George Milton, Director of Personnel Department of the Foreign Office, welcomed Alan Wilson's arrival. He first emphasized the eagerness of the Foreign Office to recruit talents, and then said seriously, after the personal care of the Cabinet Secretary, Alan Wilson's level is Deputy Secretary General, which is a very surprising respect and very rare in non-war times. Of course, I also know that Alan has just been engaged. Two happy events have come. I believe you are very happy. I wanted to give you a gift in the name of giving, but I have to give up because of the regulations of Whitehall. British civil servants are also strictly restricted in accepting gifts. They can only accept notebooks, calendars, pens and other gifts of low value that can be used for office work. Alcohol is strictly prohibited. When returning a gift, civil servants must write a polite letter of refusal. If returning a gift will make the donor feel offended, then temporarily accept it, but the gift must be reported and can only be kept in the office. However, this rule has never been seriously enforced. Alan Wilson does not believe that a director of the personnel department will not be able to think of a way, but he has no intention of giving it, but still expresses his feelings verbally. I thought I would report to the Commonwealth Relations Department. Alan Wilson frowned and said, "Dear Director, it's not that I'm indifferent to the importance of the Empire, but I hope to be in a department where I can better play my expertise. Obviously, my experience is accumulated in the colonies, which is similar to diplomatic work, but not completely consistent. Not completely inconsistent." George Milton changed his tone and took back Alan Wilson's words. Diplomacy is an invisible art that determines how a country gets along with the world. Listening to the typical rhetoric, Alan Wilson couldn't say it out loud, but just said, "But we colonial officials are used to speaking with naval guns, and we are not used to talking to other countries in an equal tone with an equal attitude." Coincidentally, George Milton, who was waiting for Alan Wilson's words, took out a prepared document and said, "Don't worry, it's definitely not an equal attitude. This job is more suitable for you." What? With such doubts? Alan Wilson opened it and looked at George Milton, blurting out, "Are you kidding me? Negotiating with the Soviets is indeed not equal. It seems that we are more vulnerable." "That's not the case. The British Empire is no worse than the Soviet Union," George Milton said seriously, reminding Alan Wilson not to make political mistakes. "How can Britain, which is rich and powerful, not be compared with the Soviet Union? If it weren't for the fact that the superiors valued this young and malleable civil servant." George Milton wanted to directly ask whether this civil servant was reliable. Alan Wilson looked at George Milton with an inexplicable look, really wanting to ask, "If you believe this? If the mainstream still believes that Britain and the Soviet Union are on an equal footing, how did Britain kneel to the end later? Alan, the superiors value you very much. Don't let us down." George Milton solemnly stated, "You are our man, and you will definitely be able to complete the task successfully. Besides, the audit work itself was suggested by you. You are so concerned about it even in India. It is also very reasonable for you to handle this matter now." Chapter 356 The Soviet Union's lifelong enemy. Isn't this forcing me to sell out my country? Alan Wilson asked himself. Out of his loyalty to the British Empire, he suggested not to be deceived by the Soviets and must get more benefits from the Soviets, but in the end, this hot potato fell on him. Alan Wilson felt sad. Sometimes it was so difficult to love his country. Now he had a feeling that I loved Britain, but Britain didn't love me. What did he do wrong? He just wanted to remind them not to be deceived by the Soviets, but he had to negotiate with the Soviets as soon as he returned to London. The murderers, arsonists, and gold belts, the Cambridge Five were definitely Soviet spies, and now they are all fine. He worked so hard for the country, but ended up like this? The contrast is depressing. Temporary mission? Alan Wilson was still trying to get favorable conditions in the end, asking George Milton if he could do anything after what happened last night. "I made you the Deputy Secretary General for motivational reasons." George Milton thought for a moment and said, "Try to gain benefits for the British Empire and not give the Soviets any advantage. That's what you said." "Of course." Alan Wilson nodded solemnly. "But where is the location of the negotiation?" "You are very familiar with that place. Berlin, the capital of Germany." George Milton took out the materials of the previous negotiations with the engine and said, "I hope you can remember the glorious era, the mature diplomatic skills of the British Empire, and the admirable results. I will try my best." Alan Wilson curled his lips, looking unconfident. The key point is that the cabinet still hopes to be able to negotiate and make money from the Soviet Union. If the cabinet did not have such expectations, he would directly propose conditions that the Soviet Union would never agree to and ruin the matter. At the Whitehall civil servants reception in the evening, Alan Wilson complained while holding his glass, "What do you say, Philby? I think the Soviet Union cannot be trusted. To be honest, I really want to ruin this deal. The Soviet Union will never get the engine, at least not in my hands. I can't allow this to happen." "Oh, poor Alan." Philby calmly comforted him and asked, "But it seems that the cabinet is quite looking forward to it." "This is exactly what bothers me. There are many senior diplomats in the Foreign Office, but they ask me to go. This is obviously not taking General Mountbatten seriously." Alan Wilson drunkenly brought out his father-in-law, and his words were full of the tone of waiting for General Mountbatten to come back and must complain. "Oh, that's really an exciting scene." Philby dealt with the drunkard in front of him without any flaws, and he despised him in his heart. Since being directed by major Hollywood actresses, especially the silent film queen Greta Garbo, Alan Wilson's double life has made great progress. It is different from the past. Even Philby can't see the flaws. "I will write a plan. Since it involves national interests, it should not be excessive to let the country get some benefits. If the Soviet Union disagrees, the deal will naturally not be done." Alan Wilson smiled drunkenly and said in a mysterious tone, "The responsibility for complicating simple things is not on me." At this moment, as at that time, the life of the head of the cabinet is no different from that of an ordinary civil servant, except that there are very few guests on Norman Brooks' side. He poured a glass for Edward Bridges. Little Alan doesn't seem to be very satisfied with his job. George said he wanted to break free from the vortex of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Maybe the fish in the river sometimes want to break free from the constraints of the river, but can it do it? Edward Bridges took the wine glass, took a sip and said, "Always going to work in the colonies is not long-term enough. Which colonial official can be like you and me? Only with a long-term vision can we go beyond it. But you also know that little Alan is now the son-in-law of the Vice King. We must pay attention to methods and approaches in our work." Norman Brooke put forward a hypothesis. What if he really doesn't care about diplomatic work? Then add some administrative work to the diplomatic work. Edward Bridges said mysteriously, "If he can't handle the administrative work well, it proves that he has no talent for administrative work, and he will honestly do diplomatic work in the future. Young civil servants need a certain amount of tempering, which is good for him. There is such a place." Norman Brooke leaned forward. Why didn't he remember that there was such a place that had the best of both worlds? It can combine administrative work and diplomatic work. Yes. Edward Bridges whispered with a conceited face, solving Norman Brooke's doubts. After a moment, the two of them laughed, and the narrow private room was full of laughter. If Alan Wilson still didn't want to do diplomatic work, then the two would assign him a place where it was not easy to do administrative work, so that he could unleash his talents and prove with practical actions that diplomatic work was more suitable. Of course, Alan Wilson was unwilling to do diplomatic work. Who would choose to do diplomatic work in a country that was on the decline? The British Empire, which was a naval artillery diplomacy at its peak, had countless classic diplomatic operations. Compared with his predecessors who had glorious years, wasn't Alan Wilson just contrasting his own incompetence? He could certainly use his understanding of history to make Britain more profitable, but citizens would only compare it with the peak era of the British Empire. How could they understand the current difficulties? Citizens all hope that the country will be as tough as possible, but the work of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is just the opposite and is always accused of being weak. How could he be willing to go when he has done a lot of things but is still not understood? But although he was reluctant in his heart, he still had to go because he once claimed that the Soviet Union was nothing more than that. If he was directly played by the Soviet Union in the diplomatic field, his previous remarks would become a joke. Those who kill must be killed, and if there is nothing to do, he will be political. In the end, Alan Wilson was also put into his previous remarks. There will definitely not be a third time. Alan Wilson wrote furiously, making plans to join, and muttering that he would not fall into the same pit 3 times. The first time, it was actually the anti-Tito activists in Yugoslavia, who were rescued by him. As a result, those who were destined to die in World War II turned into survivors, and killed people in northern Rhodesia. It was because the news in the interior of Africa was easily blocked, and even the United States had no time to care. In addition, those survivors were doing this in the Balkans, and were indeed professionals, so they got through it in a thrilling way. If it was the 1960s, when Africa had become a battlefield between the United States and the Soviet Union, this would definitely not be concealed. Since the cabinet hoped to reach a deal and make a fortune from the Soviets, Alan Wilson played a bigger game. Add the tin mines and rubber industries of British Malaya to it, and ask the Soviet Union to make concessions on this issue. At the same time, he had to stick to the first batch of 300 engines and pay the full amount. This way, there would be room for negotiation. 300 engines was the bottom line, otherwise he would rather not make this deal. I'm exhausted today, so I asked my sister to accompany me to register the exploration company. Pamela Mountbatten pushed the door open and walked in. It was absolutely right. The two lived together in Alan Wilson's house. Her parents were still living a life of luxury in British India, and her sister was married. Pamela Mountbatten couldn't live alone. It was pitiful to be alone in such a big city. As for the iron boxes of the Wilson family, they had been properly kept. If Pamela Mountbatten really saw them with her own eyes, she might think of the large number of iron boxes that this man brought with him when he left British India for the first time. Now the iron boxes were not seen, but a large number of Indian books were placed on the bookshelf. Alan Wilson put down his pen, kissed his fiancée to show her hard work, and then asked. It went smoothly. Well, at least it was much faster than most people. Pamela Mountbatten took credit. My father has a good relationship with the Minister of Trade. Although he is from the Labour Party, his friends are not limited to the Conservative Party. My mother actually knows him, and she has more contact with him than my father. So this matter was completed in one day. According to what you said, it is called Mountbatten Exploration Company, and its business is mineral and oil exploration. Isn't this good? Alan Wilson praised generously, and he had no objection to the name of the company. It can't be called Wilson Exploration Company. He still has to work in the civil service system in the future. It's normal for his wife to do business, and the Mountbatten family is already rich. Can't he, a civil servant, do business personally? I want everything. It sounds domineering, but you can't be so direct in the UK. This is the first step. You can contact some noble friends later and charge a symbolic fee to buy shares. Listening to Pamela Mountbatten's words, Alan Wilson nodded with satisfaction and instructed, I believe they will agree. The British aristocracy that has gone through 2 world wars now relies on him, a civil servant, to save it. It's quite ironic to say, but it must be done. After all, the civil servants are powerless to confront politicians. If you encounter a politician like Mrs. Thatcher who doesn't play by the rules, it will be a real trouble. The hostess came back, and Alan Wilson put down his work first and talked about his troubles. He mainly mentioned that he had been promoted to Deputy Secretary General, which was already a middle and high level civil servant, to make Pamela happy. But I saw that you didn't seem very happy just now. Pamela Mountbatten also came to the kitchen and worked with Alan Wilson, asking what was going on. I'm going to compete with the Soviets. Alan Wilson raised his head and said with a confident tone. Although the look was very encouraging, it was true that he had no confidence at all, but he believed that the Soviet Union had no confidence even more than he did. When it comes to engines, it should be the Soviet Union that asks Britain for help, not the other way around. Chapter 357, Selling out the country. Trade is a win-win situation. At this time, Alan Wilson was not particularly pessimistic. The Soviet Union actually has substitutes for rubber resources and tin mines. In terms of mineral resources, a country like the Soviet Union can be said to have no shortage of any minerals, including tin mines. How can the world's largest country be called in vain? As for rubber resources, this is entirely due to the inherent conditions, a typical pain of higher latitudes. Just like the Soviet Union will never be able to surpass the United States in mango production, because there is no place in the Soviet Union where tropical fruits like mangoes can take root. The same is true in the field of rubber, but the difference is that mangoes cannot be synthesized artificially, but the technology of synthetic rubber has appeared, which happens to be the strength of the Soviet Union. In terms of military machinery, the current Soviet Union is a beast that has never appeared in human history. Rubber is an important industrial resource with good physical properties and has a wide range of uses in industry, such as manufacturing sealing materials, various tires and shock-absorbing facilities. As a high-latitude country, the Soviet Union has a very developed industrial system. During World War II, the Soviet Union manufactured a large number of weapons, which undoubtedly required a large amount of rubber resources. In addition, rubber products will age and cannot be recycled like steel. Then the question is, the Soviet Union is a relatively isolated country, and most of the Soviet Union's territory is in higher latitudes. There is no natural rubber resource at all, and many tropical places were European colonies at that time. The Soviet Union had to break through this unfavorable situation to develop rubber industry. Alan Wilson is not unfamiliar with the move to prevent being strangled through technological progress, and preventing being strangled is not unique to the Soviet Union. A certain major country also often calls for this. After the rubber tree is cut, the unprocessed product of the sap condensation is called raw rubber, and the Soviet Union, as a high latitude country, basically relies on imports of natural raw rubber. In fact, the Soviet Union is very short of natural rubber resources. For this reason, as early as the 1920s, shortly after the Soviet Union was born, they began to develop synthetic rubber. As early as 1931, the Soviet Union had successfully synthesized the first batch of experimental products, sodium butadiene rubber. In this field, the Soviet Union is ahead of the United States and Germany, and is the absolute leader in the field of synthetic rubber. In the 1940s, the Soviet Union's Yerevan synthetic rubber plant produced chloroprene rubber for the first time using bulk polymerization. Chloroprene rubber molecules contain chlorine atoms. Because of this, it has excellent antioxidant properties and is resistant to oil, solvents, acids and alkalis. Most importantly, it is non-flammable and can self-extinguish after catching fire. This is also the only oil-resistant rubber produced by the Soviet Union during the war. This rubber is widely used in various sealing materials and fireproof materials in the Soviet military industry. Technically, because the Soviet Union is a leader in synthetic rubber, the British Empire no longer has the possibility of choking the Soviet Union. Since there is no ability to choke the Soviet Union, it is necessary to change a set of methods and use cheap rubber to occupy the Soviet market. British Malaya happens to have such conditions. In the report, Alan Wilson elaborated on the necessity of using tin ore and rubber to open the Soviet market. It shows that it is meaningless to choke the neck. The current priority of the British Empire is to restore its national strength as soon as possible. The US market is the most important, and the Soviet market is the most important market after the US market. In the report, Alan Wilson also cited Napoleon's continental blockade as an example to show that the so-called blockade is meaningless. When Napoleon arrived in Berlin, he ordered the whole of Europe to take out the continental blockade. For a time, British industry was in a state of panic, but who was the final winner? The Soviet Union had already passed the most difficult time. At present, reducing the hostility of the Soviet Union prevented another war in Europe. It was beneficial to the current British Empire, and it could also restore national strength as soon as possible through trade with the Soviet Union. Since the Soviet Union now wanted to buy Rolls-Royce engines, Britain could take the opportunity to ask the Soviet Union to open its market and allow Malaya's tin and rubber to enter the Soviet Union without obstacles. If we don't buy a large number of engines at one time or buy out the patents, then this transaction will be worthless. The main problem in this negotiation is the Soviet Union's indifference to intellectual property rights. It believes that intellectual property rights are a weapon for imperialism to exploit the world, so we must be vigilant against being deceived. Stalin read Alan Wilson's report in a rhythmic manner, with a very interesting expression on his face. Then he looked at Beria and said, "Does this British man seem to know our country very well?" Comrade Stalin, I will focus on the investigation. Beria promised with a serious face, it is my responsibility to dig out the hidden enemies of the people of imperialism. It's not particularly urgent. Of course, we all know that even an incompetent bureaucratic collective like the UK will occasionally have one or two useful people. At least it proves that the transaction can continue. The motherland sky needs the People's Air Force to guard it. This transaction is crucial. Stalin determined the direction of the matter. Dividing imperialism is a current priority. On the one hand, Prime Minister Attlee's attitude is not extreme, at least much less hostile to the Soviet Union than that bulldog. On the other hand, Britain's current national strength is entirely based on past accumulation. It is impossible for colonies to continue to exist in the long run. The main enemy is still the United States. Of course, we must never publicly state it. In this world now, if we can only deal with the United States, we will deal with everything, and all problems will no longer exist. Prevent the imperialists from forming a siege against us as much as possible. If we can't do it, postpone it. Moreover, we are not at a disadvantage in this deal. The tin mines of our motherland are concentrated in the Far East, and the cost of synthetic rubber is much higher than imports. Of course, we cannot give up our own resources and technology. We have been needed in times of emergency, but if the imperialists want to sell us, why should we refuse? Why not? At this time, Prime Minister Attlee also expressed his position on this report at 10 Downing Street. Isn't it normal that the Kremlin received the news earlier than 10 Downing Street? But this did not stop Prime Minister Attlee from feeling happy. Due to current laws, the government should not interfere with the trade of enterprises. After all, Rolls-Royce itself was willing to facilitate this deal. Alan Wilson suggested raising the difficulty and testing the bottom line of the Soviet Union, and Attlee agreed very much. Although Malaya's tin ore and rubber are currently mainly exported to the United States, if the Soviet Union needs it, why should it object? Moreover, it is no secret that the Soviet Union has synthetic rubber technology. Since the Soviet Union has this technology, what is the point of blockade? As the Prime Minister of the British Empire today, Attlee is not interested in thinking about any bullshit romantic love story. He just wants to make money now. Nationalization requires huge investment. Now that British India is about to become independent, the expenditure on maintaining British India will be reduced. At the same time, it is certainly possible to make money as it pleases as before. If the Soviet market can open its arms to the British Empire in a certain sense, it can get a certain degree of buffer. The Attlee cabinet has always wanted to facilitate this deal. After all, the current government expenditure is huge. Although the British Empire must be wary of the Soviet Union, it does not mean that the rubble should also be hated. So Alan Wilson set out from London, ready to have a good fight with the Soviets, and the final destination was the city of Greater Berlin. But on the way, Alan Wilson briefly stopped in Bonn. In today's Germany, the 4 occupation zones still exist, all under the control of their respective military committees. The currencies of the major occupation zones are also different. The United States and France have issued temporary currencies in their respective occupation zones. The Soviet Union is very powerful, using the imperial mark of the Third Reich as a currency in circulation. As for the British occupation zone, it is currently special. There is not no currency, but the main implementation is a rationing system. In fact, the current Germany is no different from Germany just after the war. Although the United States has invested far more funds than Britain and France, it has not had much effect. Because the British occupation zone is the main industrial zone in Germany, and many companies have resumed work, the partial recovery of industry has created a certain degree of siphon effect. This is true in terms of population and wealth. So although the United States has invested a lot of money, it has been sucked over by the partially restored industry in the British occupation zone. The current British cabinet is the Labour Party government, and after so many years of practicing Marxist philosophy, it has also become somewhat mature. Ultimately, the United States invested more money in the American zone, but it was still about the same as the British zone, which was stingy. If we really want to use data to evaluate, the British zone is more dynamic. Although it is still a little vicissitudes, the British zone is much stronger than it was 2 years ago. At present, Alan Wilson's work relationship has been transferred to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, with the level of Deputy Secretary General. After arriving in Bonn, Bokina was shocked, but immediately let Alan Wilson stay, prepared the food that men like, and asked, "Are you here for work this time? Or are you here to see us?" It's hard to say. Alan Wilson opened his mouth and shook his head helplessly. This time, his work was to sell out the country, but it was not easy to tell the two dragoons about it. After dinner, Alan Wilson went to Anna's bedroom to visit his son. As expected, his dog-licking nature broke out, and he apologized for what he had done to Anna before. The matter has been settled, and there is no price to pay for apologizing now. Although Anna was sitting on the man's lap, her face was full of grievance and tears were welling up in her eyes. "What can I do? You are British, and I'm just a girl from a defeated country. How dare I have any dissatisfaction? I will treat you well, I swear." Alan Wilson pleaded, "You have to forgive me, for Hans's sake please, okay? 2 updates today, and everything should be fine from now on. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358 Big Shot. Poor Alan. He was played around by Malmedy, mainly because the other party captured Alan Wilson's son. Whenever he saw the hostages in Anna's hands, he had no doubts. But this scene was particularly dazzling in Bokina's eyes. She had not noticed this before. But this time, Alan Wilson's arrival made her really realize that, because of the birth of the child, the balance was inevitably leaning towards Anna. In fact, life in Germany was not bad. After experiencing the big bed, Alan Wilson swept away the previous frustration, and was full of confidence, to set off again to Berlin to compete with the Soviets. There will be British diplomats in Berlin to meet him, and of course, Mi-6 agents are also indispensable. The sale of Rolls-Royce engines this time is far from the naivety of the Labour government, but there are deep-seated considerations. Britain is facing the Dunkirk evacuation of the financial industry. The 2 world wars that occurred in a generation have exhausted the empire's currency reserves. Britain urgently needs to increase exports to pay for reconstruction and social security costs such as housing, medical insurance, and pensions. The Labour Party won the general election under this situation. The jet aircraft and jet engines made in the UK are of course high value added high-tech products that can be shown off, and they are exactly the exports that the British government urgently needs. Therefore, the British Air Ministry included the latest jet aircraft in the list of permitted exports without the approval of any specific department. Although the imperial government is not as omnipotent as the Soviet government, it is still easy to stop the export of engines. There is only one possibility, that there is still no formal rejection until now, that is, the cabinet wants this deal to be completed. There are also voices of opposition. The first to stand up are mainly military personnel, who are worried that this will give potential enemies an advantage. Then some diplomats joined in, and the most influential among them was Prime Minister Attlee's close friend, Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin. Why did Prime Minister Attlee still approve the deal in the end? That is because the jet engines were first exported to France, before being sold to the Soviet Union. The current largest party in France is the French Communist Party. Given the current momentum of the French Communist Party, the cabinet believes that it is only a matter of time before the Soviet Union obtains jet engines. It is better to obtain them from Britain than from France in the end. The most important thing is that the NEN engine that Rolls-Royce wants to sell is not the best technology of advanced Britain. The next generation of jet engines is already in the research stage, and the military itself does not attach importance to the value of the NEN engine. Alan Wilson believes that the reason why Britain is very stupid in this deal is that the Soviet military aircraft shines on the Korean peninsula, which makes the Americans very embarrassed, which makes Britain stupid in this deal. Alan Wilson is very familiar with the British representative in Berlin, who is Eiffel, the official negotiating member at the Potsdam Conference. Eiffel was also surprised to see Alan Wilson. The two have not seen each other for a long time. He also notes that his colleague has gone to work in British India again. The last time there was news was because of the report of the engagement in British India. Two photos appeared in the newspaper at the same time. The first one was a photo of the engagement day, and the second one was a classic scene of giving money in Paris. The title of the report that day was, "The Gentleman Who Saved French Women Has Waited for His Own Happiness Today." At the same time that Alan Wilson arrived in Berlin, at this time in Bonn, Pochiner was scolding Anna, saying that she could not fall in love with the minions of imperialism, and that she had to understand the mission of the two. Absolutely not. Of course I remember my promise to my motherland, Anna assured with righteous words. She didn't agree in her heart. She thought that this was just Pochiner looking for trouble, because she was jealous of her having a child. Yesterday, Alan Wilson was obviously more caring for her. He also praised her that her face was younger than her real age, almost like a minor, but her body was so coveted. Alan Wilson, who had already arrived in Berlin, didn't know about the Dragoon sisters. He was drinking afternoon tea and asking about the current situation in Germany. The war had ended for almost 3 years, and time was healing the pain of the war bit by bit. Now Germany is occupied by the Soviet Union, the United States, France, and the United Kingdom. The German capital Berlin has also been divided into 4 occupation zones. Fortunately, the war is over, and the German people have finally lived a peaceful life. Peaceful days are not good days. Alan Wilson is not in Europe, but in British India, where there are only a few days of winter in a year. Of course, he doesn't know that Germany has just experienced the coldest winter in 100 years. All rivers and canals in northern and western Germany are frozen, and therefore cannot be navigated. The Elbe River in Saxony was frozen, and so were the rivers in Hamburg, making it impossible to get there by boat. Germany's western neighbors and the United Kingdom were in a similar situation. Snowstorms and wind-blown snowdrifts completely disrupted transportation in some places. In Germany, the limited transportation industry that had been put into use after the war was interrupted, which reduced industrial production by a quarter at the beginning of 1947. The supply of coal stopped, causing many companies, factories, schools, authorities and other state facilities to temporarily close. The German people, who were already suffering from malnutrition, were then hit by severe cold and hunger because of the lack of much needed food. This was also the reason why Pochiner went to New Delhi, but from Pochiner's words, Alan Wilson, who had been staying in New Delhi, of course could not intuitively feel what was happening in Europe. Now that Eiffel mentioned the difficulties at the beginning of this year, Alan Wilson nodded thoughtfully, but in fact he still didn't feel anything. If it weren't for these bastards who started 2 world wars, would Britain have fallen to this point? The biggest dream of the Germans now may be to have a unified government of their own. Eiffel finally said this. Reunification? The Germans may be dreaming. Alan Wilson sneered twice and bet with his colleague, Germany can never be unified again. Do you believe it? Alan Wilson felt that the European community did not need the Big Three model, because once Britain, France, and Germany were in one organization, it would cause disputes between each other, because the triangle has stability. This is not true politically, but it is true from a national perspective. He hopes that Germany will never be unified. From the perspective of Britain, the Soviet Union can do whatever it wants to the future democratic Germany. If the Soviet Union can do this, even if it claims that the democratic Germany is more legal than the Federal Republic of Germany, he will agree with both hands. There is another thing in Germany that has not caused discussion, but it is very symbolic. That is, Prussia no longer exists. The Supreme Committee of the Allied military control over Germany officially ordered the abolition of the Prussian system. The former Prussian state territory was incorporated into Poland and the Soviet Union, as well as the occupation zones of Britain, France, the United States and the Soviet Union. The property of the former Prussian state government was divided up by the Allies and the Soviet Union. At the same time, the action of expelling the Germans has officially begun, and the Germans in Eastern Europe are pouring into the Soviet-occupied zone. From a personal perspective, Alan Wilson can express sympathy for the Germans in Eastern Europe, but considering that this country started 2 world wars, it can only be said that it deserves it. While waiting for the arrival of the Soviet representative, Alan Wilson learned from Eiffel whether Germany has changed in the past 2 years. There have been changes, such as the currency war. The Americans once wanted to ban the mixing of cigarettes and US dollars, so in 1946, they printed the US occupied zone's currency specifically in the US occupied zone. It can be directly exchanged with the US dollar. This matter was known to the Soviet Union, and the printing technology was cracked, and then the US occupied zone's currency was frantically printed to exchange for US dollars. But now the US occupied zone still issues currency, right? Alan Wilson was very surprised. He didn't know that such a thing happened in Germany last year. That's the new currency issued this year. Last year's currency was only in circulation for 2 months, and a large number of counterfeit coins suddenly appeared, cashing in a large amount of US dollars, and then it was terminated by the Americans. F4 shrugged and said, "This set is newly issued, and it is still successful so far." The United States began to help Germany print a new currency. This currency was the West German mark that was in circulation until the emergence of the euro. This time the Soviet Union had no tricks. Because the United States used a lot of anti-counterfeiting technology, the Soviets have always been short in this regard. At that time, Germany did not have no goods, but they did not appear in the market. Due to the lack of currency support, everyone hoarded a lot of useless goods. But even if they can't use them, they have their value, and they are waiting to be cashed in. Under the stimulation of the new German mark, these goods began to appear. Since they can be exchanged for money, there is certainly no need for them to store those goods that are not available. Alan Wilson lamented that in this regard, the Americans are still one step ahead, and the West German mark has already appeared. The Soviet-occupied area is still using the imperial mark during the Third Reich. On the side of the invisible dividing line, a train arrived in Berlin. 2 people got off slowly. One of the men was very surprised and kept chattering, "Shepilov, I don't understand why I have to come. I'm not a talent for diplomatic work. But as an administrative cadre, you can come up with ideas that will make my work easier." Shepilov comforted, "Ukraine's production and construction are extremely important to the motherland. We all don't deny this, and you are very familiar with the local industry, so we can avoid the British from blackmailing us." Okay, since you're here, I'll take it as a lot of sense." Khrushchev sighed helplessly, "There's one thing I must make clear. I certainly can't stay here for too long. There's still work waiting for me to do." "I see. It shouldn't be too long." Shepilov calmly followed the other party's words and said, "This matter has been discussed for a long time. This time it should be time for results." Chapter 359. You might as well grow corn. In the year 1947, which was about to pass, Khrushchev's life was not good. After the war, he was the top leader of Ukraine, until Kaganovich parachuted into Ukraine. Kaganovich was the same age as Khrushchev, and the two were similar in age. This made Khrushchev, who had retired from the top leader to the auxiliary position, almost see no hope for the future, especially in dealing with the measures taken to deal with the drought last year, which greatly lost points in front of Stalin, making Khrushchev quite depressed this year. Especially this time, coming to Berlin with Shepilov made Khrushchev pessimistic about his prospects. In any way, Shepilov was a rising star in politics. He actually completed a task with Shepilov. No matter how he thought about it, he could not be optimistic about the future. Before the two arrived in Berlin, Alan Wilson also received the list of the other parties for this negotiation. Of course, Khrushchev's name was not on the list. The Soviet representative for this negotiation was Shepilov. Alan Wilson was also familiar with this name. After Stalin's death, this person replaced Molotov as foreign minister. However, he served as foreign minister for a very short time and then disappeared from the Soviet political arena. There was no controversy. Like Shelepin, Kosygin and other high-ranking Soviet officials who had made great achievements, people who were familiar with him might just sigh and say, "Wouldn't it be better if the country let him manage it?" However, people like them could not reach the highest position. They lacked a spirit of struggle, not the spirit of struggle with themselves, but the spirit of struggle with others. In the appointment of cadres in the Soviet Union, apart from those who were promoted through normal channels, there were two extremes. One was the evergreens like Mikoyan, Gromyko, Kunev, and Andropov, who stayed in a position for as short as 10 years, or as long as several decades, until they retired or were promoted. The other was people like Shelepin and Shepilov, who had knocked on the door of the central government at the age of 30 and entered the decision-making level at the age of 40. If Shepilov had successfully survived the Khrushchev period, he would probably have become Brezhnev's political opponent. Because the two were of similar age and had very similar political trajectories, Shepilov's resume during the war was even more outstanding. Being able to become the Minister of Foreign Affairs later, he was already a big shot in Alan Wilson's eyes. He didn't know that a bigger figure than Shepilov had come to Berlin, Khrushchev, who was being beaten by Stalin. Although he didn't know about Khrushchev's arrival, Alan Wilson was very happy to know that Shepilov was the representative of the Soviet Union. Although Shepilov passed by like a comet, he promoted detente during his tenure. In the 1990s, the Soviet Union no longer existed. Shepilov, who was on his deathbed, left a last word and concluded, "I have never relied on anyone. I have my own mind to judge things." Such an opponent is at least rational, and Alan Wilson feels that he will not face too many unreasonable demands. There is no doubt that he now wants to knock on the door of the Soviet market. British India is about to become independent. Of course, Britain will certainly try its best to maintain its privileges over the subcontinent, but after all, it is not as free as direct rule. If the door to the Soviet market can be opened at this time, it will be another great boost to the already improving economy of Britain. Trade is nothing more than learning from each other's strengths and making up for each other's weaknesses. As a high-latitude country, the Soviet Union has no reason to reject Britain. Will there be no difficulties? Eiffel already knew the purpose of Alan Wilson's visit to Berlin this time. As a British Foreign Affairs personnel stationed in Berlin, Eiffel certainly knew the stubbornness of the Soviets and expressed his concerns at this time. "I have seen a lot of battles, from New Delhi to Mumbai. I have no rivals in the subcontinent." Although Alan Wilson was not very sure in his heart, he must not show his weakness in front of Eiffel, and expressed his feelings that "my Great Britain is invincible in the world." In the past 2 days, Alan Wilson also prepared some information and decided to scare the Soviet Union. He knew that the Soviet Union was actually focused on post-war vested interests in the early days after World War II and did not want to fall out with the West. The most critical thing is the situation in Ukraine, which has not subsided with the end of the war. At least there are still many anti-Soviet armed forces in Ukraine. The importance of Ukraine to the Soviet Union is clear to any politician. In the evening, the Soviet Union sent a message that the negotiations would still be held at the Potsdam Palace, which was equivalent to Alan Wilson facing the conditions of fighting away from home, and sent this message back to London at the same time. Alan Wilson set off with several diplomats and Mi-5 agents. The next day, he returned to the Potsdam Palace, the place where the Big Three once met, to continue negotiations with the Soviet Union. "Dear allies, we meet again." This was the first sentence Alan Wilson said when he saw Shepilov. At present, the Cold War has not officially broken out, so it is no problem to call the Soviets allies. At this time, the Labour government still believes that the Soviet Union is still in the stage of suspicious allies. "Hello, Mr. Allen." Shepilov took the initiative to extend his hand and shake hands with the other party, which was considered to be a friendly expression. The few goodwills between the two sides were just that, and the subsequent negotiations were far less friendly than when they greeted each other. Alan Wilson mentioned the Rolls-Royce engine contract and said that in view of the Soviet Union's previous record on intellectual property rights, it was completely reasonable for the UK to review this transaction, and the Soviet Union had no complaints about this. Because of this, there is unfairness in the trade between the two countries. Alan Wilson said that the Soviet Union should open up the import of rubber and tin ore to balance the trade between the two sides. Trade is to learn from each other's strengths and weaknesses, rather than a single country taking advantage. The Soviet Union has been exporting timber and food to help Britain and even Western European countries complete reconstruction. Shepilov frowned and said, "And Mr. Allen, I personally don't appreciate your wording. You seem to have a condescending tone. Unilaterally making demands on the Soviet Union is not the way to solve the problem. You can try to buy engines from the United States." Alan Wilson said disapprovingly, "See if the Americans pay attention to you. For a country like the United States, there are some mistakes that will never be made. How many idiots like the Soviet Union in the world support an agricultural country to become an industrial country from scratch? Civilian industry is fine, and even military industry is helped to build. Alan Wilson pretended not to hear Shepilov's rebuttal, with an attitude that you can buy it or not. If you miss this village, you will miss this shop. The Soviet Union regretted it. I heard that Mr. Allen has worked in the colonies for a long time. He may have made a mistake this time. The Soviet Union is a powerful country, not a colony. Shepilov said sarcastically. Britain is not that strong in the eyes of us Soviets. I know that some white Russians who escaped spread the illusion of cowardice in European countries. This behavior is nothing more than a stray dog begging its owner to throw a few bones. After this war, I believe no one will underestimate the power of the Soviet Union. Wasn't this Stalin's response to European countries' contempt for the Soviet Union before the war broke out? Mr. Shepilov has misunderstood. I certainly won't be like some people before the war who listened to the propaganda of some imperial Russian nobles one-sidedly. Alan Wilson waved his hand to show that he was not that kind of person, and then changed the subject slowly. But I believe that a country with 20 million core population killed in battle does not have the ability to restart the war at present. Why don't you Soviet Union announce the population loss? Now we all know how many people Germany lost. What about the Soviet Union? Not announcing it means that there is something wrong. If the Soviet Union announces the figures after this meeting, it can also be considered fake, just an official article to stabilize people's hearts. Do you think I'm right? At this point, Alan Wilson turned around and asked the diplomats and agents beside him. Of course. For different reasons, both diplomats and military intelligence agents thought that Alan Wilson's words were correct. On the contrary, the Soviet representatives were silent. The Soviet Union did not announce the population loss after the war. The British in front of them were so sure that it was inevitable that people would feel uneasy. This is just a confused guess. Shepilov said with a gloomy face. British diplomats have always had a great reputation, but now they are very disappointing, using unfounded news to blackmail. This is not blackmail, right? Isn't it okay to make reasonable guesses? Maybe Mr. Shepilov wants to tell me, when the German army attacked the Soviet Union, no one was harmed by the Soviet Union. No one died in the Soviet Union, except the soldiers who died in the war. The invaders' army saw the Soviet people and loved them, as if they saw the people of their own country. Alan Wilson said sarcastically. Then why do so many countries fight to the end? Let Germany rule the world. Maybe everyone will live better. In the first negotiation, Alan Wilson used the old routine of blackmail again. Starting from the population loss of the Soviet Union, it shows that at present, the Soviet Union does not have the conditions to ask for a big mouth. It was not until the end of the meeting that Alan Wilson mentioned the requirements of the engine export contract. The first batch of 300 engines must be paid in full first, and then wait for Rolls-Royce to ship. Shepilov was very indignant about this, saying that this was an obvious blackmail. The two sides parted unhappily and contacted each other at home. Before leaving, Shepilov solemnly declared, underestimating Soviet technology may cause Britain to lose a good contract. I have never underestimated Soviet technology, but some things are not about technology. Alan Wilson said disapprovingly, it's like growing corn in the high latitude permafrost zone of Siberia. It's impossible to succeed. Why don't you try it? Chapter 360, Debonair Wilson. If Alan Wilson knew that the real owner was in Berlin at this time, he would not have the courage to ridicule him, but he did not know. He thought it was just a routine talk. What consequences could it have? Ukraine occupies an important part of the Soviet industrial system. Khrushchev, an administrative cadre, came to Berlin to let Shepilov fully understand the situation in his country and make a trade-off in Potsdam. That night Shepilov explained the situation to Khrushchev today and mentioned Alan Wilson's ridicule, that is, growing corn in Siberia. Khrushchev was furious and shouted, capitalism can't do it, but it doesn't mean socialism can't do it. We do things that capitalism can't do. Although he made a tough statement, Khrushchev still said that the overall situation should be given priority at present. From a political belief, Khrushchev really believes in Marxism. From a personal perspective, although he is rude, he is indeed a kind person. He should scold when he should scold, and after scolding, He should continue to solve the problem, saying that the aircraft industry is indeed as the British said, the Americans will never sell it, and the opportunity in front of him should be seized. As early as the Great Depression in the United States, a Soviet aviation delegation visited the United States, hoping to buy American aircraft and engines. However, the United States was quite cold about this, and the only deal was a 600 horsepower Curtiss engine. However, as a gesture of goodwill, an anti-force Soviet state aircraft successfully carried out an intercontinental flight between Moscow and New York in the autumn of 1929. The journey was 21,000 kilometers and took a month. The development of aviation has enabled the Soviets to enter the world stage of air competition, and also given the Soviets the opportunity to show themselves to the outside world. The engine has always been the heart of the aircraft. Although the Soviet Union's aviation engine manufacturing level was lower than that of other countries at that time, it has never relaxed its research and improvement in this area. It was not until the Great Depression continued and the United States was mired in the quagmire for several years that the Soviet Union waited for a real opportunity for cooperation in 1937. Khrushchev came from that era and knew what it would mean if such an opportunity slipped away. He waited for 8 years last time. What about this time? Of course, today's talks also led to consequences that neither Khrushchev nor Shepilov could have predicted. That is, Alan Wilson confidently stated that the number of Soviet casualties exceeded 20 million. The number of Soviet casualties has always been a secret, and Moscow has never been prepared to announce the population loss caused by the German invasion. But now a British person is so sure that the number of Soviet casualties exceeds 20 million. If it is just nonsense, it is fine. If it is another possibility, it has to be worrying. If Alan Wilson's words are meaningful, it means that there is a spy network in the Soviet Union that colludes with foreign forces. Now that the World War has just ended, the Soviet Union has suffered heavy losses and is in a stage of suspicion. Because of Alan Wilson's talk this time, the workload of Lubyanka will be increased again. Comrade Beria patted his chest in front of Stalin and promised that the public enemy hidden in the body of the great motherland must be dug out. Don't let the imperialist conspiracy succeed. The talks on the same day were also transmitted to London via telegram. Due to national conditions, they were not sent to Prime Minister Attlee until the next day. Does he think he is negotiating with the Indian National Congress? The telegram recorded Alan Wilson's imperialist righteousness, which made Prime Minister Attlee unable to bear to look directly. Everyone suspected that Alan Wilson was used to being a big boss in the colonies and had not adjusted his mentality after returning to Europe. He spent most of the first day blackmailing the Soviet Union. Prime Minister, the negotiations have not broken down. Norman Brooke listened to the Prime Minister's worried tone and analyzed. In fact, we all understand that the German army has been rampant on Soviet land for 4 years, and the Soviet Union must have paid a greater price than Germany. At present, we know that Germany's population loss is 8 million, which is 1/10 of the proportion. It is reasonable to speculate that the Soviet Union is a little higher. Even if the loss is really that great, the Soviets will deny it. Prime Minister Attlee said, "I would not announce it if it were me." This shows that Alan's blackmail is true, and the Soviet Union has really suffered heavy losses. Norman Brooke said in an affirmative tone, "What if the Soviet Union immediately announced the loss figures?" Prime Minister Attlee asked back, "Using lies to cover up lies further proves the truth of this matter." Norman Brooke still said in the same tone, "If I were a Soviet, I would not pay attention to Alan's words, maintain the previous attitude, and not get entangled in blackmail." The first day of the talks had different consequences in London and Moscow, but it did not break the talks. On the second day, Alan Wilson began to continue the negotiations from a different angle, as if the person who blackmailed yesterday was not him. If the British side can allow the Soviet Union to send personnel to visit and study, this deal is still possible. Shepilov made a request and looked at Alan Wilson with expectation. This has shown to a certain extent that the full payment of 300 engines can still be discussed. There was no problem with Alan Wilson's blackmail yesterday. In this case, Alan Wilson was relieved. The previous judgment was not wrong. With this bottom line, he could make further progress. The Soviets have already been to the engine factory. As for sending people to learn, This is unnecessary. Alan Wilson flatly refused. There is no need for this. If the Soviet Union insists on this request, then for the sake of equality, I personally think that the Soviet Union also has something worthy of learning from the British Empire. We want to visit the Kharkov tank factory. I wonder if our respected ally agrees? This? Shepilov frowned. If he were a senior diplomat, he would have to talk about this and that. But Shepilov really has no experience in this area. He works in the propaganda department. The Kharkov tank factory is the cradle of the T-34 tank and the pillar of the Soviet Union's ground power. Compared with these imperialist countries, the ground field is the only field where the Soviet Union has an advantage. The Soviet Union is also at a disadvantage in the Air Force. As for the Red Navy, don't mention it. In front of Britain and the United States, it can only be said that it has it, which is equivalent to nothing. This proposal to send people to learn was directly countered by Alan Wilson's hope to learn from each other. The negotiations on this day did not produce any results. It was another day of cycle. Moscow and London were making plans and thinking about how to crack the problem. If Shepilov dared to agree to Alan Wilson's request, he would definitely end up as an enemy of the people when he returned to Moscow. The Kharkov tank manufacturing plant was also a research base for new tanks. The advantage in tanks was extremely important to the Soviet Union. This was the weapon that could threaten Western Europe the most. Ukraine's second in command was in Berlin at this time, and he also expressed that he must not agree to it. He told Shepilov that he must not fall into the trap of imperialism and put the Soviet mother in danger. This negotiation also helped Alan Wilson to establish an image of a tough role model. In order to ensure the success rate, Alan Wilson did not hesitate to use the historical knowledge in his mind, as if the British Empire really operated a spy network inside the Soviet Union. But this spy network could not be dug out, even if Beria died of exhaustion, so the two sides who did not achieve their goals started to talk about the next topic. This time it involved the rubber industry and tin ore exports. Shepilov was completely confused and could only listen to Alan Wilson's nonsense, saying that learning from each other's strengths and weaknesses in trade would be beneficial to both countries. This involved Shepilov's blind spot in knowledge, and Khrushchev couldn't explain it for a while, so he decided to blend into the negotiation team. He thought no one would recognize him. After all, Soviet cadres didn't need exposure like British politicians, not to mention that Khrushchev was a local cadre. However, Khrushchev was recognized by Alan Wilson at a glance, but after Greta Garbo's words and deeds, he concealed his shock, but his tone of speech unconsciously became much more polite. Did you joke about growing corn in Siberia before? Who said that? Stand up, I'll sue you for defamation. After several days of continuous nonsense, he suddenly became amiable today, talking about friendship, and talking about defeating Germany together, and coexisting peacefully. He said the same few words over and over again, just like a real diplomat, singing praises but not doing anything. Regarding the issue of rubber imports and tin mines, Mr. Allen, I personally think, listening to Khrushchev's opinions expressed through the translator, Alan Wilson mentioned the cost of natural rubber and synthetic rubber in a tone that insisted on the bottom line but was polite. This is a world of reconciliation. Let us look to the future and seek common ground while reserving differences. Although our two countries have different systems, we can also learn from each other and complement each other's strengths. Prime Minister Attlee is a socialist. Isn't he also the Prime Minister of the British Empire now? Alan Wilson fiddled with his fingers and said, as long as it can maintain peace in Europe, some things can be discussed. I understand that the Soviet Union is strong, but we must admit that war cannot solve all problems. Khrushchev glanced at Shepilov, and his eyes meant, is this the British who are difficult to deal with in your mouth? He actually looks like a pretty good young man, right? Trade is a way to complement each other's strengths. Alan Wilson continued to carry forward the gentlemanly demeanor, explaining the benefits of such trade to the two countries. Completely reasonable and well reasoned, and completely different from himself a few days ago. All the talk about the Soviet Union is a misunderstanding. Alan Wilson only strikes hard at the third world, and is always submissive on the surface when dealing with the United States and the Soviet Union. Chapter 361 The Empire Needs You. After today's meeting, Alan Wilson even shared the whiskey he brought with the Soviets to express his respect for his allies. Although there are various problems between us, we in Britain believe that we can still coexist peacefully. Maybe the Americans don't think so. Shepilov responded to Alan Wilson's words. That's the Americans' business. As a British, I can't ask about this kind of thing. Alan Wilson's implicit meaning was, please go and bite the United States. This stage belongs to your two countries. We, the British, are not suitable to participate. Diplomats have the potential to live a double life, even if according to history, the day of the merger of the three occupied areas is not far away. Germany will also be officially divided into two parts. In principle, the responsibility for splitting Germany belongs to Britain, France and the United States, but as a part of the free world, Alan Wilson must believe that the root cause is still the Soviet Union. If the Soviet Union did not exist, Britain, France and the United States would not do this. He even planned to go to the British occupied area to release talent in the field of chemical biology. Of course, the Soviets did not need to know about this. What is necessary to know is that the United States is the enemy of the Soviet Union, and Britain is no longer the main enemy of the Soviet Union. This old gentleman's insights are amazing. I wonder if you can take a photo with me? Although it can be seen that this is the second generation of the Soviet Union, Alan Wilson pretended to be ignorant, approached to express friendship, and asked Khrushchev where he worked. It was really hard for him to work for the country at such an old age. I'm Ukrainian. Khrushchev changed his workplace to an ambiguous reply when he was about to say it. This answer can answer the question, but it is not comprehensive. Ukraine is a good place. It is said that it is a rare black soil in the world and a major granary in Eastern Europe. Alan Wilson said with envy, there is one thing we must admit. Having such a piece of land in hand is the necessary foundation for a strong country. He is not pretending to be envious, but really envious. There are only a few major black soils in the world, including the Soviet Union, the United States and China, and the area is also ranked like this, with the Soviet Union first, the United States second, and China third. The black soils are all concentrated near the frigid zone. Alan Wilson was absolutely right about this. The same is true for the black soil in the United States. Before the colonists set foot on the American continent, the United States was probably the activity range of nomadic Indians. In a broad sense, the farming part of the Indians is near the equator, who makes the North American continent almost like a big funnel facing the Arctic Circle. A cold air strikes and dives directly into the Gulf of Mexico. It comes every few years, and no farming nation can stand. The problem is that no one knows when the cold current will come. The southern United States, which is at the same latitude as Jiangsu and Zhejiang, can change from 30 above zero to 30 below zero overnight. Who can withstand it? The genocidal cold current in the agricultural era has led to the territory of nomadic tribes in the United States, and compared with the Indians near the equator, the population of Indian nomadic tribes in the United States can be said to be quite sparse. Khrushchev was also very happy to be recognized by his enemies, even if they were not his biggest enemies. He also had a simple patriotic sentiment. Speaking of Ukrainians reminds me of the impressive diplomat at the Potsdam conference, whose name seemed to be Furtseva. Alan Wilson said sincerely, she is a very charming lady. She doesn't actually work in the diplomatic field. Khrushchev was talking about sex, and happened to know this female cadre. So he talked freely. She is an administrative cadre, and has a lovely son who is less than 2 years old. Does Furtseva have a son? Alan Wilson recalled. It seems that he has never seen any historical records, but this makes sense. He always has to bring some changes to history, otherwise it would be a waste of time. This whiskey meal was effective, and the atmosphere between the two sides was no longer tense. At present, it is not a political mistake to promote exports to the Soviet Union. The United States will also export to the Soviet Union. Now the trade between the United States and the Soviet Union is not a small number. The United States can do business with the Soviets, and the United Kingdom can certainly do it even more. As far as I can remember, it was not until 1949 that the US Congress passed the first Export Control Act after the war, which determined the trade control strategy for the Soviet Union in the form of legislation. The US trade control list includes comprehensive embargoes and restrictions on export quantities. At that time, the Truman administration determined that the breadth and depth of trade controls must be able to affect the entire production system of the Soviet Union. For the United States, it is not the most serious thing for a president to announce sanctions against other countries. It is a big deal for Congress to formally legislate and fix the sanctions through legal forms. For the UK, the United States is currently trading with the Soviet Union, so what qualifications does it have to point fingers at the UK, and even if it wins over allies, to impose a technological blockade on the Soviet Union? There are still breakthroughs. For example, France, where the French Communist Party exists, and Italy, where the Italian Communist Party exists, are potential breakthroughs. And it was indeed broken by the Soviet Union, especially Italy, which stood flexibly. During the Cold War, it always took the lead in surrendering to the enemy and stood up when other countries could not do business with the Soviet Union, and ate the biggest cake from the Soviet Union. Of course, as a member of the Western countries, Italy did not dare to provide technical equipment to the Soviet Union in a big way. They controlled the cooperation between the two sides within a controllable range, and the cooperation between the two sides was mainly concentrated in the field of civilian industry. Italy exported refrigerators, cars, steel pipes and other products to the Soviet Union, and transferred part of the production technology to the Soviet Union, in exchange for huge amounts of foreign exchange and abundant resources from the Soviet Union. The most typical example is the Soviet automobile industry. It can be said that most of the Soviet automobile industry is the credit of Italy. The prototype of the most famous Soviet ladder car is the Italian Fiat car. In return, the Soviet Union not only paid a large amount of real money to Italy, purchased a large number of goods and technologies from Italy, but also exported oil, natural gas and other resources to Italy at preferential prices. Isn't British technology much better than Italy? Since France and Italy can do this kind of thing, what can't Britain do? The negotiation records at the Potsdam Palace in Berlin were continuously transmitted back to London by the accompanying agents. Alan Wilson's verbal and military threats, especially his flexible stance on the moral bottom line, made Norman Brooke very appreciative. Rolls-Royce's engine technology has also changed from dozens of units to the first batch of 300, with full payment contracts. As for the rubber and tin mines in British Malaya, the progress is also very smooth. Edward, did the Soviet Union really lose 20 million people? Norman Brooke analyzed, while chatting with his predecessor Edward Bridges. Otherwise, this matter cannot be explained. Almost all the conditions listed by Alan before he set out have been met. I didn't think it would be so easy. Germany lost 8 million people. Compared with the civilian losses in France during World War I, the Soviet Union must have paid a greater price. But the Soviet Union will never admit it. Edward Bridges let out a sigh of relief. Currently, diplomats in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs have two attitudes. One part tends to agree with the Conservative Party's remarks and should immediately stand with the Americans to fight against the Soviet Union. The other part is like the current Labour government, leaning towards the United States, but not falling out with the Soviet Union. Norman Brooke certainly knew that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was now debating what countermeasures to take against the United States and the Soviet Union. Prime Minister Adley chose the latter. We have no right to ask what the Prime Minister thinks. But Alan is indeed very suitable for diplomatic work. He smiled slightly. This proves that my previous judgment was correct. Yes, this negotiation was very unexpected. Alan really frightened the Soviets. Norman Brooke said in amazement. Among the overseas colonies, rubber and tin mines in British Malaya are important industries for earning foreign exchange. The Americans need them very much. Now that the important Soviet market has been opened, Malaya's status will be more valued. So after the withdrawal of the British Indian garrison, we must strengthen the military force in Malaya and the Persian Gulf. By the way, the Americans are convening various countries to discuss aid plans. Edward Bridges pondered for a moment and said, the Prime Minister is very eager for American aid. We must try our best to get the most beneficial part. In the Potsdam Palace, Alan Wilson took the initiative to reach out and shake hands with Shepilov's hand. Just now, the two of them signed a trade memorandum on behalf of the two governments, opening the door for British Malaya's exports. This is a win-win contract. The Soviet Union did not suffer any loss. No matter how powerful the artificial synthesis technology is, it is not as easy as natural rubber. For the British Empire, the world's largest market is currently the United States, and the second largest market is the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union's willingness to open the door to convenience is definitely a good thing for Britain. With two major powers serving Britain, how could this be a small blessing? Alan Wilson had enough reasons to report to London. He had secured a contract for Britain that was countless times better than in history, and now he was completely complacent. The two sides shook hands and said goodbye in a friendly manner. Alan Wilson and his party also returned to the British occupied zone in Berlin, preparing to stop in Bonn for a while before returning home, making some arrangements, and going to Malaya to continue contributing to the empire. A telegram from London. Alan Ford had been waiting for Alan Wilson for a long time. When he saw him coming back, he took out the telegram from London and said, "I'll let you stay on the mainland first. There will be an important meeting in Paris next month, and your name is on the attendance list." Chapter 362. It's all about money. Oh. Alan Wilson took the telegram, scanned the content, and had a general idea in his mind. The imperialist heart of the rebellious United States finally broke through the embryonic stage and began to thrive 2 years after the end of the World War. As early as half a year ago, the Marshall Plan had been officially proposed. If the previous investment in Greece and Turkey was counted, it would be even earlier, but there was no obvious effect. After all, war is a gold-eating beast. Even if the effect of paying money while fighting is not equal to zero, it will not change the situation in the Middle East. Alan Wilson, who had just won a big contract, seemed to have to stay in Europe for another month, and the time was still quite tight. Although he had long been accustomed to living in a rush, the end of this year seemed to be particularly busy. It was not just a work problem. Crown Princess Elizabeth was about to get married, which was definitely not related to Alan Wilson. But after he did not want to work hard, it was related. General Mountbatten, as an important member of the royal family, must attend, and Pamela Mountbatten would naturally be no exception. Alan Wilson, who had just signed the export contract, returned to Bonn and met with his colleagues in the British Trade Commission. Although they had not seen each other for 2 years, Alan Wilson had also been promoted and was on an equal footing with the two Deputy Secretaries General of the Trade Commission. However, the friendship of planning Germany's post-war reconstruction together made them very familiar with each other, and there was no grudge when they met. "I heard that there were strikes in France and Denmark. It's better in Germany." Harold heard Alan Wilson's question and gave a good answer, "But our British occupied area is fine. A large number of prisoners of war have re-entered society, except for some important military-industrial enterprises that are still under control. Most of the enterprises have resumed work. It has not yet fully recovered to the pre-war state, but it has reached 83% of the pre-war state. That's really very good." Alan Wilson breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there is no problem in Germany, the problem is controllable. Among the remaining major powers in Europe, Germany is the most important line of defense against the Soviet Union. As for the strike in France, it has been like this since ancient times, and Alan Wilson is not convenient to ask. The most advantageous thing at present is that, except for agriculture, all indicators in the UK have returned to the pre-war level. In the current Europe, it can be said to be a crane standing out from the flock, enough to make people exclaim that the old imperialism is invincible. How to calculate the total import and export volume? Excluding the figures of British India, it has not yet recovered to the pre-war level, but it is not the same as the two wings flying together. On the one hand, the Germans are squeezed to reduce costs and promote the imperial preferential system, and on the other hand, the potential is tapped in British India. The medicine is still strong enough, and the recovery speed of the mainland is far faster than the same period in history. Of course, the rationing system has not been officially ended. There is nothing to be done about it. The rationing system mainly involves the problem of food. But Alan Wilson believes that the official end of the domestic rationing system will definitely be much earlier than 1954 in history. There is no doubt that, if the United States starts large-scale economic aid, London certainly hopes that we will occupy the largest share. Alan Wilson pondered for a while and said, we should have occupied the largest share. If not us, who should we give it to? To the French? To the Italians? The French Communist Party and the Italian Communist Party are there. If it is given to Germany, it will not change its face so quickly, right? After leaving the headquarters of the Trade Commission in Bonn, Alan Wilson returned to the apartment where he worked and lived in Europe before, and then secretly went to the residence of the Herman family. Although the busy days every day are quite painful, this is what I chose. No matter how hard it is, I have to grit my teeth and persevere. The preliminary meeting on the Marshall Plan was held in December. At this time, the telegram asked him to go to Brussels first. As an official who had just returned from the colonies, he still had advanced experience to share. The three bodies were entangled together, and Alan Wilson, who was enjoying the blessing of having three people, was satisfied. I really want to spend more time with you. Where have you been? You just came back, and you want to leave again. Bokina's pair of arms like lotus roots cast a death entanglement on Alan Wilson, with a posture that she would not stop until she gave me an explanation. Anyway, it's all over, so it doesn't matter if I tell you. I went to Berlin to negotiate with the Soviets before. Alan Wilson thought that everything was done, and it had become a foregone conclusion, so naturally there was nothing to keep secret. He told her about the sale of Rolls-Royce engines and the signing of rubber and tin import and export contracts. You negotiated with the Soviets? With Bokina's level, it was impossible for her to know such things, and she only realized it now. 2 gold bars. Please tell me which one is noble, and which one is despicable? Alan Wilson smiled and kissed Bokina's cheek, then felt a little hand behind her gently twisting her ribs, and then turned around to give Anna the same treatment. This kind of thing depends on how you say it. You can't destroy the objective laws because of some principles. It must be admitted that as a defeated country, Italy has also suffered the trauma of war. As we all know, Italy has a small territory, scarce resources, and a weak industrial base. It is the weakest link among the imperialist powers. How good the Soviets evaluated it, pauper imperialism. However, this Italy, which has no sense of existence and has been criticized by people, entered a golden period of rapid development after World War II and created an economic miracle that attracted the world's attention in a short period of time. If you look closely at Italy's dominance during the Cold War, you can clearly sort out the context. When the Italian Communist Party was at its strongest, it was when Italy was swallowing mountains and rivers. The greater the momentum of the Italian Communist Party, the more Italy can get along with both sides. Italy's economy depends on the momentum of the Italian Communist Party. The stronger the Italian Communist Party's momentum, the more Italy can enter the market controlled by the Soviet Union, which other European countries cannot enter. Even the oil crisis did not affect Italy's development. Until the 1990s, Italy's development momentum was not much behind Germany. Then the Soviet Union knelt, and Italy's development officially entered a period of stagnation. This kind of thing, in the final analysis, is still the same question. Is it Italy who did it? Can't Britain do it? At present, the British Empire still has a large number of colonies to support it. Isn't it more fundamental to have both sides than Italy? At this time, a big deal has just been negotiated. It was the complacent Alan Wilson who provoked the Anglo-German War in Bonn, the future capital of the Federal Republic of Germany, to lay a good foundation for going to Brussels. It was still early, and Alan Wilson could use this time to do something else, and he did not hide this from the Dragoon sisters. Are you going to examine the released prisoners? The next morning, the two sisters were getting dressed, and Bokina's movements paused slightly, showing her excellent hardware conditions in front of Alan Wilson. Well, yes. After swallowing a mouthful of smear with difficulty, Alan Wilson felt a little dizzy, as if his eyes were dazzled. Go and dig up some talents. I have already reported to London to review the release of war criminals. You also know that we are not as strict as the Soviet Union in dealing with prisoners captured by Germany. Those who should have been shot in the Nuremberg trials have been shot, but there are only a few war criminals, and the remaining ones are tens of thousands of prisoners in various institutions and enterprises of the Third Reich. Less than 1/5 of the prisoners tried by the Soviet Union were acquitted, while the probability of acquittal of war criminals in the British, American, and French occupation zones exceeded 50%. France did not reach this ratio, but it was far lighter than the Soviet Union. Conducting a review can show that the British Empire is serious about clearing up Germany, and the most important thing is to gather talents. Pamela Mountbatten can certainly dig people in her own country, but how high is the cost? Germany has lower cost talents here, so don't you have to be frugal in life? I'm just a little surprised. You just finished talking business with the Soviets. Bokina said with a restrained look of surprise. No contradiction. Everything is profit oriented. There are no fixed moral standards. Alan Wilson stood up with a smile and patted the buttocks of Bokina and Jinnah, accompanied by the crisp sound and the coquettish voice of the Dragoon sisters. Under the banner of never letting any bad guy go, and never wrongly accusing a good guy, Alan Wilson in Bonn formally reviewed the minor war criminals who had been released, or were about to be released. At the same time, he also took over the right to investigate the remaining convicted war criminals who had not yet been released. The heads of the civil servants in the British occupied zone were nothing more than the two deputy secretaries general of the Trade Commission, both of whom he knew, and were important shareholders of the Herman family tobacco factory. The British occupied zone was not a problem, he could do whatever he wanted. In the telegram to London, Alan Wilson only said that there were still a few days before the meeting in Brussels, and he had to find something to do. Anyway, he was idle. In fact, it was mentioned in Barron's telegram that Alan values power very much. Norman Brooks saw the telegram and nodded at Edward Bridges. It seems that if he doesn't do something every day, he will be unworthy of his position. This makes Barron very upset. In fact, some things are meaningless, whether they are done or not. Edward Bridges shook his head slightly. Of course this is not a big problem. Although he is very powerful in his position, he knows how to share the gains, and is not a greedy person. Or the purpose of his greed is different. Norman Brooke chuckled. Well, after all, the European Community meeting in Brussels is still some time away, and the meeting in Paris with the participation of the United States will be next month. It's no big deal for him to find something to do. Let him toss around. I guess he doesn't have any big purpose. It's nothing more than money. Edward Bridges added softly. Chapter 363 The future German Chancellor. At present, the military committees of each occupied zone are still playing a role, but there is no doubt that martial law is not a good solution. Marshal Montgomery, the commander of the British occupied zone, has already returned to his country to serve as the chief of the general staff, and the US troops in the American occupied zone are now only 200,000. Compared with the millions of troops 2 years ago, it can be regarded as giving way to administration. Until the outbreak of the Korean War, this trend of declining garrisons will continue, which can be slightly adjusted, such as letting the Dutch and Belgian troops strengthen their garrisons in the British occupied zone. Although this period of absence is not long, Alan Wilson is not without regrets, such as he missed General Patton's suspicious car accident. The former Bavarian chief executive has died in a car accident for 2 years. Of course, Alan Wilson does not think that Patton is involved in a conspiracy that must be killed. Although Patton is a big mouth, he is just a professional soldier after all, and he has no interests. Even if the people above are unhappy with him, they just need to let him retire. There is no need to do anything. Of course, there is no evidence that Patton was murdered. Although he was said to have a high position, in fact, his position in the army was not high. The highest position was the commander of the army group. The superiors had long been determined not to let him be the commander of the army group. He was a 4-star until his death. The top leaders had long known his flamboyant personality and made appropriate decisions. There was no need to take action after his retirement. In order to show that he was doing something, Alan Wilson used the number of garrisons as a starting point to show that Britain's current income was far from being comparable to that of the United States and the Soviet Union. Once a conflict occurred, it might not be able to react in time. Moreover, the US occupied zone was in southern Germany, and its value was far less than that of the British occupied zone. If a conflict really occurred, it would be obvious whether the Soviet Union's offensive focus would be on the worthless southern German region or the majority of the Ruhr area occupied by the British. The telegram stated that this matter should be discussed at the Brussels meeting in the near future, and the Netherlands, Belgium, and Germany's neighbors should share the pressure of the British garrison. Prime Minister Attlee tried to control the total number of British troops to around 800,000. In fact, compared with the plate that Britain now has in its hands, this number is not high, such as the Suez Canal, the Persian Gulf, and Malaya, which are all places that need to be defended. There were still American and French troops to rely on in Germany, and Prime Minister Attlee's idea was to reduce the size of the British troops stationed in Germany. It can be seen from the positions of the respective occupation zones that once a conflict occurs, the British occupation zone will bear the brunt, the American occupation zone will be on the flank, and the French occupation zone will be behind the British and American occupation zones. It will be the French army's turn to play a role only after the British and American troops have both fallen. We help the Netherlands in its operations in the East Indies and safeguard Belgium's interests. It is normal to ask the two countries to try to expand their scale and share the pressure of the British Army in Europe. After sending the telegram, Alan Wilson began his work, asking for the list of those who were released and about to be released, and asking the Trade Commission to select the files from companies such as Bayer and Farben Chemicals. As one of the symbols of Germany, how could Bayer not support Germany's war? Bayer had in-depth cooperation with the Third Reich in the field of poison gas. Bayer even built a factory near Auschwitz to better cooperate with the experiments on Jews and other prisoners. As for the famous name of Farben Chemical, anyone who knows something about the development of the German chemical industry will be familiar with it. These two companies are accurate. The relationship between Bayer and Farben Chemical is that Bayer is a part of Farben Chemical, but they are not exactly the same. Farben Chemical is a collection of many German chemical companies and a conglomerate. If the talents serving the two companies are willing to choose a good tree to live in, the British Empire can forgive the past. If they do not cooperate with this review, don't blame Alan Wilson for upholding justice. According to the four basic principles before Marshal Montgomery left Germany: 1. Determine the territory of Germany. 2. Ensure that people living in Germany have a reasonable standard of living. 3. Enable the Germans to manage themselves. 4. Continue to supply food to the Germans. Montgomery believed that these four principles were the four pillars of building a new Germany from the ruins of the old, but the most important one was the fourth pillar, the food pillar. If this pillar broke, all the other pillars would collapse. Alan Wilson was just following the guidance of Field Marshal Montgomery, so some suspects who had just been released were waiting for Alan Wilson's visit again. Can't let the Third Reich make a comeback. Alan Wilson was cautious and reasonable. He was just doing some review work, and these released suspects were not qualified to object. Happiness is a matter of comparison. If you don't believe it, look at the situation in the Soviet-occupied areas. The Soviet-occupied areas were also undergoing drastic social and economic changes. Land reform was carried out the earliest. All large agricultural estates larger than 100 hectares and estates previously belonging to the National Socialist Party were confiscated and redistributed to small farmers, landless laborers, and Eastern European Germans who entered the Soviet-occupied areas from the east. The remaining part belonged to the state. The legitimacy of these measures came from all aspects. All the property of the National Socialist Party and war criminals was confiscated, and its legitimacy was self-evident. It was widely said that it was the monopoly capitalism social and economic system that allowed the National Socialist Party to rise. Therefore, in order to eliminate the influence of the Third Reich, capitalism must be transformed. Saxony also held a referendum, and the majority of people supported certain nationalization measures, which were later implemented in other regions. So he was just reviewing the records of some specific companies. How could it cause dissatisfaction? As long as the dissatisfied people see how their peers in the Soviet-occupied zone are treated, all their dissatisfaction will disappear. Alan, if you want to do this, there is actually someone who may be able to help. Harold, one of the two heads of the Trade Committee, took the initiative to show up after knowing that Alan Wilson had begun to review this matter. He is an opponent of the National Socialist Party, with an absolutely innocent background, which can weaken the dissatisfaction of many people. There are such people. There are really few such people in the three-nation occupation zone. Alan Wilson said in surprise. "We actually have people here who have not cooperated with the National Socialist Party?" Harold said with a little embarrassment when he heard Alan Wilson's words. "There are always some, if you look carefully. Just like in a tight fishing net, you can't catch all the fish. If the standard is to oppose the National Socialist Party's war of aggression, the Federal Republic of Germany and the Democratic Republic of Germany are more legitimate. The Federal Republic of Germany was absolutely defeated. There were few people in the Federal Republic of Germany who had not cooperated with the National Socialist Party. As a result, the leaders of the Democratic Republic of Germany were imprisoned in concentration camps and forced into exile for taking practical actions to stop the National Socialist Party and the war of aggression. Since almost all senior intelligence officials and political leaders of the Democratic Republic of Germany during the Third Reich were exiled abroad or went underground, the Democratic Republic of Germany easily won this propaganda war in terms of legitimacy. During the existence of the Democratic Republic of Germany, the Federal Republic of Germany never mentioned what these people were doing in Germany during the Third Reich. They all focused on the future and sought common ground while reserving differences. "So Harold, who are you talking about?" Alan Wilson thought for a long time and finally asked, "Who can help him in this matter?" "His name is Brandt, and he just returned to Germany." Harold thought about it and said the name. This time he came back to attend the conference, to resume the activities of the Social Democratic Party. The conference will be held in Hanover soon. "Great, there is such a person." Hearing Brandt's name, Alan Wilson's face changed instantly. "Isn't this the later Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Germany?" Now Alan Wilson has a bold idea to work with the future Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany. This is certainly not the purpose. The purpose is to commit a crime together. According to the news from the roadside agency, Brandt is suspected of being a Soviet spy. In fact, there is indeed a Stasi spy lurking around Brandt, who used to work in a publishing house under the Ministry of State Security of the Democratic Republic of Germany. Later, he and his wife sneaked into the Federal Republic of Germany at the order of the famous spy king Marcus Wolf, and mixed with a large number of Eastern immigrants who moved there. Guillaume is good at communication, and can talk and laugh with anyone. According to Wolf's instructions, Guillaume and his wife should try to seek development in the Social Democratic Party, so they joined the Social Democratic Party. In the end, he was promoted step by step to the chief assistant to the prime minister responsible for contacting parliament and government agencies, which is roughly equivalent to the cabinet secretary, responsible for arranging a series of activities for Brandt. Of course, this has nothing to do with Alan Wilson. He is not qualified to interfere in the internal affairs of the Federal Republic of Germany. It can even be used at that time. If at this moment, he can keep some handles in his hands on the future Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Germany, it will be beneficial to the British Empire in the future. How can the Prime Minister's chief assistant be a spy as refreshing as the Prime Minister being held captive? The Hanover Social Democratic Party Congress, right? Isn't that the former headquarters of the Trade Commission? Alan Wilson said in a tone that hit his target. Can I attend it too? Why not? This is the British occupied area. We are attending the reopened Social Democratic Party Congress only out of caution. Harold laughed and gave a reasonable reason in an instant. This reason was not only reasonable, but also completely unacceptable. Alan Wilson, who worked in the colonies, never cared about these red tapes. Chapter 364 Social Democratic Party Conference. Then when it was time to get off work, Alan Wilson drove away from the headquarters of the Trade Commission, first returned to the temporary apartment, and then went to the Herman family, mainly to have a meal, which was normal. The current economic situation in the British occupied zone can basically be said to maintain a rationed supply with tickets, but currency circulation also exists. After all, as the essence of Germany, there are many dignitaries in the British occupied zone. Even if the World War destroyed Germany, ordinary people only hoped to survive, and the dignitaries could still bask in the sun and drink coffee. Not to mention, the huge profits made by the Pochiner sisters through the tobacco factory are no less than those of the previous German capitalists. After Alan Wilson and the two sisters finished their meal, he asked Pochiner, "Dear, the pre-war German political parties have begun to resume their activities. If you really want to develop in politics, you must choose a political party to join. It's still early. After all, the occupied zones of various countries are still doing their own things. Bokina asked Alan Wilson for his opinion. Wouldn't it be better to wait until a coalition government is established? Coalition government? German one? Seeing Bokina nod, Alan Wilson hesitated for a moment before saying, "Dear, don't think about a coalition government. If nothing unexpected happens, Germany will be divided in the future into two countries." What? Bokina stood up and said in disbelief, "You said Germany will be divided into two countries? You are joking, right?" This reaction was very normal in the eyes of Alan Wilson. After all, he was a German. It was normal for him to be excited at the thought of his homeland being divided into two. I didn't say it would definitely happen, but it is almost inevitable. Sooner or later, we will be in opposition to the Soviets. Alan Wilson took Bokina's hand again and let her sit on his lap. Don't think too much. You can't stop anything. This is all destined. Not to mention you. Even the Soviet Union can't do anything. What can they do? Nothing. The United States is too powerful now. Even if the Soviet Union blocks Berlin, the United States can build an air channel to ensure Berlin's supply. Bokina was still digesting Alan Wilson's words. Her heart was ups and downs. She didn't know what she was thinking. She said cautiously, "But it seems that all the major occupied areas are now proclaiming that they will not split Germany. That's what they say, but actions and propaganda are always opposite." Alan Wilson said disapprovingly, "So taking advantage of the opening of the SPD Congress in Hanover, if you want to make some achievements in politics, you should consider joining a party now. It will be difficult to deal with it when the situation stabilizes. The key is that as Germany gets on the right track step by step, I may not be able to help you. You sisters follow me, and I will try my best to help you. I'll do whatever you say." Bokina said in a low voice, "You'll be busy again. I can make your wish come true tonight." After these words came out, Alan Wilson felt as if his bones had lightened by 2 teals. Not to mention that this woman just wanted to be an official. Even if she wanted him to think of a way to become the prime minister, he would give it a try. "Am I going to Hanover too?" Bokina asked, drawing small circles on Alan Wilson's body with her fingers. "No, Konrad Adenauer's party is more suitable for you." Alan Wilson shook his head. After all, the Social Democratic Party is still easy to arouse vigilance. They are closer to the Soviets in ideology. They are not trustworthy. This night, Alan Wilson experienced the eloquence of the dragoons. When he set out for Hanover, he felt like he was walking on clouds, a typical example of overwork. The two of them went separately, both to avoid suspicion. When Bokina left, Anna, who was standing by the window, watched her boss leave and curled her lips and said, "Pervert." The SPD conference in Hanover was a microcosm of the reactivities of political parties in post-war Germany. Alan Wilson, who had previously talked about the division of Germany, attended the conference with some members of the British Trade Commission in a friendly manner. He switched between two sides of life. Everyone knows that parties like the SPD and the Socialist Party are all disciples of Engels. In fact, if Alan Wilson wanted to help the British Empire establish influence, he should go to Konrad Adenauer. The predecessor of the CDU had been established, and Konrad Adenauer was the leader of this new party. The most important thing that Konrad Adenauer did during his tenure was that Alan Wilson believed that he had promoted the reconciliation between Germany and France and established the European community. But now Alan Wilson felt that he was no longer needed. The current European community is obviously much stronger than the European community in history. Alan Wilson came to the SPD himself and asked Bokina to go to Adenauer. They bet on both sides, so that no matter which party came to power, they could plant a nail in the German political arena. After all, the CDU was a party integrated by Konrad Adenauer, and it was not as powerful as the SPD. Although he did not have a clear understanding of the two parties, the CDU and the SPD, Alan Wilson knew that Germany would be in the hands of these two parties for the next few decades, and that was absolutely correct. Because eggs cannot be put in one basket, Alan Wilson and Bokina decided to go to the SPD and the CDU respectively, so that no matter how Germany changes in the future, it will not be out of control. It is impossible for the German Communist Party to come to power, right? If that kind of thing really happens, Alan Wilson is also willing to show a flexible moral bottom line. In fact, he is also one of us who is lurking in imperialism. If even Germany changes color, then there is no point in fighting. Hadro came to Hanover with Alan Wilson, and the two watched how the SPD conference was held. At first glance, the atmosphere was quite lively. After all, it was the first post-war conference. Harold then became worried. How come the speeches of these Germans sound almost the same as those of the Soviets? The difference between the Social Democratic Party and the German Communist Party is very small. After all, this is where the workers' movement started. You have to know that the gentleman who wrote Das Kapital is German. Upon hearing Harold's concerns, Alan Wilson explained, the situation is still unstable. We have to slowly dissolve the Soviet color of this party. There are ways. What ways? Harold asked anxiously. Although civil servants cannot have obvious political inclinations, in the current situation, the Soviet Union is eyeing it from the east, and he can't help but be anxious. We can't do this. What can we do? We can only ban the activities of the Social Democratic Party in the British occupied areas under military control, but this will only backfire. Alan Wilson sighed. Only the Prime Minister can put this matter on the right track. Establish a larger framework, and include the German Social Democratic Party. Didn't the Soviet Union establish an international organization? Alan Wilson nodded to himself. The Labour Party is now in power in the country, and Prime Minister Attlee claims to be a true socialist. It is most appropriate for the Labour Party to take the lead in establishing such an organization. How about calling it the Socialist International? What's the use of this? Harold said with a wry smile. Why can't I see any prospects at all? The socialist movement in Europe is so strong now that not only us, but also the Americans can only throw money at it. But the Soviet Union was able to start a new international organization, so of course we in Britain can do the same. The Labour government can specifically look for parties that have similar, but different ideas to those of the Soviets. Alan Wilson said calmly, for a country like the Soviet Union, it won't work if we put pressure on it from the outside. Why don't we pretend to be the same kind of people and join them to mix them up from the inside, and then the problem will be solved. The final result may not be satisfactory, but we just need to make the process satisfactory. The two were thinking about how to deal with the thorny issue, whether to unite with the French. After all, the French Socialist Party is also quite powerful. If both Britain and France can take the lead, not only will this matter be easier to operate, but the German Social Democratic Party can also be placed in a subordinate position in one fell swoop, which is a good thing for the construction of the post-war order. When I get to the Brussels meeting, I will find an opportunity to talk to the French. Alan Wilson and Harold, who already had an idea, decided to report the problems found at the current Social Democratic Party Congress to the government truthfully. The two had to interrupt their discussion because of Brandt's coming to power. Alan Wilson also wanted to hear what the German Chancellor, who had knelt down to shock the world, could say. It has to be said that, because of the origins of the German Social Democratic Party and the German Communist Party, Brandt has been suspected since he came to power. If it were not for the time when he came to power, it would have been the 1960s. If it were Konrad Adenauer's time, perhaps the three occupying forces would have discussed how to establish a military government. Considering the current largest party in France, it is also possible that the British and American armies discussed the establishment of a military government, and threw the suspicious ally aside. During the Cold War, the United States had no interest in democracy at all, especially in the middle and early stages. The government model that the United States admired most was the military government. If the coups instigated by the United States from the beginning to the end of the Cold War were added up, the military government definitely exceeded the sum of other government models. After listening for a while, Alan Wilson lost interest. There was nothing new. Instead, he thought about how to dismantle the workers' parties in Western Europe that were still influenced by the Soviet Union. At present, many workers' parties that are not Soviet-style parties have been influenced by the Soviet Union. This trend did not ease until the 1950s, when the German Social Democratic Party's Godesberg program was the source. Since then, the Social Democratic Party has been officially recognized as a reformist party. It is different from various communist parties. It is a pity to let a party from a defeated country take the lead in establishing influence. The leader of reform is not the Germans at all. Prime Minister Attlee is very suitable. It's easy to say that I update one more chapter. Is my update volume considered low in the History Channel? Can you not make such suggestions, as I really have a cow? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365, A Heavy Responsibility. Later, the Socialist Party's national headquarters was indeed in London, but the Socialist International, which the Labour Party had been preparing for since the Second World War, developed a little slowly. It took 15 years of planning, from the beginning of its establishment in 1944 to the Frankfurt Conference in 1951, and then to the formal distinction from the pro-Soviet Workers' Party in 1959. Although the more you drag your feet, the more efficient you become, which is a common problem in countries with electoral systems. This is too much. Alan Wilson felt that, as long as the French Socialist Party was dealt with, Germany, which was still under occupation, would not be able to resist. It could not be delayed until the three occupied zones merged, otherwise there would be trouble. Alan Wilson and Harold, people from the Trade Commission, appeared at the German Social Democratic Party conference. It had a clear sense of surveillance, reflecting certain doubts about the party that advocated the protection of workers' rights in the country where the workers' movement originated. There was no way around it, because the German Social Democratic Party's party program still retained its recognition of Marx's propositions. It was not until the revision in 1959 that it was officially distinguished from the Soviet-style party. It is normal for Alan Wilson to be suspicious of these potential Soviet spies. Different perspectives will naturally lead to different views. When Wilson was in power in the 1960s, didn't the Americans suspect that Prime Minister Wilson was a Soviet spy? Although there are some doubts about the British presence, the Labour Party is in power in Britain at least, and Prime Minister Attlee is still quite prestigious. Although the party and the civil service system have nothing to do with each other, most people have never had much ability to distinguish. As long as Alan Wilson expresses a certain degree of deception, it is not difficult to get away with it. At the end of this Hanover conference, the British present were allowed to speak. The members of the Trade Committee looked at each other, and no one wanted to go up. This is not the time to be in the limelight. Civil servants don't want to occupy the front page headlines, and they refuse each other. Alan, you are the Deputy Secretary General at a young age. It is more appropriate for you to speak on our behalf. Harold said with a look of "I'm doing this for your own good," indicating that young people need such an opportunity. If Alan Wilson was also a member of the Labour Party, he would have believed it, but he was not. He directly retorted, "Deputy Secretary General Harold, look at my age. How can I be a convincing person? If I go up, the Germans will think we are perfunctory to them, which will give Britain a negative impression. Anyone can tell that you are our leader at a glance, and it is more appropriate for you to speak on behalf of Britain." Alan Wilson's original intention was to come here to show off the power of the occupation army, but he definitely had no intention of being in the limelight. After a lot of mutual shirking, Alan Wilson stood up and said he wanted to go to the toilet. Harold had to bite the bullet and go on stage to express congratulations on the resumption of activities of the Social Democratic Party. He started from the opposition of the Social Democratic Party to the National Socialist Party in 1933, of course, omitting the fact that a large number of members of the Social Democratic Party defected and turned to cooperate with the National Socialist Party in the same year. Finally, he expressed congratulations on the resumption of activities of the Social Democratic Party, and by the way, he painted a pie, believing that the Social Democratic Party would play an important role in the German coalition government in a few years. Germany still wants to unify? Dream on. Alan Wilson snorted and sneered at such remarks. Germany's division is good for the surrounding countries. The non-unified Federal Republic of Germany will always be inferior to Britain. Germany dared to intervene in the Yugoslav Civil War just after its unification, and dragged the European community to recognize Yugoslavia's independence before the Americans. From this, we know that confession and reflection are just superficial. Germany, this hurtful tiger, should be locked in a cage for life. If Britain and France have the final say in the European community, Britain has sufficient historical experience in dealing with the French. But if Germany is added, it will be a bit difficult to deal with. After Harold's speech, the Hanover Conference ended successfully. When Alan Wilson came back, Harold was already chatting with Brandt. Seeing Alan Wilson, who had just escaped from the toilet, he immediately waved and said, "Alan, this is Brandt, who just returned from abroad. Welcome, welcome. I have heard about your deeds from the Deputy Secretary General. It is very admirable." Alan Wilson took the initiative to shake hands with admiration, but he didn't agree in his heart. For those who fled abroad, to avoid being hunted down, he would not admire anyone else except Hedy Lamarr. "Mr. Allen, you are so young," Brandt complimented with admiration, surprised by Alan Wilson's age. "This requires a certain amount of opportunity, and opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared," Alan Wilson said meaningfully, and then changed the subject. "If Mr. Brandt has no other work at the moment, he can help us with some management work, which can be regarded as accumulating experience. We all know that martial law cannot be carried out forever, and the Germans still have to govern themselves. Of course, this premise is to completely eliminate the influence of the National Socialist Party. Alan Wilson's time is not very abundant, and he still has to go to Brussels to attend a meeting. The purpose of asking Brandt to help him is also very simple. He hopes that this future federal German chancellor will help him plunder Germany's biological and chemical talents during this period of time, and add bricks and tiles to Pamela's business territory. Of course, this is all in the name of clearing up the subsequent influence of the National Socialist Party and upholding justice. I believe Brandt will not refuse." Sure enough, Brandt did not refuse, and expressed his willingness to help. His sincere desire for progress is obvious. This is no problem. The part that belongs to Brandt's scope of work is to call back the talents who have been released from Farben Chemical and Bayer, and conduct a review. As for Alan Wilson's part of the job, it was to deal with those who were about to be released, and those who would not be released, but who might be released when he came. The two of them divided the work and cooperated, which reflected the close relationship between the military and civilians in the British occupation zone. It was a good thing, no matter how you looked at it. Nothing could be more gratifying than the future German Chancellor personally promoting the loss of talent and sending these people to Alan Wilson. Moreover, this was a win-win deal. Germany's industry would definitely be restricted at least in the next few years. Many of the behemoth conglomerates before the war would also be split up, and these German biochemical talents might not find jobs so easily. Instead of doing this, why not serve the British Empire and show what they have learned, so as to avoid wasting their time in vain? These German biochemical talents had decent jobs, and Pamela's company also had talents. Isn't it a win-win situation? After the Hanover Conference, Alan Wilson received a telegram from Pamela Mountbatten, informing him that the procedures for the pharmaceutical company had been completed, and asking what name would be more appropriate. This really stumped Alan Wilson. If Pfizer Pharmaceuticals had not been established for 100 years, he would have definitely taken this name. Finally, he replied in the telegram, "Just like the exploration company, just register it with the surname of the Mountbatten family. Using the founder's name as the company name is not a new thing. Not to mention the well-known DuPont, Mellon, Morgan and so on in the United States. There are many in the UK, such as Rolls-Royce." Alan Wilson then went to the military committee and asked for the files of the prisoners who had been arrested. He said that, in order to shut up the Soviets, he must verify it again, to prevent the release of people who are really guilty and be attacked by the Soviets. Everyone knows that the Soviets have always been dissatisfied with the trials in our British occupied areas, so the necessary review is also to deal with the Soviets. After all, they are still our nominal allies. While Alan Wilson was speaking, several workers were carrying files on the truck behind him. A total of more than 700 files that had served the field of biochemical engineering were loaded one by one, waiting for the next round of identification. Of course, we still adhere to the principle of never wrongly accusing a good person. Alan Wilson looked sincere and said very realistically, he only said useful things. Good people will never be wronged, and bad people may be released. For humanitarian reasons, some talents who are not suitable for imprisonment can also be executed outside prison. Alan Wilson will keep these files, at least make a copy, especially the part that is really guilty should be kept. Then arrange for Brandt to release those who are really guilty and have committed crimes in Auschwitz concentration camp and human experiments. If Brandt eventually sits on the throne of German Chancellor through self-struggle, these files will be useful. It is best to wait for the other party to kneel down and have a good talk with him. From the fact that Germany never mentioned the history of the Third Reich in later generations and apologized all the time, we can see how good Germany is at pretending to reflect after the war. Ninjutsu is much better than Japan. If Greece really asks Germany to apologize and compensate, Germany will immediately play dead and not respond to Greece's request. Liquidating the National Socialist Party is politically correct. Brandt would not dare to take such a risk and let everything today be exposed when he is the Prime Minister. It is not something that can be dealt with by just apologizing and bowing. Some people say that Brandt knelt down and the Germans stood up. If after the shocking kneeling, the Germans finally had a normal social mentality, would they allow the heroes in their hearts to make mistakes in the most unacceptable things? It is necessary to focus on the review, Mr. Brandt, whether Germany can learn lessons from the two world wars. It is a matter of concern to all countries. Alan Wilson raised his wrist to check his watch and said with regret, "I will go to Brussels tomorrow, but please rest assured that I will come back to help you after I deal with the Brussels affairs. I will definitely conduct a serious and fair review." Brandt nodded solemnly, indicating that he would do something for Germany. Chapter 366, Lease a battleship? That couldn't be better. I have full trust in Mr. Brandt. Alan Wilson gave Brandt full authority to take charge of the matter, as he trusted his employees and didn't doubt them. Because the decision-making power was still in Alan Wilson's hands, he finally found the feeling of being in charge in the British-occupied zone. You know, politicians speak and civil servants listen in the country. At this time, letting the future German Chancellor help him do things is like a slave turning over and becoming a master. It goes without saying that he feels refreshed. After more than 2 years, at least there has been a lot of improvement in Germany. The traffic is already very smooth. When he came to Germany just after the war, even traveling was a problem. Whether it was railways or roads, they were all in sections. It can only be said that there are railways and roads, but there is no railway network or road network. This Brussels meeting was still held under the slogan of unity and overcoming difficulties. Because the Foreign Secretary was ill recently, British Prime Minister Attlee personally came out, quite alone. Alan Wilson, whose schedule was almost full, finally arrived in Brussels to participate in the organization established to prevent the revival of German militarism. Why did the Brussels conference discuss how to prevent Germany from attacking? It was nothing more than the old problem that the Soviet Union was too strong, so the Brussels conference was to prevent Germany. The clauses to prevent Germany have always existed only in public declarations. Brussels has not changed much, at least compared to the last time Alan Wilson came. Of course, there has been no earth-shaking changes in Germany. It's just that, when he went to Germany last time, the land of Germany was like the surface of the moon, which was too unbearable to look at. After 2 years, it has returned to the normal level. The comparison between the two looks good. Brussels is still the same as it was then, and there is no significant change. Alan Wilson, who arrived in Brussels, also took the time to buy a pack of Hellman family cigarettes. Alan Wilson would never mistake this brand, because it was the one he copied. Bokiner asked what the brand of cigarettes was at the time. Alan Wilson thought for a long time, and took out the Universe brand cigarettes that had appeared in the Spring Festival Gala crosstalk. This brand is from his hometown, and it was probably discontinued when he was less than 20 years old. Business is doing well, and it has been sold to Belgium. Alan Wilson puffed out smoke and joined the main force according to the address. After joining his colleagues in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Alan Wilson prepared for the Brussels conference. The person who came with Prime Minister Attlee was Norman Brooke, and of course he was respected by Alan Wilson because he was a high-ranking official. Alan Wilson also mentioned that he had just attended the German Social Democratic Party Congress and was quite worried about the ideological problems of the German Social Democratic Party. He looked very worried about the country and the people. In fact, compared with other countries, our domestic recovery is very good. Now that Prime Minister Attlee is in power, why can't we think of a way to compete with the Soviet Union? Alan Wilson expressed the idea of joining in and then breaking through the other side's fortress from the inside. Oh, Alan. This is the Labour Party's business. It's not easy for us to give advice in this regard. Norman Brooke showed a look of indicating that the discussion ended here. Then, Norman Brooke turned around and went to Prime Minister Attlee to make suggestions. The cabinet secretary naturally cannot interfere in the affairs of the Labour Party, but Attlee is now the Prime Minister of the British Empire, not just the leader of the Labour Party. He should understand that the interests of the country are greater than the interests of the party. As the cabinet secretary, Norman Brooke has the responsibility to remind him. It was Alan who said that, right? The fiancée of Mountbatten's daughter. After hearing Norman Brooke's retelling, Prime Minister Attlee asked who said that, and then said in an unsurprising tone, "Of course the interests of the country are greater than the interests of the party. As the Prime Minister of the British Empire, I can still distinguish this. For this reason, I'm of course willing to communicate with the French." This was originally something that the Labour Party had been planning, and it had been planning since 1944, but it was just forgotten after planning. Alan Wilson reported on the Hanover Conference, which was a reminder to the Prime Minister that he should indeed take advantage of the current state of occupation of Germany to settle the matter, so that there would be one less competitor. Norman Brooke was more familiar with these politicians than his predecessor, and he almost immediately saw what Prime Minister Attlee was thinking. We have sufficient historical experience in dealing with the French. Of course. Attlee gave a look of approval. What Britain lacked the least was experience in dealing with the French. On the other side, Alan Wilson, who had just had a brief exchange with the new cabinet secretary for the first time, had just walked out of the lounge when he heard someone calling him. As a young man of only 20 years old, Alan Wilson was certainly not old and dim-sighted. The person who called him was the Portuguese representative at the last Brussels conference. "Mr. Olivier, what's the matter?" Alan Wilson stopped and greeted the other party politely. "I didn't expect Mr. Olivier to still recognize me after 2 years of not seeing each other. It's such a pleasant surprise. I told you before that Pedro and I have a good relationship." Olivier breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Alan Wilson stop. "Mr. Allen, do you have time to talk to me?" "Of course." Alan Wilson was a little surprised. What kind of thing was this that needed to be manipulated behind the scenes? However, due to the friendly relationship established with the Portuguese in British India, Alan Wilson did not refuse. "See what the other party is saying." Olivier breathed a sigh of relief and took Alan Wilson to find a place to sit down and talked about the difficulties Portugal is currently facing, which made Alan Wilson frown slightly. "If you want to help, then you have found the wrong person. It is better to wait for the meeting of Americans in Paris. Not to mention Portugal, the British Empire is waiting." Just when she wanted to express that she could not help, before she said it, Olivier turned to the Navy and continued to complain. It was simply full of emotion. As the initiator of the age of exploration, the current situation of the Portuguese Navy is quite miserable. And it has been miserable for 50 years. Before the First World War, Spain could still fight the Spanish-American War with the United States, although it was unilaterally beaten. But at least it was considered to be on the stage, even if the performance was not as combat effective as the King Army in the Sino-Japanese War of 1894 to 1895. At the same time, Portugal even had problems going to the battlefield. At this time, the situation of the Portuguese Navy was extremely bleak. The main battleship was actually the Vasco da Gama ironclad ship launched in 1876. This old ship, which was not even as good as the Dingion, actually participated in Queen Victoria's Diamond Jubilee, which shows the decline of Portugal. The Vasco da Gama was forcibly transformed in Lisbon. The replacement of the Yarrow boiler increased the speed from 10 knots to 15 knots, and it was forcibly called an armored cruiser, forcibly indicating that Portugal was a country with armored cruisers. Later, the Portuguese Navy had the active protected cruiser Adamastra, which was probably comparable to the warships in the hands of the Guangdong warlord Chen Jiangming. At this time, that is, at the end of 1947, the main warships of the Portuguese Navy were destroyers exported from Britain in the 1930s, with a displacement of 1,200 tons, and there were 5 ships of the same class. Now, the 5 main battleships of the Portuguese Navy are all returning to the Yarrow shipyard for upgrading. Alan Wilson, who had not felt anything at first, really felt bad when he heard Olivia talk about the founding country of the Age of Discovery and the naval history of the past 50 years. People like Alan Wilson had no sense of morality at all, but now they all felt sympathy, which was really miserable. Dear Mr. Allen, in order to keep Goa, the Portuguese Navy needs a naval update to deter independent India. Olivia only said her purpose at this time. I heard that the British Empire has leased many powerful warships to France and the Netherlands. Pa. Alan Wilson lit a cigarette, crossed his legs, and said with a smoke, that's right, the aircraft carriers leased to France, and the battleships leased to the Royal Netherlands Navy. We Portugal also want to lease. It's a pity to dismantle those powerful battleships lying on the slipway. Olivia said in a tone of I can also talk. I can also be patriotic. If Mr. Allen can help, Leader Salazar is willing to express his gratitude. What thanks is not needed at all. Alan Wilson shook his head as soon as he heard it, his head like a rattle. What a joke. This is back in Europe. What if this is British India? Can you talk for money? Alan Wilson, who returned to Europe, is already an honest and upright imperial civil servant. The days of British India are just a distant dream after all. The Portuguese are still very arrogant. They wanted to lease battleships right away, but there were precedents. The precedent in history was that Britain leased aircraft carriers to France. The precedent in this time and space was also leased at the request of the Dutch after leasing France. Britain not only has battleships lying on the slipway waiting to be dismantled, but also has many. For example, the Nelson-class battleships that have been lying there for almost 2 years, and I don't know when they will be dismantled. Britain originally planned to build G3 battlecruisers and N3 battleships after World War I. These 2 types of battleships have a displacement of about 48,000 tons, with very advanced design concepts and very powerful paper data. It can be said that G3 and N3 are equivalent to Iowa and Yamato during World War I, but the Washington Naval Treaty cut them off, and the tonnage of the main battleship was limited to 35,000 tons. In order to maintain a relatively strong combat effectiveness under the tonnage limit of 35,000 tons, Britain launched a scaled-down version of the original plan Nelson. The biggest feature of Nelson is that the main guns are all front-mounted. This layout can maximize the compression of the armor belt length and obtain the best possible protection under the limited displacement. Chapter 367 I know colonies best. The layout of the Nelson-class battleship can be said to be very extreme. The battleship was originally 48,000 tons, but it was reduced to 35,000 tons. This extreme layout was intended to save displacement, which was meaningful during the treaty period, when the displacement was very limited. But it also has some defects, such as poor seaworthiness, limited layout of the power compartment, and inconvenience for balance. Therefore, it has not been widely adopted. Japan, which took Britain as an example in the field of battleships, launched several plans for all main gun front placement when designing the Yamato class, but in the end these plans failed to pass, perhaps because of these defects. It can be said that there is no need for modification of the current Nelson class. The 48,000-ton battleship has been reduced to this size, so what potential for modification is there? Why are Soviet battleships so difficult to modify? Just like the problem of the Nelson battleship, when it was designed, it was to do more things with a smaller tonnage, all small horses pulling big carts. It is naturally difficult to rebuild the battleships that come out of this mode. The British Empire has also played with the violent aesthetics of the Red Navy. If you don't believe it, take a look at the front photo of the Nelson-class battleship. It is almost a Soviet-style battleship. The Nelson-class battleship is worthy of praise for its protection. It is not only the best of its time, but even exceeds the American and German battleships that were later commissioned. It is undoubtedly outdated in the hands of naval powers, but it is still a zenith weapon in the eyes of the Third World. Considering the protection of Portuguese Goa, Alan Wilson actually wanted to help, but it was a bit beyond his ability as a civil servant, so he needed to think of a way. In terms of value, the two Nelson-class battleships have no potential for modification and are destined to be dismantled. In fact, there is no problem in leasing or even selling them to Portugal, not to mention that Portuguese Goa really needs this kind of big killer in the eyes of the third world. The level of the Indian Navy, at least at present, should be said to be comparable to the Portuguese Navy with 5 destroyers as the main force. There are not many ways to deal with the Nelson battleship. The most important thing is that even the Navy and the cabinet do not attach importance to this class of battleships. Everyone knows that the era of battleships has passed. The world wars are over. Can't the Royal Navy see that aircraft carriers have replaced battleships? It is necessary to temporarily retain the battleships that have been commissioned recently. It is normal for old guys like the Nelson-class battleships to be forgotten by the Royal Navy, which is tired of the old and loves the new. The most important thing is that Prime Minister Attlee is not opposed to leasing and selling battleships or even aircraft carriers. In order to support France's return to Vietnam, he leased aircraft carriers and supported the Netherlands to lease battleships. For the same reason, what's the big deal about supporting Portugal? As long as Portugal can eat it, maybe it can generate income. At present, the Portuguese Navy has only 5 destroyers and has no experience in operating large battleships. It must need some supporting services from the British Royal Navy. Olivia, you know, battleships are very powerful weapons, especially for colonies. Alan Wilson looked embarrassed, but it was more of an instigation than persuasion. Battleships are the only weapon against colonies. It's not too much to brag a little. After all, it was the main force that killed the Bismarck battleship. The second ship Rodney participated in the operation to encircle and annihilate the German battleship Bismarck. During the battle, the Rodney fired more than 380 16-inch shells at the Bismarck, while the accompanying King George V fired more than 360 14-inch shells, hitting 100 rounds. Because the distance from the Bismarck was too close at the end, the Rodney's shells could only flatten the superstructure and could not effectively hit the core cabin. At this time, the Bismarck had been turned into a coffin floating on the sea. It was because of the attack of the Rodney that the Bismarck lost its ability to fight back in the final battle. Its main gun turret was destroyed, and even one shell caused its 2 turrets to lose their combat capability, making a huge contribution to the Royal Navy's sinking of the Bismarck. The newest battleships will not be sold. Alan Wilson's words made Olivia feel cold, but she immediately heard, only the Nelson-class battleships may be leased or sold, and I just said that there is this possibility, and I can't make this happen. Although I'm willing to help, I don't have the status. I'm very sorry. Just when Olivia couldn't hide her disappointment again, Alan Wilson said, I'm willing to think of a way. You can bring it up at tomorrow's meeting. It's a formal request. Can you explain it more clearly? Olivia was in a state of confusion. Alan Wilson said he was willing to help, and then he said he didn't have the ability. What did he mean? I don't have the status to operate the battleship lease, but my fiance's father is coming back. Alan Wilson habitually looked at the time and said in a calm tone, you know, the Crown Prince is getting married. General Mountbatten, as an important member of the royal family, has a very good relationship with the Crown Prince and the Prince. It can be said that he taught them first and he will definitely come back. At present, for the cabinet, British India is the most concerned thing for this government, as long as the matter is not over. So General Mountbatten has this status and conditions to promote this matter. I really don't have this ability. From a personal point of view, Alan Wilson is very willing to help, but he is a civil servant who can't keep his word. He is not a politician or a military official. He can pass on a message, but if he wants to handle this matter, it is definitely too much. But if General Mountbatten cares, as an important member of the royal family, the #1 figure among the aristocratic group, and most importantly, he is now the Vice King of British India, and the cabinet still relies on him to handle the independence process, coupled with a series of external conditions, such as the precedent of leasing French aircraft carriers and Dutch battleships, Prime Minister Attlee himself was not opposed to it and was only interested in making money, and the fact that the Nelson-class battleships did not have the potential for modification, etc. It was not impossible for this to succeed, but the possibility of Alan Wilson passing on the message was too low. It required a person with extensive connections and who was able to show off in the military and aristocratic circles to do it. There was no doubt that Mountbatten, who was born with the script of the British Dragon Ocean, would take care of it personally, which would greatly increase the success rate. As far as I know, General Mountbatten's daughter is Mr. Allen's fiancée. Olivia finally understood Alan Wilson's plan and said, "There will be thanks after it's done. I've said it before, I'm no longer working in the colonies." As for General Mountbatten, if it really succeeds, the Portuguese government will award him a special medal. You should know what to do. Just say that it commends General Mountbatten for his achievements in the Southeast Asian battlefield and for protecting the safety of Portuguese India. At this point, Alan Wilson stood up and prepared to leave and did not forget to order, "Diplomatic efforts are necessary. Everyone's interests are common, especially in the colonies." Alan Wilson thought that Portugal had the potential to be a thug, especially during the Salazar government. As a leader who built a centralized government, Salazar would be more attentive in protecting the colonies. It can even be said that he was more attentive than electoral countries. It was definitely not without reason that Portugal's colonies were not lost until Salazar died. As for what happened after Salazar's death, there were still 20 years. If Britain knelt down and became an American follower within 20 years, no one could be blamed. Alan Wilson has always believed that a country that has shrunk back to the British Isles in the 21st century is patriotic no matter how much he struggles. A person who scores 0 in the exam can't be too bad. The Brussels conference this time is still in the name of restoring people's livelihood and being vigilant against Germany, and the issue of colonies is discussed. From the beginning of the meeting, Alan Wilson entered the stage of pointing out the situation because he had just returned from British India and was an expert who was on the front line. He knew more about the situation of colonies than these diplomats in Europe. As soon as he opened his mouth, he said that no one knew colonies better than him and introduced Britain's position on British India. Avoiding the partition of India and Pakistan is just a dream that the Congress Party does not want to wake up and deliberately pretends to sleep. In fact, European countries with colonies all know that the division of British India into two is inevitable because these countries are paying attention to what the British will do. Bystanders are clear, at least more sober than the Congress Party pretending to sleep. Considering the conflict between Pax Romana and Hinduism, it is highly likely that war will break out after British India is divided into two. Although the British Empire has been trying its best to avoid such a future, there is little hope at the moment. Alan Wilson turned to the Dutch representative Armand. "Mr. Armand, the Netherlands' actions in the East Indies are not decisive enough. As an outsider, I would like to express my views on the East Indies. Please speak, Mr. Allen." Armand nodded. He knew that Alan Wilson had been in British India for almost 2 years and was definitely more qualified than them to talk about colonial issues. In the long run, European countries like us are bound to shrink, which is why the British Empire let go of its colonies. Alan Wilson paused. Of course, the situations of different countries are different. For example, it is not wrong for France to send troops to maintain the colonies, but whether it is shrinking or maintaining, once a decision is made, we must make up our minds. The current situation in the East Indies is quite complicated. I would like to give 2 opinions. Militarily, the main focus is still on controlling the entire East Indies, but the Dutch expatriates in the East Indies must be withdrawn to Kalimantan immediately. Once the situation in Java gets out of control, the largest island in the East Indies can be retained. Part of Kalimantan is also in the hands of Britain. Our 2 countries can support each other and retain part of the territory. This is extremely important for our post-war recovery. Chapter 368 Discussion on the Divide and Rule Problem. When I was in British India, I also kept an eye on the East Indies. I also did a little work. Alan Wilson took out the prepared materials and distributed them to the representatives of various countries. What you see in front of you is the population distribution of the East Indies. It can be seen that the core of the entire Dutch East Indies is 2 adjacent islands, Java and Sumatra. This is the core of the East Indies, and it is also the place where the resistance is the strongest. At present, the population of the East Indies must have exceeded 80 million, and whether it is 100 million or not is not to be mentioned. Among them, the population of Java is close to 50 million, accounting for about 60% of the population of the East Indies. And Sumatra has 15 million people, accounting for 1/5 of the total population of the East Indies. Excluding the 65 million book population, the remaining 15 million book population, Sulawesi ranks third, and the population of Kalimantan and New Guinea can be said to be sparsely populated compared with the previous 3 islands. The current population distribution of the East Indies is consistent with that of later generations. Java Island is in charge of the overall situation, Sumatra Island is auxiliary, and the remaining islands are islands under jurisdiction. It is not a small number for European countries, but it is completely sparsely populated in Asia. When the representatives of various countries were reading the information and illustrations, Alan Wilson's words attracted their attention again. If there is anything worth learning from the experience of working in British India, it is that the scale of the colony must not be much larger than the mainland. Compared with the British Empire, the population of British India is too large. It has become too big to be eliminated today. I hope that all countries can learn from the lesson, and not make mistakes on similar issues. Many people, including Armand, nodded. In fact, there are similar plans within the Netherlands. Now that the British have taken the initiative to speak out, the feasibility of the plan has become greater. Of course, among those who nodded, there was no French representative Nino Bertrand. France's understanding of colonies is not worse than that of Britain, and it is even clearer. However, it chose to resolutely suppress, rather than let the colonies become independent. The French are full of martial virtues, and insisted on going up to show their skills. Alan Wilson was embarrassed to stop them. At least for now, Britain and France have the same general direction of looking at colonies, but there are some differences in the means of handling them. However, out of friendship between colonial empires, Alan Wilson began to take the initiative, to show goodwill, and said, "Mr. Nino, in fact, the Indochina Federation is under the leadership of France. Although I believe that France has the power to quell the Vietnamese resistance, but it is never a bad thing to keep some backup plans. Mr. Allen, please speak frankly if you have any ideas. We also have to thank Britain for sending the Royal Navy to help the expeditionary force reach Asia." Nino Bertrand nodded, indicating that Alan Wilson could speak frankly if he had anything to say. "What I mean is that the divide and rule strategy also applies to France's colonies in Asia." Alan Wilson crossed his fingers and leaned his elbows on the table. For example, split off some of the land in southern Vietnam near Cambodia and put it under Cambodia's management. The amount does not have to be large. 10 or 20,000 square kilometers is enough to cause conflict. Too much and the Vietnamese may react strongly. Too little and it will not be enough to stimulate conflict. Alan Wilson shared his experience in colonial division with various countries and stated without a doubt, today's world order is still the world order drawn up by Britain and France before the war. This order is the colonial system. Admittedly, the British Empire and France are the biggest beneficiaries of this system, but you are also one of the beneficiaries. Think about how our European countries have such small homelands, but the territories under their names are so vast. What do the United States and the Soviet Union think? Don't they need raw materials and markets? This time Nino Bertrand nodded. As early as when the World War was still going on and Free France was still resisting, Americans had mentioned the colonial system many times, and France had also expressed dissatisfaction with the United States remarks many times. Alan Wilson also knew this, because when the United States expressed national self-determination to the French colonies in Asia, Alexander Cadogan, the permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, once said, "The Americans just didn't say it explicitly. On the surface, they said France, but in fact, there is also Britain." Soviet. Armand pondered to himself, as if he had no way to deal with the huge country in the East. "No, it's the Americans." Alan Wilson and Nino Bertrand spoke at the same time to correct the Dutch's thoughts. The Soviet Red Navy is weak and can't reach our overseas territories, but the United States can do it. It will take at least 10 years for the Red Navy to develop. Within 10 years, the threat faced by overseas territories can only come from the United States. Alan Wilson said decisively, choosing between the United States and the Soviet Union, we naturally prefer the United States, but on the issue of overseas territories, we should guard against the United States, rather than the Soviet Union, at least in the short term. In fact, the final independence of the East Indies was indeed the final judgment of the Americans, that Indonesian independence could be won over. Only then did they put pressure on the Netherlands, but this process almost overturned, and the Sino period was more inclined to the Soviet Union. At present, Kalimantan and New Guinea have a sparse population and a large area, which are feasible. I must say that we should prepare now. Alan Wilson reminded Armand, with the strength of the Netherlands, it is just like the dilemma we are facing in the UK. The colonies are too large, and the cost of suppressing them has increased dramatically, resulting in all domestic expenses being spent on military expenses. In the end, they had to give up, but the situation faced by the Netherlands is still much better than the foundation of British India. That is, the East Indies is an archipelago with an uneven population distribution. There is almost no local navy in Indonesia, and now most of the resistance is concentrated on Java and Sumatra. If Kalimantan is cut out and governed, it will be much easier than British India. As for New Guinea, we must obtain Australia's understanding, and make the Australians understand, that once Indonesia becomes an independent country, the population growth rate will soon become a threat to Australia. If Australia can understand the situation after the East Indies became Indonesia, and forgive the Netherlands' division of New Guinea, it can be regarded as a line of defense. In this way, Kalimantan can be supported by British Malaya, and Dutch New Guinea can be helped by Australia, so there will still be no problem in terms of resources. How could Alan Wilson forget Australia, which believes that blood is thicker than water? Australia has participated in almost all the wars launched by Britain and the United States. It can be said that it has devoted itself to the Five Eyes Alliance until its death. Whether it is Britain or the United States, as long as a war is launched, the Australian army must be involved. In fact, looking at the same geographical location, you can see that Australia is in the most densely populated area in the world, and Australia itself has a sparse population. The population of Indonesia is a natural pressure on Australia. There is also China in East Asia and India in South Asia. From the perspective of those who are not of my race, their hearts must be different. Australia is a country that faces this pressure directly. Unlike Canada, Britain, and New Zealand, Britain has the population pressure of Europe to block Africa. As long as European countries can handle it, the British will not feel threatened. Canada's firewall is the United States. As long as the United States can still withstand Mexican immigrants, Canada is safe. New Zealand's firewall is Australia, and only Australia has no protection, and can only fight alone. When the president of the future came to power, the Americans began to be unable to bear the problem of illegal immigration, and Australia immediately responded to the president's policy, because Australia has a smaller population and faces the massive population of these local countries. Australia has always been the most sensitive country to external threats in the Five Eyes Alliance, and it is alone overseas. Even after the CIA won the battle and destroyed the Indonesian Communist Party and turned Indonesia into a pro-American country, the relationship between Australia and Indonesia has always been very poor. The most direct evidence is that Australia has always adhered to the White Australia policy and resolutely rejected non-European immigrants. The White Australia policy was maintained until the 1970s, and it was abandoned 10 years after the United States had abandoned the apartheid policy. As long as the Netherlands can make Australia understand the efforts of Britain and the Netherlands to protect Australia, Australia will definitely reciprocate, and Alan Wilson has sufficient confidence in this. Indeed, as Mr. Allen said, the Netherlands ignored Australia's feelings. Although communication has been carried out, it now seems that communication is obviously not enough. On the issue of New Guinea, if there is Australia's support, there will be much more room for maneuver. Armand nodded solemnly. Of course, this matter must require the help of Britain. With the close relationship between Australia and Britain as a bridge, the Netherlands is willing to have a sincere negotiation with Australia to determine the future direction of the East Indies. Of course we are willing to help. Alan Wilson nodded. As long as the Netherlands is willing to negotiate sincerely, this matter has a great chance of success. At least before the 1960s, it is difficult to say that the influence of the United States on Australia completely suppressed Britain. Because after the United States entered the role of world hegemony, it began to move towards the colonies of European countries. In this case, the Colombo Plan advocated by Britain for the development of South Asia and Southeast Asia is both the result of Britain maintaining its traditional influence in Asia and the product of Britain's policy implementation in South Asia and Southeast Asia. This Colombo Plan was proposed by the Australian Foreign Minister on behalf of Britain. It can be seen that before the 1960s, Australia still trusted Britain more. After the 1960s, Britain even handed over its nuclear weapons. Can it still expect Australia and Canada to treat it as they did before? Chapter 369 Supplement. The issue of the East Indies was the first important topic of the day's meeting. Alan Wilson elaborated on the partition plan and the Netherlands' need to face up to Australia's role and analyze the psychology of the Australians. Armand said that the Dutch government had indeed been brewing a partition plan. Once the situation on Java Island got out of control, the Netherlands would separate the sparsely populated islands. It just so happened that the Dutch government also preferred Kalimantan Island. As for Dutch New Guinea, it had never been related to Java. Oh, haha. Sorry, I'm not making fun of the Netherlands. We all know that New Guinea has nothing to do with Java Island, but the independence of the East Indies will inevitably require the claim of sovereignty over New Guinea. Everyone knows that I just came back from British India. Do you know how Indians view India? Those local Indian elites want all the rights and interests of the British Empire in South Asia to be transferred to India, including sovereignty over nearby British colonies. Alan Wilson couldn't help but sneered. It seems that the British Empire has launched so many wars in the past 300 years and fought with countless countries including your country just to build a powerful India. I won't say anything else. The local elites of the East Indies must have this greed. They don't care whether they rule New Guinea or not, because the Netherlands rules New Guinea, so in the future New Guinea will inevitably be part of independent Indonesia. Why don't they just rob? All the representatives were indignant and very indignant at this insatiable idea. No, it's not just a Dutch problem. If you send a telegram to Vietnam, you will find that the local Vietnamese rebels think the same way. This is not difficult to verify. Alan Wilson looked at Nano Bertrand and then said with a serious face, the problems faced by the British Empire in British India will be encountered by France and the Netherlands. This is the purpose of this meeting. Britain is willing to share some lessons learned to prevent your motherland from making the same mistakes. After all, the colonial system involves most of the countries present here. If France and the Netherlands are easier than Britain in any way, it is in addition to the large area and population of India. The leaders of the colonial rebellion are not so difficult to deal with. Alan Wilson does not look down on the leaders of Indonesia and Vietnam. They are really not as good as Nehru. It is true that India is much stronger than Vietnam and Indonesia, and the British Empire is also much stronger than France and the Netherlands. And unlike Indonesia and Vietnam, India is a primitive civilization with a heavy historical burden. Just like there are people of insight in the last years of many dynasties, but in the end those people of insight can do nothing. The India that Nehru took over was equivalent to a cultural country that had never changed dynasties. The problems that began with Brahmanism have been accumulating until now. Gandhi was just a saint who wanted India to become a large farm. Nehru had a strong interest in large-scale industrialization from the beginning. Nehru carried Gandhi's opposition and vigorously promoted the Soviet model of rapid large-scale industrialization, emphasizing modernization and heavy industry, planning large-scale agricultural modernization, and building large-scale agricultural irrigation facilities. Nehru believed that India was an independent, socialist secular democratic republic. Nehru's definition had a profound impact on India. He carried out a series of constructions for India, including religious freedom, legal equality, abolition of untouchability, socialist nationalization, mixed economy, import substitution strategy, and protection and subsidies for national strategic industries such as steel, coal, and electricity. India itself is extremely decentralized, which is completely different from China. China is a country with a centralized system for thousands of years. The social reform that is really difficult is a patriarchal system. Can the patriarchal system be compared with a caste system? Regarding the major religions in India, Nehru commented, "I don't want to take refuge in religion. I would rather take the risk of stormy waves. I'm not interested in the afterlife and the afterlife. The problems of this life have kept me busy enough." The traditional Chinese view is basically moral, not religious, or has a bit of religious skepticism. This view is very attractive to me. The reason why Nehru has always tolerated the Communist Party of India is mainly because he judged that the Communist Party of India cannot form an impact on the Congress Party. The Communist Party of India does not understand the countryside and has little contact with the countryside. Although industrial workers are important, they have to give way to farmers, because India's problem today is the problem of farmers. On the other hand, the staff of the Congress Party are widely scattered in the countryside. Under normal circumstances, the Congress Party will inevitably develop into a broad peasant organization. After achieving their current goals, farmers are rarely revolutionary. But Nehru's understanding of India is so profound, even as a Chinese's understanding of India's shortcomings, it cannot change the fact that India is a religious country and a loose country, where each place goes its own way. In Nehru's autobiography, there is a full understanding of India's deep-rooted shortcomings, but the environment in India is like that. The caste system has existed for thousands of years, and more than 1/10 of the population believes in another religion. If it were not for the independence of Pakistan, it would be close to 1/3 of the population. In the Battle of Indian Independence, Nehru led the Congress Party to a draw with the British Empire in history. Even if Alan Wilson has buried a lot more minds now, he is not sure that he can deal with Nehru. Maybe just let Nehru work hard for a few more years, and in the end, India can still become the leader of the third world. Sometimes Alan Wilson wants God to replace Nehru with Modi, so that no one can stop him from tearing India into pieces. Nehru in this era is really too difficult to deal with. As for Armand's later mention of the Dutch suppression of local resistance forces, Alan Wilson put forward his own opinion that it is absolutely impossible to say that those who pursue independence are nationalists. Alan Wilson urged that it would be best to change the Dutch army's mind as soon as possible. No matter what race or belief, the Dutch army identified them all as resistance by the Indonesian Communist Party after suppressing them. We absolutely do not recognize nationalists. They are only followers of the Soviet Union. If they are defined as nationalists, Americans will not be too disgusted. It will be different if they are defined as vassals of the Soviet Union. Let me give you an example. If the United States ultimately determines that it is unlikely that Indonesia will become an ally of the Soviet Union, it will ask the Netherlands to make the East Indies independent and allow Indonesia to become a country. What should the Netherlands do? Facing Alan Wilson's question, Armand thought for a moment and said, "What if we disagree? Kick the Netherlands out of this European reconstruction plan." Alan Wilson said without thinking, "Once the United States threatens to terminate aid, will the Netherlands let go or not? So when dealing with one, they will label them as the Indonesian Communist Party. There are no nationalists among the rebels in Dutch East Indonesia, and they are all said to be vassals of the Soviet Union. Even if it is a fake, they will focus on the Indonesian Communist Party. What's more, the Indonesian Communist Party is powerful, so it is not unfair to them." Seeing Adelman silent, Alan Wilson tilted his head and said, "This is actually a problem faced by Britain and France. Portugal and Spain don't need to be too excited. With the current state of your two governments, there is basically no aid, not to say that there is no aid at all. As for Spain, the new Mexican president has changed his previous anti-American stance and focused on attacking Spain. I believe you know it very well." Alan Wilson sighed and said, "Learn from the United States. The United States now wants to take over the world order from Britain and France. Mexico has followed suit and found Spain to become the leader of the Spanish-speaking world in Latin America. So it's not that we can't understand Spain's current situation, and we can even empathize with it. If they didn't empathize with it and felt good about themselves, this meeting would not have happened. At this moment, these colonial countries that have not yet withdrawn from the stage of history are banding together for warmth. Alan Wilson really persuaded them with reason and moved them with emotion. He didn't seem like a British person at all. He stood from the perspectives of France, Belgium, Spain, and Portugal and provided one-on-one counseling. To the Netherlands, they expressed their intention to make friends with distant countries and attack nearby ones, and contacted Australia. At the same time, they put on an uncompromising attitude on the surface, and secretly concentrated all forces, except military forces on Kalimantan and Dutch New Guinea. The former shared Kalimantan with Britain, and the latter could seek warmth with Australia. The military action against France indicated that they would consider the worst angle and change the administrative planning of the three countries under their rule, while the situation was still controllable, and divide and rule them. This was all learned from the experience of British India. Then there were dialogues with Portugal and Spain. Both countries were countries with military governments. Although the international environment was relatively poor, it was not without benefits. For example, both countries could implement long-term plans. At present, the colonies of Portugal and Spain are mainly concentrated in Africa. They can be kept safe in the short term, but they will be targeted sooner or later. If a long-term plan is formulated now, a certain amount of overseas territories can be retained when something really happens. For example, the migration of population, in the name of building the local area, attracting the black population, to concentrate in a colony. When the momentum is not right, they will directly allow independence, and retain the colonies dominated by local immigrants and native whites, and exist in the name of overseas provinces. Alan Wilson didn't know whether the representatives of Spain and Portugal listened or not. He also didn't know that the person who listened most attentively was actually the French representative Nino Bertrand. The Algerians in this time and space were destined to fight more bravely. Alan Wilson, the colonial expert, had a very stable personality. The sun had set, and the representatives of various countries were still listening attentively. Even the cabinet secretary Norman Brooke came several times, and the prime minister was still waiting for the daily report. It's already 9 o'clock. Due to time constraints, we will stop here for the time being. Friends, please go back and think about it carefully. If you have any questions, we will talk about them tomorrow. I will also go back and think about it and see if there is anything to add. Alan Wilson finally ended the talks of the colonial family with a sense of unfulfilled desire, which made the translators around him breathe a sigh of relief. The translators had paid too much for this country and were all thirsty. Chapter 370, Cabinet Secretary's Shock. Norman Brooke could only take the minutes of the meeting and report to Attlee, sighing as he reported. No wonder Alan Wilson has always been interested in working in the colonies. He talked to representatives of various countries about the coping methods, and could talk until 9 o'clock in the evening without preparing any materials. He could analyze France, the Netherlands, Belgium, Spain, and Portugal very well, as if all his talents were focused on the colonies. It's really full of wonderful ideas. Even the response to the United States has been considered. In fact, there is some truth, isn't it? Attlee was listening to the report of the cabinet secretary. At this time, Alan Wilson knocked on the door gently and pushed it open. It was quite embarrassing at this time. He came in to report the progress of the meeting, but the cabinet secretary was holding the minutes of the meeting. It seemed impolite for Alan Wilson to leave, and it seemed inappropriate for him to stay. At the moment of dilemma, Norman Brooke pointed to the seat next to him in his busy schedule. Alan Wilson understood and sat aside. It was like a student watching his head teacher correct his homework with his own eyes. This feeling is hard to describe in words. The contents of the cabinet secretary's oral account were all Alan Wilson's remarks on the colonial countries, such as how the French Southeast Asia should deal with it, how the Dutch East Indies should deal with it, how the Spanish and Portuguese African colonies should deal with it, etc. Relocating the population is a long-term project. When Prime Minister Attlee heard the advice to Spain and Portugal, he couldn't help but chuckled and said, "Alan, do you think it will succeed?" To be honest, it is extremely difficult for British colonies to succeed. Alan Wilson felt something was wrong when he said this, and then said, "In fact, South Africa can try to relocate the black people to the trusteeship Namibia. It doesn't matter if the black territory is larger. Even if South Africa is divided equally in the end, considering the population of the white people, it will be fair to each family to get half, and the white people will still make money." Namibia, mentioned by Alan Wilson, was originally called Southwest Africa. It borders Angola and Zambia to the north, Botswana and South Africa to the east and south, and the Atlantic Ocean to the west. The coastline is 1,600 kilometers long. Most of the country is 1,500 meters above sea level. The western coastal area and the eastern inland area are deserts, and the north is plains. During the First World War, South Africa sent troops to occupy Southwest Africa. After the war, the League of Nations entrusted South Africa to rule the area. The most important thing is that Namibia has an area of 800,000 square kilometers. Together with the area of South Africa itself, South Africa has directly ruled 2 million square kilometers, which is almost half of the current area of British India and 2/3 of India after independence. If South Africa is willing to carry out a backup plan, that will definitely take more than 10 years to migrate the black population to Namibia, or even give half of the land to the black population to keep control of half of the territory. Maybe it can still keep its own country in the future. Even in the 21st century, Namibia's population is very small, only 2 million people. Compared with the land area of 800,000 square kilometers, what does this mean? It can be a resource-rich country that eats up all the resources. Namibia is almost Australia with 10 times fewer resources and population. It will live well as a resource-rich country. But the key is that the relationship between South Africa and Britain is very delicate, and it may not be very obedient. Even if London gives advice, the local Boers may not listen. This is no wonder. People will not turn back until they hit the wall. The reason why the Dutch would listen to the current British advice is that the Netherlands is close to the UK and the Netherlands does need the support of the UK, but the Boers may not think so. However, since the Boers are descendants of the Dutch, if necessary, they can see if they can help the Boers together with the Dutch. Now the Netherlands can be regarded as asking for help from the UK, and there is room for cooperation between the two countries. Once upon a time, the British Empire also began to talk more about soft power. Not only soft power, but also the soft power of the Netherlands. Alan, you can answer the colonial problems of other countries. So what about our own problems? Prime Minister Attlee himself didn't know why he asked this question, but he asked it out loud, and he really wanted to get the answer. Just tell me, how can we keep our interests in our hands? Alan Wilson's face suddenly became more serious, and a thoughtful look flashed across his face, and then he said, I dare not say it. Just talk about it casually, it won't be leaked, and we can all keep secrets. Prime Minister Attlee said in an instigating tone, you can't remind other countries that they have all the solutions, but when it comes to our own country, there is no solution at all, right? Dear Prime Minister, it is precisely because it is our own country that we should be cautious. Alan Wilson shook his head slightly and said, currently the British Empire is the largest colonial empire. I don't know where to start. Then let's start with the mainland. How can we keep our interests, or at least keep part of them? Churchill and I are different. He thinks that he can make the problem disappear by taking a tough attitude, but I don't think so. Prime Minister Attlee had a strange expression when he mentioned Churchill. Our era is over after all. We have to face reality, but facing reality does not mean giving up our interests. How to keep our interests has always been my concern. Start from the mainland? After listening to Prime Minister Attlee's words, Alan Wilson blurted out, first of all, Britain should have nuclear bombs, the sooner the better. The final result depends on the appetite of the United States. If the appetite of the United States is big, nothing will be left. Once the Soviet Union fully resumes the construction of the Red Navy, the colonies will have to bear the crushing of the Soviet Union. Prime Minister Attlee was stunned, and then nodded solemnly. Although he did not say anything, it was mainly because Alan Wilson's position was not suitable for knowing the progress of the Alloy Tube Plan. Since he came to power and started to resume the Alloy Tube Plan, he has been very concerned about the progress of the nuclear bomb. Attlee didn't know that. Even if he didn't say it, Alan Wilson knew that Britain's Alloy Tube was being carried out in secret. It's the same, whether it's said or not. The Labour Party selling out the country is just a fallacy that people say. If we really want to talk about selling out the country, then the Labour Party is not as professional as the Conservative Party. From Churchill's alloy pipe plan to Thatcher's privatization, In between, there is also the Nassau Agreement, which gave up independent nuclear weapons. The only thing that the Labour Party did too much was that the welfare society went too far, causing a huge financial burden. Alan, from the perspective of a former colonial official, what places are worth protecting at present? And what threats are they facing? Attlee asked the second question. The biggest external threat at present is the United States. I don't know when the United States will lose its patience and take action against the colonies in the hands of European countries. Alan Wilson spoke truthfully. Our most proud Royal Navy is also weaker than the American Navy. On the issue of colonies, the threat from the United States is real, and the threat from the Soviet Union is not yet visible. This is exactly the opposite of the current situation in Europe. The threat from the Soviet Union can be seen, and the United States can pretend to be a good person. As for the value of colonies, Malaya and the Persian Gulf are no different, but if we want to maintain influence, the Suez Canal must not have any problems. At any time, the British Empire, even if it joins forces with France, should firmly support the Egyptian Sultan. But now the World War has weakened us and the French, and the vast colonies are resisting fiercely. Egypt is not safe. Alan Wilson shook his head and said, "Forgive me, respected Prime Minister, my thinking is a little confused. If the Prime Minister needs it, I can calm down and write a special report for the Prime Minister to see. It will be much more rigorous than if I'm not prepared now. You have been in a meeting for a whole day and you are tired now. I heard from Norman that you have spoken half of the time in today's meeting, turning this meeting into an executive meeting in British India." Prime Minister Attlee did not mind Alan Wilson's performance at all. On the one hand, it was because of Governor Mountbatten, and on the other hand, being able to hold a meeting attended by many countries as a one-man show is a talent display in itself. Alan Wilson left, and Prime Minister Attlee continued to listen to Norman Brooks' report. Only the Prime Minister and the Cabinet Secretary were left in the room. Listening to Alan Wilson's analysis and response to other countries' colonies, Prime Minister Attlee had a little expectation for the report he was about to see. When Norman Brooke finished his report, Prime Minister Attlee said, "When Alan was in British India, you and Edward valued him very much, right?" "Yes, Prime Minister." Norman Brooke replied cautiously. "Alan is a person who is passionate about work, especially for difficult problems. He never refuses. He is young and energetic. Of course, Edward and I do not deny that Governor Mountbatten has a certain relationship with this." Prime Minister Attlee listened to the words of the Cabinet Secretary, nodded from time to time, and suddenly said, "Norman, in fact, my current idea is that, if Alan's age is not too conspicuous, I need a chief private secretary." Huh? Norman Brooke widened his eyes, and was very shocked by Prime Minister Attlee's words. Age is a problem. Seeing Norman Brooke's shock, Prime Minister Attlee said, "If the age is right, there is no problem. It's a pity." "It's not a pity." Norman Brooke thought so in his heart. No matter what, being able to be remembered by the current Prime Minister, it was worth attending this meeting. The meeting on the second day lasted another whole day. In the evening, Alan Wilson brought back the Portuguese representative Olivia and put forward a report on leasing battleships, but did not comment on it. Chapter 371 starting from the film market. Norman, what do the Portuguese want battleships for? Prime Minister Attlee looked at the Cabinet Secretary, with no particular emotion about this request. "As far as I know, the Portuguese Navy is very weak. Maybe it's for the safety of Portuguese Goa?" Norman Brooke pondered for a moment, and gave an answer. "Other than that, there should be no explanation. Prime Minister, you have seen the earlier withdrawal route of the British troops stationed in India." "Oh, yes. Part of it will be withdrawn to the Persian Gulf, and part of it will be withdrawn to Malaya." Attlee nodded in understanding. He had indeed seen such a withdrawal report, but was there any content about Portuguese Goa in it? Alan Wilson stood aside. "Part of it will be withdrawn to the Persian Gulf, and part of it will be withdrawn to Malaya? Didn't he write this report himself? The Portuguese government, and Salazar?" Prime Minister Attlee muttered a few words in an inexplicable way, and then asked, "What is the current status of the Nelson-class battleships? Are there any technical problems?" "It has been lying on the slipway for more than a year, and there are naturally no technical problems. Because the Portuguese Navy has no experience in operating large warships, if it is leased, the Royal Navy may have to send a group of naval officers and soldiers to help with training. Norman Brooke spoke the truth, speaking purely from a technical perspective. After the war, the 2 Nelson-class battleships were retired from active service one after another. The Rodney was transferred to the reserve in the same year and registered in the second year. The Nelson was converted into a training ship in the second year, and was also deregistered this year. The 2 battleships have been lying in the shipyard waiting to be dismantled. Prime Minister Adley's dissatisfaction with Portugal is only with Salazar and his government. Does Alan know Portugal? Adley did not mention the battleship lease, but asked Alan Wilson whether Portugal is a country that can be trusted. When I was in British India, I had a lot of contact with Goa. Alan Wilson said, the local Portuguese officials in Goa have told me many times that Portugal has been an ally of the British Empire for hundreds of years. During the World War, Portugal was a small country and was close to Spain, so some decisions were made against their will. They were also willing to sign an agreement with us, and the British Army could use the port of Goa for repairs at any time. This time, the US aid plan should include Portugal. Let's discuss this matter. I want to see how the Americans judge it. Prime Minister Adley scratched his smooth forehead. His smart head was very bright, showing that this head was thinking. Germany blitzed Poland, World War II broke out, and Britain declared war on Germany. Salazar fell into a rather embarrassing situation. Portugal and Britain are traditional allies, and they should stand on the same side as in World War I. But Italy and Germany also have certain common interests with the Salazar government. However, Salazar was wary of both. Maintaining neutrality seemed to be the only choice, and this choice also brought many benefits to Portugal. In addition to selling war materials to the warring parties, the free ports along the Portuguese coast also prospered because of this. But in fact, this is not a big deal. Even good friends can't take advantage of the situation, let alone countries. After all, Portugal eventually joined the Allies, but it only joined after the war was clearly going in the right direction. Alan Wilson remembered that Portugal had a share of the Marshall Plan, but the amount was just like what he said before. It was basically the same as nothing. He remembered that in the Marshall Plan, the amount of aid Portugal received was only higher than that of Iceland, which currently has a population of 120,000. But this is much better than Spain. In addition to the Franco factor, Mexico, which has a new president and expressed its desire to live in harmony with the United States, is fiercely biting at Spain and wants to be the leader of the Spanish-speaking world. Even considering the attitude of the Mexicans who finally gave up their anti-American stance, the United States would not include Spain in the Marshall Plan at this time. Prime Minister Adley did not want to lease the battleship to Portugal, but he was not determined, just saying that he was considering it. Alan Wilson actually wanted this to succeed very much. If it was left alone, it would be dismantled. It might be possible to make a fortune by leasing it. He could share some costs in the name of helping the Portuguese Navy train. Could 2 battleships, which were no longer young, still be a threat to Britain? And there was another reason. Salazar also invested a lot of energy in colonial policy. In his early years, Salazar served as Minister of Finance, while also serving as Minister of the Colonies, and issued detailed decrees. The decree required strengthening control over colonies, abolishing the autonomy of colonies, encouraging colonization and sending missionary teams, in order to strengthen the connection between colonies and mainland Portugal. Such leaders and the countries controlled by such leaders are exactly the thugs that the British Empire needs at present. The colonial family should unite such countries, if it wants to unite. It seems that this matter still needs to wait until Mountbatten returns to see if there can be a turnaround. Alan Wilson does not have the ability to influence the Prime Minister's judgment. Alan Wilson made today's report. Although he spent 4 hours at today's meeting to supplement yesterday's colonial issues, the main topic has changed. This cannot be blamed on Alan Wilson for rehashing old ideas. Colonial expert is his current persona. He must act as if no one knows more than him. The more he discusses, the more stable his persona becomes. The main topic of today's meeting is that Britain hopes that Belgium, the Netherlands and even Luxembourg will send domestic troops to the British occupied areas for defense, because the British Army is currently undergoing disarmament. although there is only one Grand Duke Guard in Luxembourg, with only 2 battalions. But people like Alan Wilson never know what it means to be embarrassed. Even if there is only 1 battalion, they should fulfill their obligations to send out occupation troops, not to mention that the Grand Duke Guard is well organized, with 2 battalions. He even personally takes charge of the exchange of US dollars and rupees when Americans go to India. People who never complain about small gains will never complain about small gains. Now the British Empire also needs to be frugal. Naturally, he refuted the difficulties expressed by Belgium, the Netherlands and Luxembourg. Now that the World War is over, what is the point of stationing troops in the country? Domestic affairs can be left to the police department to handle. The army is stationed in Germany. When it is time for vacation, the soldiers can take the train back home. Now that the surrounding countries are all allies, there is absolutely no need for the troops of Belgium and the Netherlands to be stationed in the country. We have to prevent the resurgence of Germany, but the most important thing is to oppose the Soviet Union. Repeating the speech at today's meeting, Alan Wilson reported, after patient communication, the 3 countries have agreed to move most of the troops left in the country, except for the colonial troops, into the British occupied areas, to fill the gaps left by the reduction of the British Army. In this way, we can feel a little more at ease. This was very appreciated by Prime Minister Attlee. It was not that he was unwilling to show the military power of the British Empire, but showing military power costs money. Britain is indeed not comparable to the United States and the Soviet Union now, and it must think of ways to reduce military expenditure. Disarmament is necessary, whether it is from the perspective of saving military expenditure or post-war reconstruction. Post-war reconstruction requires labor, and the money left by saving military expenditure can also allow Prime Minister Attlee to have more money to promote national health care, alloy pipe plans and nationalization. If the Netherlands, Belgium and Luxembourg are willing to help Britain, this will certainly be a good thing for Britain at present. Very good. The representatives of the 2 observer countries should return to Brussels tomorrow. It would be best if there were some results for the conference proposals related to people's livelihood and economic revitalization. Attlee nodded with satisfaction. After all, the original intention of the Brussels Treaty Organization was not only to guard against Germany, but also to promote post-war revitalization. The 2 observer countries mentioned by Prime Minister Attlee were Sweden and Denmark. Alan Wilson didn't know that the Brussels Treaty Organization still had 2 observer countries. After all, it had been 2 years since Alan Wilson returned to British India after attending the first meeting to contribute to the peace of the subcontinent. He didn't know that in addition to the 6 colonial countries and Luxembourg, Sweden, and Denmark were now absorbed as observer countries. The current Brussels Treaty Organization has 7 member states and 2 observer countries, and the 2 observer countries are Sweden and Denmark. Of course, this is normal. An organization always needs to expand. It's hard to reach an agreement on civil issues, especially fishery agreements and negotiations on the division of fishing grounds. Prime Minister Attlee said with difficulty, each country has its own ideas, especially the French are unwilling to make concessions. We can't have a meeting without any results. In fact, we can think of ways to make concessions on the surface, but not in reality. Norman Brook suggested, industries such as steel and coal are too difficult to negotiate. Yes, the problems of industries such as steel and coal are not as easy to reach a consensus as the issue of colonies. Prime Minister Attlee smiled bitterly. Now it seems that the issue that the Brussels Treaty Organization can most easily reach a consensus on is the colonial issue. Not to mention steel and coal, even the fishery agreement has not made much progress. He sighed. But is there any industry that is so easy to reach a consensus on? In fact, movies are also an industry, right? Alan Wilson said cautiously. Now countries have not even fully recovered their traditional industries, let alone movies that entertain the public. Let's finish discussing the integration of the film industry first and announce it to the outside world as the result of this meeting. Will the French not cause obstacles? Prime Minister Attlee still remembered the stubborn attitude of the French on fisheries. Probably not. Movies were invented by the French. Norman Brook nodded and said with a smile, France also considers itself a European film powerhouse and will not object to this issue. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372, Common Market Consensus. But there is no doubt that the British Empire plays a leading role in Europe at present. If we avoid this responsibility of leading Europe, then the leading country in Europe will become France. Alan Wilson paused and said, in the next few decades, there may be Germany. Only if we take the initiative to participate, can this organization develop in the direction we want. If we are excluded, then the disadvantages of being an island country will be magnified. If we take the initiative to join, our advantages are still very large, especially in the two fields of steel and coal, which are advantageous to both France and Germany. Alan Wilson was not lying. What was the basis of the European community's unity in history? The unity of European steel and coal originated from the dispute between Germany and France over the ownership of border coal and iron resources. Coal and iron. At the junction of France and Germany, both world wars broke out here, and the competition for economic interests was huge. One of the four largest coal mines in Europe is in the Ruhr area of Germany, and one of the four largest iron mines in Europe is in Lorraine, France. Coal and iron are symbols of the industrial age. If either France or Germany conquers the other, it can dominate the European economy. Britain has the four largest coal mines and four largest iron mines in Europe. Unlike Germany and France, which lack one of coal and iron, Britain has both resources. The origin of European unification is the Schuman Plan, the joint management of coal and steel production in France and Germany. This should be the pioneer of European integration, which has enabled some of the most powerful countries in Europe to unite their most important resources. The benefits brought to several countries are undoubtedly huge. After tasting the sweetness, they finally began to gradually come together in other fields. It was not until the comprehensive integration of politics, military and economy that Britain came up with the European Free Trade Area Plan after the emergence of the European Community. It was still Churchill who advocated it when he came to power again, but the European Community member states led by France did not take Britain seriously at all. Then it was the most embarrassing scene in the history of the British Empire, which was welcomed by everyone. The United States forced Britain to join the European Community, and France said that it would not let Britain join. Charles de Gaulle said that Britain was only interested in dividing Europe. It was not until his death that Britain entered the European Community. In fact, the reasons why British voters opposed it were similar to those decades later. Small commodity traders were afraid of the impact of cheaper products, and fishermen did not want the rich British fishing areas to be open to Europe, etc. However, being 10 years earlier had its advantages. The participating countries of the Brussels Treaty Organization were at least concerned about colonial affairs. Having such an issue that they were willing to unite together led to the Union at this time. Steel and coal can be discussed later, but colonies cannot wait. Even British India, the pearl of the British Empire, has begun to collapse. It will be too late to wait. Under the big framework of colonies, other issues can wait. As long as this framework exists, Britain is unlikely to continue to be marginalized by France. Prime Minister Attlee also nodded and approved of Alan Wilson's remarks. Why is this so? The main reason is that Alan Wilson did not mention the Union at all. He talked about colonies and viewed the Union with colonial thinking. There was no mention of who has more steel and who has less coal. What was said was that except for France, the countries in the Brussels Treaty Organization are smaller than the UK. This kind of organization has always been a situation where the strong eat meat and the weak drink soup. Compared with France, the UK is at least one level higher than France in terms of national strength. So the member states of the Brussels Treaty Organization are naturally the UK eats more, France eats less, and the others drink soup. Now that Germany is treated as a defeated country, it is more favorable for the UK to face France alone. Various conditions should promote this organization to develop in the direction that the UK hopes. After all, it is not a concession on the fishery issue. Prime Minister Attlee breathed a sigh of relief because that would affect the votes. After all, there are not many practitioners in the film industry, so there will be no problem of affecting the votes. The Prime Minister recognized the film industry as the consensus of this meeting. Alan Wilson played the role of an excellent tool man and began to talk about the film issue. The next day, he listened to the French representative's speech, just like himself talking about the colonial issue. What was this guy's original job? Listening to Nino Bertrand talking about industry integration and common market standards in front of the Brussels Treaty Organization's participating countries and two observer countries, Sweden and Denmark, on the issue of film, Alan Wilson looked disgusted. He could only nod and agree now. If Vivien Leigh was there, he would at least have someone who understood film as a consultant. After the meeting that day, Alan Wilson sent a telegram to Hyderabad, asking Elisa to contact Vivien Leigh in the United States to make up for his lessons. The telegram mentioned his longing for Vivien Leigh, and asked in a concerned tone whether Vivien Leigh's tuberculosis had recovered. Then he openly asked for foreign aid, saying that he was now discussing a top-secret negotiation involving the integration of the European film market, and hoped that the great British treasure would quickly make up for his lessons, so that he would not have to listen to the French people's nonsense in the formal meeting, and could only agree from the side. It was already winter. Ingrid Bergman was also in the property Vivien Leigh bought in the United States. Vivien Leigh had just come to the United States not long ago. In fact, she was confused about the series of standards in the film industry and the professional norms of Hollywood. Ingrid Bergman happened to be there. Vivien Leigh asked Ingrid Bergman to keep it a secret before mentioning this matter to see if she could help integrate the European film market. Ingrid Bergman's eyes lit up. She remembered that, when they were in New Delhi, Alan Wilson did mention that the European film market should be integrated in order to improve the treatment of film actors. This man really did it. Ingrid Bergman couldn't help but feel happy, but considering Vivien Leigh's mood, she said at the same time, "That's great. If this can be done, the treatment of European film actors can be improved a lot. Yes, if all countries close their own film markets, it really can't be compared with the American film market." Vivien Leigh nodded. Now Vivien Leigh is just integrating the European film market and comparing it with the American film market. She couldn't imagine that the American film market would face a heavy blow in a few years, and it was related to his good brother Alan. The two foreign aides immediately began to write some standards into telegrams and send them out in secret. For some unclear points, they asked friends in the industry, especially Katharine Hepburn. As the most senior actress, she was very familiar with all kinds of situations in Hollywood and was naturally the focus of consultation. In fact, it can't be said that they asked for foreign aid. Vivien Leigh is British and Ingrid Bergman is Swedish. Both of them are European. How can they be called foreign aid when it comes to the integration of the European film market? It should be domestic aid. Before Vivien Leigh and Ingrid Bergman replied, Alan Wilson was scratching his head, trying to prove that he also understood movies, at least part of it. We can't release all movies. We all know that in any industry, the most refined ones are a minority. We can't put all the movies released by all member countries in the theaters for citizens of all countries to watch. Alan Wilson, who took a different approach, said that not all movies could be put on the market. So it seems that the UK is going to implement a film censorship system? Nino Bertrand asked with a frown. Censorship is something that authoritarian countries do. Our attitude in the UK is to prevent bad movies from flooding the market, and it is simply unrealistic to put every movie into theaters. Alan Wilson denied that he wanted to establish a censorship system, although in fact, we are considering whether to issue a licensing system. Only well-made films produced by regular film companies are eligible to enter theaters. Now Alan Wilson realized that the licensing system that appeared in India was really a good thing and could also be used in the film industry. The companies that produced films that were put into theaters must first prove their strength through the market. On this day, Alan Wilson finally had a back and forth with Nino Bertrand on the topic of licensing. After that, the foreign aid telegrams from the British Treasurer and the Queen of Northern Europe arrived. Alan Wilson spent several hours with a discerning eye and found a content that could imply the United States and pretend to be an expert. At the last meeting on the integration of the film market, Alan Wilson fired his cannon and said righteously, the European film market must be inclusive and must not be vertically integrated like the American film market. That is a monopoly, which is not conducive to cultural exchanges among European countries. We understand that France is a film power, but we must also give filmmakers from countries like Denmark and Sweden a fair chance. Now major American film companies are in charge of theaters in various places. This way of operation is called vertical integration. For example, MGM and United Artists have their own theaters, or Warner and Columbia jointly open theaters, but only show films from these two companies. As soon as this was said, the representatives of Sweden and Denmark who were named nodded, as if they were grateful to the British for helping their countries speak. After contacting Paris, Nino Bertrand also agreed with the British opinion. Anyway, France is the origin of the film industry, and is still a European film power. Even if the British opinion is agreed, it will not have an impact on France's strong film industry. Britain and France have reached a consensus on the issue of integrating the film market, and other countries naturally have no reason to object. This Brussels conference finally produced some results. Although the results on the colonial issue were greater, they cannot be made public. Using the integration of the film industry to cover up the colonial issue is an explanation to the citizens of all countries. Chapter 373, An Excuse for Military Integration. At the subsequent closing ceremony, Prime Minister Attlee delivered an enthusiastic speech. He also said that market integration is the premise to avoid another war in Europe. If each country has its own advantages, Europe can quickly get out of the pain of the war. The last mention of the US allies also has this view. The US support for European unity is sincere, at least in this era, because Western Europe is now too weakened. The United States and Europe are separated by the Atlantic Ocean. It is very difficult to fight against the Soviet Union. If Western European countries cannot recover from the war, wouldn't it be the United States across the Atlantic Ocean and confront the Soviet Union, a land power in Eurasia? Therefore, the Marshall Plan was passed in the United States after the war. Although the Republicans have always opposed it, they did not succeed in the end. The first time the United States had mixed feelings about the European community was after the recovery of European countries in the 1950s. However, it was only after the Vietnam War that it began to seriously guard against the European community and find ways to prevent Europe from uniting. It began to restrict the European community secretly. In this era, the United States only hopes that the European community will develop well and stand on its side against the Soviet Union. After Attlee's speech, the whole venue burst into thunderous applause. Alan Wilson was among them. His happiness was sincere. After all, this was the country he lived in. The most important thing was that he was not a British in his previous life. In a sense, his homeland in his previous life was still an enemy of Britain in a sense. In his previous life, he ridiculed Britain wantonly, and I don't know how many keyboards he had broken. As a result, he suddenly arrived at the era of free fall when the sun never sets. Alan Wilson is different from ordinary British people. He has the legacy of his previous life's thinking. It is definitely impossible for him to think as open-mindedly as ordinary British people, thinking that Britain and the United States are as close as one family. On the contrary, his education is contrary to British public opinion. The self-hypnosis of later British people who accept that the sun never sets has passed has no effect on him at all. Then he can only change his way of life. He can't stand his motherland being a vassal. It's okay if he can't be the first, but at least it must be independent. India wants to be a powerful country. It's too cheap for Britain to be a vassal. At least now, the British Prime Minister's speech at the Brussels conference and the first consensus involving the integration of the European film market have achieved a breakthrough. The Brussels Treaty Organization has finally started to do other things from its two major roles as a colony and a military alliance. In the foreseeable future, at least it will avoid being humiliated by the United States and France. I really don't know how British politicians lived after the Suez Canal War in history. The British applied to join the European community and were kicked in by the Americans. To apply to join the European community, they needed the approval of the French. At that time, the French president was Charles de Gaulle. How much shame would it take for the British to ask the French? Moreover, Charles de Gaulle was a typical nationalist who was completely unfriendly to Britain. The negotiation process was almost humiliating. He also vetoed Britain's request twice. Britain paid countless smiles and had to wait until Charles de Gaulle stepped down before joining. If Britain chooses to embrace the United States, it will be a former world hegemon, turning into a shit-stirring stick in the hands of the Americans, playing a role in messing up Europe. It is better to choose to embrace Europe, at least it does not have to be caught in the middle. There is still a psychological advantage when dealing with France. After all, Britain has won more than it has lost against France in the past 200 years. After Prime Minister Attlee finished his speech, the French Council of Ministers chairman Robert Schuman took the stage to speak. Now the position of the French Prime Minister has been changed to the same name as the Soviet Union, the chairman of the Council of Ministers. In fact, it is still the role of the Prime Minister, but the name has been changed to be similar to the Soviet position. Robert Schuman, who is now in power, is the seventh leader of France since Charles de Gaulle established the provisional government in 1944. After more than 3 years, the problem left over from the Fourth Republic of France is still there, that is, changing leaders faster than changing underwear. I don't know him. Last time it was George's Biddult. Alan Wilson didn't know who took the stage yet, so he asked his immediate superior, the cabinet secretary Norman Brooke. That was 2 years ago, when the war had just ended. Norman Brooke frowned and thought for a while and muttered, Vincent Auriol, Leon Blum, Paul Ramadier. Then it's him, the current French Council of Ministers chairman Robert Schuman, who doesn't know how many days he can lead France. Robert Schuman. Alan Wilson was stunned. It seemed that the prototype of the European community was called the Schuman Plan. Was it related to this person? The European Union was originally derived from the Schuman Plan of the French foreign minister, to place the steel industry of France and Germany under a supranational organization, and completely eradicate the possibility of another war between France and Germany. After that, it was expanded to the whole of Western Europe, and the scope was also expanded to all aspects of economic cooperation. At the same time, the borders were eliminated, etc., suppressing the contradictions between France and Germany. Unexpectedly, Robert Schuman, who was later the French foreign minister, is now the chairman of the Council of Ministers leading France. So Robert Schuman was demoted and retained. The Schuman Plan advocated the coal and steel industry of Western European countries to be based on the coal and steel industry of France and the Federal Republic of Germany, and to be jointly managed by a supranational high-level organization. In order to strengthen its control over Western Europe, to counter the Soviet Union, the United States has always encouraged the Western European integration movement, advocated political unity, military unity and economic unity, and therefore also agreed with the Schuman Plan. According to the plan, representatives of the 6 governments of France, the Federal Republic of Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, Belgium and Luxembourg held nearly a year of consultations in Paris, and signed the European Coal and Steel Community Treaty in 1951. Why did France not start to promote the European Coal and Steel Community until 1951? Because the efforts to annex the Saar region failed. There was another important factor, lack of money. The failure to annex the Saar region and the aid from the Marshall Plan made the French change their mindset and promote the emergence of the European Coal and Steel Community. Originally, the earliest efforts of the European Community had nothing to do with France. Instead, the 3 small countries established the common market in 1948, the Netherlands, Belgium and Luxembourg, after the aid from the Marshall Plan arrived. Its establishment was aimed at achieving tariff exemptions, free movement of commodity markets and personnel, and promoting close economic ties between the 3 member states. The economic alliance of the 3 small countries was regarded as a prototype of the European Community and the beginning of Europe's post-war unification. France was not interested at first, but in the end, the efforts to annex the German Saar region failed, so it retreated to the next best option, and pulled Germany to join the 3 small countries to seek warmth together. The current Brussels Treaty Organization is of course completely inconsistent with the establishment of the European Community in history. It is a colonial country seeking warmth together, but there is no difference in the overall environment in Europe. The United States still hopes that Western Europe can be a helper and not let the United States lead a bunch of poor countries that are almost begging for food to fight against the Soviet Union. Moreover, there are many pro-Soviet parties in these countries. Didn't you see that France has changed the Prime Minister to the Chairman of the Council of Ministers? The only difference is that the United States has not adjusted its mentality at all. It has no psychological confidence in fighting against the Soviet Union. It hopes that the old imperialist countries will recover and stand with it. There is no problem with the United States' finances and national strength, but there are some psychological problems. The Brussels conference ended successfully with the emergence of the film Common Market Resolution. Although it has nothing to do with important industries such as steel and coal, it is also gratifying to break through from 0 to 1. As long as it starts, it contains infinite possibilities. There is still some time before the Paris conference next month. Prime Minister Attlee has to return to the country to prepare for the biggest thing in the country. This is a great event for the British royal family after the war. As Prime Minister Attlee, he naturally cannot be absent. As for Alan Wilson, he also has to return to London. His coming to Europe from London is itself a temporary task. The discussion with the Soviets about the engine is about to be completed. Of course, he wants to return victoriously. On the plane back home, Norman Brooke also praised Alan Wilson for the Rolls-Royce engine, saying that the negotiation was very successful. Not only did the orders increase greatly, but it also opened up the rubber and tin ore markets. The respected cabinet secretary is too flattering. Alan Wilson said very modestly, in fact, as long as you are good at finding opportunities, many things can have different results. You are indeed a person who is good at finding opportunities. That's what Edward said. Especially good at solving financial problems. But domestic affairs are not quite the same as those in the colonies. Norman Brooke nodded with a pun. Not only did he affirm the credit for opening up a wide range of financial resources in British India, but he also pointed out that Alan Wilson's means of making money in the British Indian colonies were very clever. Norman, what are you talking about? Are you discussing financial issues? Prime Minister Attlee just came out of his cabin and heard the conversation between the two. He could skip other things. He was almost crazy about money. Alan Wilson thought quickly and answered Prime Minister Attlee directly. Yes, Prime Minister. If the troops of Belgium, the Netherlands and Luxembourg are stationed in the British occupied zone, it is best to unify their armaments with the British troops stationed in Germany. This will maximize their combat effectiveness. This is the military integration of the Brussels Treaty Organization. I believe that, as long as the American aid is in place, it will be much easier to discuss this matter, and we can also increase some income through arms purchases. Chapter 374. I also understand the Navy. The British Empire has always been open-minded about selling warships. Of course, the Soviet Union can forget about it. Selling warships to ordinary countries to reduce the expenditure of the Royal Navy is not the first time that the UK has done so. There are precedents. The British have a long history of selling warships, including new, second-hand, or customized for customers. In this regard, the British concept is very open. For example, in the South American naval competition at the beginning of the century, it is not dead to say that the warships sold by the UK to Argentina, Brazil, and Chile were much more advanced than those used by the UK, but at least they were not worse than those used by the UK. As long as you pay, everything can be negotiated. Selling warships to recover blood has nothing to do with whether Alan Wilson appears or not. The UK would have done so anyway. After World War II, the UK retired a large number of ships. The British who wanted to recover some blood were naturally unwilling to scrap and dismantle all these ships, but looked for buyers everywhere and sold all that could be sold. After all, selling a second-hand whole ship is much more cost-effective than dismantling it and selling it as scrap metal. The British are also going further and further on the road of selling second-hand. As long as you want it, as long as I have it. Among the Mammoth-class aircraft carriers leased to the French, 4 out of 10 of the same class have been leased and sold. Some warships have been leased more than once. For example, the 7th ship was first leased to Canada and then sold to Argentina, and the 5th ship was leased to Australia and later sold to Brazil. They were not second-hand, but resold several times. the improved version of the Mammoth-class aircraft carrier, the Majestic-class aircraft carrier, is even more amazing. Among the 6 ships of the same class, 5 have been sold, involving Argentina, Chile, Brazil, India, etc. At present, in addition to France, Canada, and Australia have one Mammoth-class aircraft carrier. Prime Minister Attlee actually does not rule out the sale of warships, but he has not yet decided on the sale of battleships. For countries like the Netherlands and Portugal, their overseas colonies are quite far away. As long as they have needs and are willing to pay, there will naturally be no problem. Alan Wilson did not show any particular urgency. He analyzed the specific situation and said, for example, we can sell aircraft carriers to the Netherlands, destroyers to Belgium, and submarines to Sweden. In this way, they will only get a functional fleet. Aircraft carriers require escort, which the Netherlands does not have. Destroyers can only escort, and Belgium poses no threat to us. Even the Portuguese do not have auxiliary warships to match them. Unless several countries unite to form a navy with aircraft carriers, battleships, destroyers, and submarines. But these countries are not adjacent to each other at all, and are not far from the UK. We can see any movement at a glance. It can be judged that there is no threat. They have accepted large warships. Countries like Belgium and the Netherlands have long lost the experience of operating large warships. They also need our Royal Navy to send people to help with training, and they can also accept to solve part of the expenses. In other words, let these countries use money to help us share the pressure of military expenditure. Prime Minister Attlee nodded to himself, his eyes flickering, as if he was thinking about the feasibility. Dear Prime Minister, this cannot be said to be helping us. Alan Wilson did not use a corrective tone, but just told the truth. That is using their money to do their own thing. Sweden is responsible for the mission of the Soviet Baltic Fleet Observation Post. Even if we are indifferent to Sweden, the United States will find a way to win over Sweden. It is better for us to give Sweden some military benefits. As for countries with overseas colonies, it is reasonable for the British Empire to help them strengthen their ties with the colonies and charge some fees. Even when these functional navies are combined into a real fleet, they can still be commanded within the framework of the Brussels Treaty Organization. Functional Navy? Prime Minister Attlee was very interested. For example, the Swedish Navy can only conduct anti-submarine warfare, the Belgian Navy can only provide escort with destroyers, and even if the Netherlands gets an aircraft carrier, it can only ask us for help in the East Indies, and become an auxiliary force of the Pacific Fleet. Even if we sell aircraft carriers to the Netherlands, will it be the same as the Royal Navy's own? Yes, respected Prime Minister Attlee. Alan Wilson bowed his head politely to show respect. The emergence of these colonial countries' functional navies ultimately depends on the British Empire's naval system to play its best role, and it can also promote the popularization of British weapons. We can even lower our posture and let countries like Belgium and Sweden manufacture naval guns under the banner of Anglo-Dutch and Anglo-Swedish joint research. Let them manufacture the wings of the aircraft, and we manufacture the engines. Anyway, most of the profits will flow into domestic manufacturers. While making money, it can also show the attitude of the British Empire, and it can also be said to promote European unity. The functional navy can be seen from the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force decades later. In a word, the main reason why the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force is strong in anti-submarine is that under the US-Japan security system, the main task of the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force is anti-submarine. Since it is attached to the US military system, during the period from the establishment of the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force to the end of the Cold War, the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force can only help the US military with two major tasks, anti-submarine and anti-mine. As a result, anti-submarine naturally became the most important mission of the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force and the tone of development during the Cold War. In fact, before the Falklands War, Britain was also steadily moving towards the goal of an anti-submarine brigade. But the Falklands War made Britain a little more sober, and some money could not be saved. Now Alan Wilson, in front of the Prime Minister, said that many European countries still have overseas colonies, and should strengthen their navies. He hopes to turn the navies of these countries into functional navies under the name of the Royal Navy. There are two advantages to doing this now. First, Britain can be regarded as a European country in any way. No matter what you think in your heart, Britain can also put up a sign of uniting Europe, and the United States is completely an American country. The second point is that there is no United States in the Brussels Treaty Organization. Another less important point is that Britain is far less cautious than the United States in selling warships. Selling warships to recover blood is not the first time. Now there is also a functional navy that is dependent on the Royal Navy, which can also share the military expenditure pressure of the British Navy, a gold-eating behemoth. No wonder Edward and Norman value you so much. After listening to Alan Wilson's step-by-step analysis of how to abolish and absorb the navies of other European countries and become part of the Royal Navy system, Prime Minister Attlee was quite impressed. They supported other European countries in protecting their colonies, and they also used the banner of joint research, all in a high-sounding way. Although the navies of European countries before the war were not strong, they at least had some self-research capabilities. Alan Wilson obviously wanted to abolish the ability of these countries to produce warships under the banner of joint research. It would be great if France's ability to manufacture warships could also be abolished. Attlee returned to his resting place silently and suddenly imagined this possibility, but then shook his head and smiled bitterly. There was no such good thing. It's not far from Brussels to London, and it's almost there. Just when Alan Wilson asked and answered questions. After getting off the plane, the three people's destination was a place, and the Prime Minister and the Cabinet Secretary had their own things to do. Alan Wilson went to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which had a fancy decoration style, to report, explain the achievements made in this negotiation in the face of the Soviet Union. In fact, it was completely unnecessary, because he had agents from the Mi-6 agency around him, and he was basically in contact with the country at any time, to prevent certain personnel from leaking secrets when facing the Soviet Union. After the report, Alan Wilson waited for news and went to find Pamela Mountbatten. He missed her very much after not seeing her for a few days. He also had an important meeting in Paris next month and did not have much time. "Honey, what did you do when I was away?" Alan Wilson asked with great interest, holding Pamela Mountbatten in his arms from behind. "Did you miss me?" Attending aristocratic gatherings, watching operas and games. Pamela Mountbatten leaned back against Alan Wilson's body and said, "Then I gave some gifts to friends, took them shopping and so on, and introduced you to them. It's a pity you weren't here. Oh my god. Fortunately your mother is very rich, otherwise your friends would have wondered how much money I embezzled in India." Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows when he heard about Pamela Mountbatten's simple life. "Although they didn't see me, they must think you were at a loss by being with me. After all, your friends are all from the aristocracy. There are such words, but it's only part of them." Pamela Mountbatten turned around. "They don't understand you." As Alan Wilson expected, some of Pamela Mountbatten's friends did hold this view, but this is normal. Although Pamela Mountbatten was not a great beauty, as the daughter of Mountbatten, her father was in a high position, her mother was very wealthy, and her fiancé had no background, so it was not surprising that she had such an opinion. Alan Wilson did not care and said, "Although I seem to be a gigolo every time I take money from you, I do not feel ashamed. That's because they don't know how powerful you are." Pamela Mountbatten covered her mouth and chuckled, then stood on tiptoes and kissed her fiancé, saying, "Don't bother with them. By the way, my father telegraphed yesterday that he will be back by plane soon, and he must attend the Crown Prince's wedding. I will take you to the aristocratic circle these days. Are you teaching me how to do things?" Alan Wilson snorted and spoke with the dignity of the head of the family. "No, no." Pamela Mountbatten smiled flatteringly. "Ask my fiancé to protect me from people with ugly hearts who have bad intentions towards me. This is the fiancé's responsibility." "Well, that's more like it." Alan Wilson nodded with relief. "Let's start the day after tomorrow. I need to contact New Delhi." Chapter 375 The Palestinian Question. "It seems like you are busier than the Prime Minister." Pamela Mountbatten pouted and said dissatisfiedly, "You just came back, and you are going to find that Indian again." "Alim? He is not an ordinary Indian. He is the steward of the Maharaja. Ali Khan is the real former richest man in the world. The accumulation of Hyderabad for more than 200 years is all on him. Alan Wilson said in a helpless tone, "Like your mother, Lady Mountbatten, she is considered a wealthy person in the UK. But she seems a little frugal in front of the Maharaja. In fact, we may need the Maharaja's help in many places in the future. But as a friend, I will definitely not let the Maharaja suffer. As for your man, I will discuss other things, but I will do things after receiving the money. I'm a person who will see things through to the end." The Mountbatten family used to have a huge sum of £5 million, which was considered a wealthy person among the nobles in this era. But Ali Khan's wealth is calculated in billions. When he has no money, he can ask for help and save a lot of things. So this network will not be interrupted just because Alan Wilson has returned to the country, but it will become more and more lasting. Although the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is not without things to do, such as the Palestinian-Israeli issue, at least there is no official war, so there is still room for discussion and there is no need to be too anxious. Alan Wilson still thinks that the discussion with Alim is more important. After all, conflicts are always present in this world, and there are certainly more conflicts than the number of people who have been the world's richest man. In comparison, Ali Khan is more in line with the saying that things are rare and valuable. Before leaving New Delhi, Mountbatten did not forget to do the final work of the paper hanger and made a clear promise that he would attend the Independence Day celebrations of India after attending the wedding of the Crown Prince. By now, Mountbatten himself had held 6 private talks with Ali Jinnah. In fact, he was very clear about the result of the partition of India and Pakistan, but he still talked and laughed in front of Nehru, and was ready for Britain to withdraw from India, without leaking a word. After meeting Alan Wilson, Alim talked about Ali Khan's views on the matter. The Maharaja will never give up the land inherited from his ancestors, and he is ready to go to war for it. At the same time, thank you Mr. Allen for helping Hyderabad's planning all the time. Being the Hyderabad Commissioner is an important starting point in my life. Alan Wilson nodded and said, I will do my best to help the Maharaja, regardless of whether this effort is effective or not. I'm willing to do it myself. To put it bluntly, Alim can be said to be the person Alan Wilson trusts most in London, even though he is Ali Khan's butler. This mentality is difficult to describe in words. Just like the Swiss Guards are willing to fight for Louis XVI until the last moment, and the Ottoman New Army, which is mainly composed of Christians, is opening up new territories for the Ottoman Sultan. He just feels that in some things, Alim's help to pay attention to himself is more reassuring than the real British. Alan Wilson, who returned to London, not only did not have a chance to breathe, but became even busier. Opinions on the Palestinian issue are the focus of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs recently. Today's British citizens have not yet gotten over the mentality of being the world's hegemon. The long-term prosperity has created a national mentality of self-centeredness. This mentality has made the top leaders habitually look down on countries outside the UK, so that they unconsciously underestimate their opponents in strategy and tactics, which is particularly prominent when facing non-European countries. Even among Whitehall civil servants, there are many who have this mentality. After the war, although the people are still immersed in the glory of victory, the top leaders know very well what happened. In order to outlast Germany, Churchill sold half of the world's military bases to the United States. London is no longer able to maintain the Union Jack all over the world. The origin of the Palestinian issue lies in the fact that when William II's Second Empire collapsed, British Prime Minister Lloyd George made a domineering move to create a new country at the Paris Peace Conference. The British Prime Minister drew a line on the map and divided the land halfway around the world into 2 pieces. As for whether this straight line will separate people of the same nation or put people of different nations into the same country, London does not care. For London, the most important thing is to divide the spoils that are about to be obtained in a fair way. In the days that followed, Britain followed suit, promising the same piece of land to the Arabs, the French, and the Israelis. Time passed little by little in the false promises and empty statements made by the British to all parties for their own interests, until the outbreak of World War II. Of course, Britain played a role in Palestine, but it does not mean that the Arabs themselves have no responsibility. In the 1930s, Britain once mediated the Palestinian-Israeli issue and made a resolution in which Israel was re-established, but it was not a 50-50 split. Instead, it occupied a small piece of land in Palestine, probably less than 30% of the area, and the remaining 70% belonged to the Arabs. Although the Jews were disappointed to get only such a small piece of land, they finally accepted it. The Arabs who got 70% firmly rejected the British-led agreement and told the British that they wanted it all. So the agreement ended in vain and has continued to this day. Alexander has been discussing the Palestinian issue in the United Nations for the past 6 months, George Milton said at a personnel meeting of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It's so difficult because there are so many countries involved. It's far less efficient than the League of Nations. Alan Wilson almost laughed out loud. He knew that the efficiency of the so-called League of Nations meant that the British Empire could sell out others at will, but others could not sell out the British Empire. But it was obvious that the American talents now were treated the same way as the British at that time. Are we supporting the Arabs? Alan Wilson waited until George Milton spoke and asked. Yes. George Milton frowned and said, in fact, this matter is also difficult. We have been discussing it for more than half a year, but there is no conclusion yet. The foreign minister has also asked about the progress many times. I think the main difficulty of this issue is that the Jews have suffered ethnic cleansing. At present, this is the greatest crime of the Germans. If we don't support it, it will appear too unsympathetic. If we support it, it may cause resentment among the Arabs. Alan Wilson scratched his head and said, this involves the question of whether the World War is just or not. Alan Wilson remembered that during the First Middle East War, although the Arab coalition forces seemed to be large in number and 5 Arab countries participated in the war, in fact, this large number of people was just the Arab countries themselves. In fact, the only major power that clearly stated that it stood on the side of the Arab countries was Britain itself. The United States, the Soviet Union and other countries all stood on the side of Israel. The First Middle East War was actually a conflict between Britain and the United States and the Soviet Union. Alan Wilson's mind raced. He seemed to remember that Israel's victory in the First Middle East War was the result of the United Nations taking sides. In the First Middle East War, Israel was definitely not as comfortable as it was later when facing Arab countries. Alan, do you have any ideas? George Milton was a little unaccustomed to Alan Wilson's silence. Thoughts? Opposing the establishment of Israel will make us appear to have no sympathy for the Jews who are suffering from genocide. Besides, I shouldn't express my opinion on this issue. Alan Wilson's words suddenly turned sharply. Pamela's mother is Jewish. I don't have anything to say. At this time, publicly stating how to deal with the Israelis and warning the Arabs to continue their attack despite the pressure from the United Nations would offend my mother-in-law. But from the perspective of Britain, there is only one choice, standing on the side of the Arabs. Opportunities are fleeting, and he still has to think about it carefully, so as not to be confused on this issue. When the plate is too big, there will be such problems. There are interests everywhere, and no interests are willing to be given up. Alan Wilson could only open his mouth and suggest, we should be transparent with the Arabs, and inform the local governors and media in Arab countries of the progress of the United Nations on the Palestinian issue, especially the attitude of the United States and the Soviet Union, that they tend to support Israel. We must let the Arabs know that the British Empire is for Arab countries, to fight against 2 powerful countries. Although he had not thought about how to deal with the Palestinian issue, he could not keep silent. If the impression can be created in front of the local rulers that the United States and the Soviet Union are in the same group as Israel, at least it can stabilize the situation. Is it useful? Of course it is useful. Even if it loses in the end, it can win the favor of the Arabs and create a rhythm of honor in defeat. The hostility of the Arabs towards the United States and the Soviet Union will be profitable, even if it lasts for one more day, not to mention that it may not last only one day. He still has to write about this matter involving colonies in the report to the Prime Minister, so it is not appropriate to talk about it here. Alan Wilson still owes the Prime Minister a report, so much so that, when he was having a party with Pamela Mountbatten and a group of aristocratic friends, he was thinking about how to maintain his persona as a colonial expert. Pamela, why is your fiancé like this? A girl of the same age, who was quite dissatisfied with Alan Wilson's occasional distraction, found an opportunity to secretly remind him. He's been thinking about how to write a report to Whitehall these days. Pamela Mountbatten said with some distress. You don't know that he is like this. He is not interested in some entertainment. Isn't that boring? The girl blinked at Pamela Mountbatten and whispered, isn't he like an old man? That's not the case. He is very interesting. Pamela Mountbatten whispered shyly to her friend. How about giving the eastern coast of the Mediterranean directly to the United States? Alan Wilson held his chin with one hand and pondered. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.